سيارة طيب. Okay. Car you have? Only Firol. فقط الفيرول. عند what is only Firol. Okay, yes, sure. I will call them and yeah, sure. Mostly I will come. Whatever you see, so. Yeah. How much? The voice is not clear. Can you please make it 500? Man, come on, that's it. This is good. 400 is good. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, I will do it. I have, yeah, of course. I have four press cards. I have Israeli press card, international press card, and Palestinian press card. Everything, no worries. Yeah. Yes, sure. Thank you.
Raul! 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 Where are you? Raul! Santiago! Where are my tacos? I'm so hungry. All I have is pico de gallo. No carne asada. Ay, 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 ay. I saved that for the stream. Had to blow my nose all morning, but I didn't want y'all to miss out on it, you know. That's real life. That's IRL. This is in real life. Give it to you raw. I blow my nose and everything. That was real snot. None of that Hollywood shit around here. Sorry, Bob. The real deal. I do it for the people. Yay! Dude, it's a blue weed on Simon. He likes it. Exfoliating. Simon doesn't do dust baths, he does weed baths. Okay, well I guess I should put the hospital up as the number 2 now, since this one is turned to shit like it does on a nightly basis. The only thing saving us here are the cars going by. Like just something happening. Should I go back over here? I mean, we do have France over here, but tear gas ain't there yet. Ain't nothing to see really. Dooby-doo. Hey, this guy's got the same stream I do, but he's mainstream media. Well, almost. No, this is a different one, actually. It's almost the same, though. Okay, we got a couple of different Palestinian parades happening right at the moment. This over here, since it's got the closed captioning. And they're talking about Gaza. Dude, I can't get the gift store for you two though. I don't know. I've even tried multiple things this morning.
Whoa, we got a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there.
Oh, the first one's on YouTube. Who was it?
Flare
It took a
burned
while
out.
somebody to come
But it
through on
was there.
YouTube. Simon is in my lab sleeping right now, yes. What do you mean still sleeping? Dude. Well, he did sleep literally all night. He was bumping up against me actually on the side of the bed next to the door. So I had to like climb over him all night when I got up or whatever. And yeah, I got up at. We've been up since 5, actually. He's eaten twice already. So yeah, he's taking his after 2 meal break. I gave him a 30 milligram, or it was 35 milligrams at 5 o'clock with probiotics, prebiotic stuff, and then I take my shower. An hour later at 6 is when, like, he has an hour to eat that, but he pretty much gobbles it up. And then I feed him another about 85 grams food. And both times I put a tablespoon of, actually I put over a tablespoon of water in the 85 grams. Put about a tablespoon or so in, maybe a little bit less at 35 grams. So we get, that's an ounce of water right there added to his diet. He didn't eat all the 85 grams this morning. He only ate about half of it. But still, he got a lot of water in from it. That's the most important thing. But yeah, he's having a little nap after a full stomach. We had a good morning this morning. Medication feeling went well. And a nice, relaxing morning, except for me kind of hissing him away from me at like 5 o'clock. When I really wasn't, I wasn't feeling it this morning. Dude, he gets up as soon as he hears me messing with that bowl. He gets up, and he's like meow, meow, meow. And so sometimes at 5, 4:30 or whatever, it can be a little like, yo, fuck away from me, cat. It's too early. You gotta give me a couple minutes, buddy. I keep him out of the kitchen. Because he likes to get under my feet, and that's not the time to be trying to trip me up in the kitchen. He likes to stand right in front of the refrigerator door when I have to get into it or go back to it. Or zigzagging through my legs while I'm trying to go back and forth from the sink to the bowl, because I got to rinse the fork off and get the fork and mix the stuff and rinse the fork off again. And I don't just, like a lot of people probably just take their cat food and they dump it in a bowl and that's it, right? It's a thing, dude. I gotta weigh it. I gotta add a certain precise amount of water to it. Then I gotta mash it all up with a fork. It takes a while to get it all at the same consistency. Because otherwise there'll be a pile of water and he won't like that. He'll be like, whoa, what's going on with my food? Why does it look like that? So, mix it all up. Make sure you get his water. Dude, I really can't believe how long. If I would have done that from the time he was younger, he wouldn't have any kidney problems at all. I fed him dry food for so long, for like 10 years, because he didn't want to eat wet food. Then the doctor was like, you know what, you need to get him a wet food, because he started to have some stuff. I remembered what happened to my neighbor, so that's when we went through it. He didn't want it at first. It was a chore to get him to start eating white food. He still is addicted to dry food. If he hears me even touch something that sounds like dry cat food, he'll come and be like, "Is it time?" Hello, darkness, my old friend. Look at it, kills him. It's like dry food actually kills your cat. But they love it. Boy, it sure is easy having an automatic feeder with dry food in it, ain't it? You don't even have to do anything. You set that bad boy up or feed them 5 times a day, and they're happy. Not always as precise as I would have liked it to have been. Sometimes it didn't feed them enough, sometimes it fed them too much. So dirty, bitch. So it's better doing it. Better doing it by hand. Weighing it with a kitchen scale. I weigh his medication out with the jewelry scale, and I weigh the food out with the kitchen scale. Both digital. Of course. Yo, remember them envelope scales? Post office scales from back in the day? That'd be how dude, if you were a stoner back in the day, you had one of those. Checking it in front of the dealer. I don't know, man. My scale looking kind of light here. Before the digital scale days, you know. Nowadays, everybody's got a digital scale. Put them in your pocket. But back when these were a big deal, like the only real true way of measuring weight was a triple beam, and those were expensive and super bulky. Had a triple beam. I was like, we just had them biology lab. So sweet. The chemistry lab or whatever. Yeah, could just go. That's why I have it actually for when I was growing mushrooms. Because I needed to weigh them to see how much water they were losing when I was drying them out, because they're supposed to lose 90% of their water, and if they haven't, then you need to put them back in, otherwise they can get mold or whatever. They can start, or mildew or something. I don't know. They go bad if you don't get 90% of the water out. That's why I got it. Exactly why I got it. Jewelry scales are way too small for that. Jewelry scale is really good though for weighing out MDMA whenever you have crystal MDMA. Well, I think that's why I originally bought it. When you have what they call it, Molly, for some reason, when it's in that form, right? Isn't that what? Because it's just the molecules, like whatever. No other binders or glues. It's just the molecule of MDMA because it's in crystal form. But yeah, you gotta weigh that shit. Or you finger dab it and you get way too crunk with it. Any finger dabbers out there? What's up, JD? How you doing today? I saw you pop in, man. What was I doing? We got V-Dog. Popped in a minute ago. He said hadn't been able to keep up with the war this week, so there's a lot going on. Oh yeah, there's a lot going on. There was a ceasefire, and now there's not a ceasefire. And now this guy seems to be not showing us much. I'm gonna have to go back to here. I'm not really trying to eavesdrop on him. Ding ding ding. There, back to the hospital. I can tell us audio's down. what? A solo cup. I don't know about that. I know a dollar bill weighs a gram though. I used to always just check it with a dollar bill. Because a nickel weighs 5 grams, right? I can't remember now. One of the coins weighs like the amount that you could use too. To calibrate, but make sure it's right. My little jewelry still came with 100 gram weight. Like sandwich bag weighs 3 grams. Yeah, you probably have to have their brand, and there's so many different ones of them now. Must be the Ziploc. The Ziploc regular, not the freezer. Let me see. I thought a nickel weighed 5 grams. Let me see if it still does. Yeah, 5 grams. All U.S. nickels, 5-cent pieces, minted since 1965, weigh 5 grams. Yeah, and $1. See, dollar. The weight of a gram. Wait, they weigh a gram because due to the material they are made from and their physical dimensions, they contain 1 gram of mass. Since the bills have no physical backing, they are worth whatever number the government prints on them back. Yeah, so bills weigh. I mean, it's any bill. I guess it doesn't have to be a dollar bill, right? Yeah, it's any bill weighs a gram. So the newer the better. Actually, because it doesn't have any oil or anything that might have gotten on it. Of course. Oh man. I mean, I wouldn't really throw it off much, but I mean, if you're really caring about hundredths of a gram, maybe thousands of a gram. And in some instances, you might be, because fentanyl. If that person's a fentanyl user, you might. Like if they're buying straight fentanyl, or that one that's even stronger than straight fentanyl, they might be buying really small amounts of it. So the smaller the amount, the more it's going to matter, right? Or the more you're purchasing of that amount, the more it'll matter. If you're tearing, or you can't really tear. Why does it come with 100? Because you can't. I can't actually calibrate that thing with that, can I? Or can I? Is that a calibration weight also? Because it came with it. I do check it pretty randomly to make sure that it's within a few thousandths, but oh, it was within like 3,000. Yeah, I mean, I remember even like grabbing a nickel or a dollar and throwing it on. The dollar was actually better to do because it showed that you're. Because if you were selling, also you would do that. You would show people that your scale was accurate before you weighed it. You know, Bob, look, this is what a dollar weighs. See, it's on a gram. This is a nickel. Boom. See, it's on 5 grams. Bing. This is what I'm giving you. There you go. I think they even did that in like Jerusalem. The Jews would do that when they were collecting taxes or whatever, and they would take gold. They would show in front of the people, like by putting a certain weight on to show the people. But and has that worked though in that instance? Because the reason why a nickel works and a dollar works is because you know that it hasn't been adulterated, right? You know that's a dollar. You know what everyone knows a bill looks like. Everybody knows what a nickel looks like. So they're like, okay, yeah. So back then, what would they have had to show people that their scales are legit and they weren't fucking people over? How'd they do that? Just in time. Yeah, so thinking about the local ruler. What do you mean? They had weights, but that's what I'm saying, Jack. Yeah, it's like it wouldn't have been are they like showing the babies? She's probably telling him we should have went. I told you we should have went south. He's like, baby, we're Palestinians. We got to stand our ground. Look what they did to our baby. Our baby's a martyr now. Oh my God, my baby's a martyr. Thank God, she's a martyr for us. Like, what do they think's gonna happen? They know this is exactly what's gonna keep happening, dude. Which is why they support Hamas. And I can't really blame them for it. It's a never-ending cycle, honestly. This can't stop until somebody wins. And then it still won't, dude. It really could. This could be the war to end all wars. It still could be. They're forcing these people into Rafah, which is right next to the border of Egypt. It's the Egyptian border crossing city. It's as if, imagine San Diego forcing all the Mexicans to San Isidro, where the border crossing's at. What the fuck do you think everybody would start thinking? Why are they making them go over there? Are they about to be pushing them into Egypt? Egypt doesn't want them. You know they can't freely travel to Egypt? They have to get a passport. They have to get a passport. To go to Israel too. I mean, not just a passport, a visa. They have to put in paperwork and ask for permission to go to the West Bank. Like to travel through Israel to go to the West Bank. And the people that live in the West Bank, if they get locked up and put in an Israeli prison, they have to put in paperwork for a visa. Their people do if they want to come visit them. And it can get denied. Imagine living like that, dude. And they're just stuck living like that for who knows how long, until the terrorists pop off a World War III. That's how they see it. That's how all these people see it. They need a World War III. To stop living like this. And then Iran sees it as a way to poke Israel because these people are willing to do it. They're the perfect martyrs. The whole dang city and West Bank, both of them. Israel supplying them a lot of their drugs, even on the Egyptian side. That's what I read on a write-up about drug use in the area. History, several hundred years. Matthew's craft, Malton's craft. Well, standard wage didn't come into effect until recently. Well, then how the heck did they weigh shit?
Into the Gaza Strip, and we also are expected to keep entering the territory in order to be able to survive.
If they were just like,
to the lack and shortage.
That's why in movies you see them and they'll be like,
market due to the severe consumption of these products, which led to the very sharp decrease in the amount of products that are affordable in the Palestinian market. Now they are receiving these kinds of aid by the United Nations throughout their shelters, which also host more than 700,000 Palestinians who were forcibly displaced from the houses. So these aids considered to be very essential for Palestinians, as the Israeli bombardment had destroyed all means of life in the north and in central areas of Gaza City.
Tariq, thank you very much for that. That was Tariq Abu Razoon with the very latest live and cut.
Oh, what the heck? Where's this coming from? Get out of my hand. Dude, what's going on? This is their way of life. Kept the same nickel. Uniquely marked, or is it scarred from, is it a misstrike or something? That could be worth money.
أنا نناقش مع فريق الأمن القومي.
Talking right now. Oh, she is talking right now. Okay, I'm gonna have to rewind it. Hold on. Talking at? I have to put Kamala, I guess. Gotta put Kamala. The second thing that it tries to show me is Kamala Harris laughing. Alright, so I'm gonna have to go to a bougie bootleg stream for it because that's the only place I can find it.
To continue to threaten Israel.
Oh my god. Really? You put your thing on the screen? He needs help. He's got one person there. I'm gonna go say hi to him. Come on, lady. I don't know where he's pulling it from. I'm pretty sure the government site has it. I just don't feel like going there and getting it. I couldn't get it quickly on YouTube. Where are you, lady? How'd you come out? Free to sit down?
Feel free to come closer if you'd like. It's up to you.
Come closer.
Okay, tell me when you're ready. Okay. Everybody ready? You good?
Everybody, Secret Service would tackle them if they move, probably.
Today I had productive meetings with the leaders of the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Egypt, and I spoke to the Emir of Qatar to discuss developments in Gaza and to accelerate planning for the day after the fighting. I will get to those conversations in a moment, but first, let's take a step back. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists launched a terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent people in Israel, including 35 Americans.
Why are we taking a
It was a
Why are we
brutal
taking
and
a
horrific
step back?
massacre.
Why we got to hear about it over and over?
Babies and Holocaust survivors were killed. Young people who were
It's like
simply
they have a
attending
speech on it
were shot dead.
every time they get off.
240 hostages were taken, and over then the past 8 weeks, President Biden and I have been clear. Israel has a right to defend itself, and we will remain steadfast in that conviction. We are working with Israel and our partners in the region to secure the release of all the hostages, which includes Americans. The recent pause in the fighting proved effective. More than 100 hostages were reunited with their families during this time, including 2 more Americans, and humanitarian aid surged into Gaza. As I told the families of American hostages when I met with them, we will not waver in our commitment to bring them home. Let me be also very clear, as I have said before, we cannot conflate Hamas with the Palestinian people. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. Hamas has vowed to repeat October 7 until Israel is annihilated. No nation could possibly live with such danger, which is why we support Israel's legitimate military objectives to eliminate the threat of Hamas. President Biden and I have also been clear with the Israeli government in public and in private many times. As Israel defends itself, it matters how. The United States is unequivocal. International humanitarian law must be respected. Too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Frankly, the scale of civilian suffering and the images and videos coming from Gaza are devastating. I have spoken with members of the Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim communities of America, including those who have lost loved ones in Gaza and American citizens who were injured and evacuated from Gaza. It is truly heartbreaking. As Israel pursues its military objectives in Gaza, we believe Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. So we all want this conflict to end as soon as possible, and to ensure Israel's security and ensure security for the Palestinian people. We must accelerate efforts to build an enduring peace, and that begins with planning for what happens the day after the fighting ends. Shortly after October 7th, President Biden and I began discussions with our national security team about post-conflict Gaza. We have begun to engage partners in the region and around the world in these conversations, and this has been a key priority over the last 8 weeks. 5 principles guide our approach for post-conflict Gaza. no forcible displacement, no reoccupation, no siege
Or what?
or blockade,
What are we gonna do about
no
it?
reduction in territory, and no use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. We want to see a unified Gaza and West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And Palestinian voices and aspirations
The Palestinian
must
Authority,
be at the center
right.
of this work.
How does Gaza feel about
At a
that?
certain point, the intense fighting and the phase of fighting will end, and we will begin
man.
implementing our plans for
That's
the
what they
day
don't want.
after.
They don't want them no
To develop these
authority.
plans, then, we will
Israel.
continue to work with both Israelis and Palestinians. But there must also be regional consensus and support. To that end, I've had a number of in-depth conversations with Arab leaders here in Dubai. Specifically, I proposed 3 areas of focus. One,
for sure Israel's going to win,
reconstruction.
but
The international community must dedicate significant resources to support short and long-term recovery in Gaza.
The whole
For example,
thing, or just
rebuilding
this?
hospitals
'Cause
and housing,
this ain't gonna be over.
restoring electricity and clean water, and ensuring that bakeries can reopen and be restocked. Second, security.
she's got a pipe dream.
Palestinian Authority security forces must
This shit she's saying right now is a pipe dream. Thinking that this is just going to end. Dude, they just shot 3 people yesterday at a bus stop. No, more than 3 people. 3 of them died yesterday, and Hamas was like, "Yeah, that was us." So, or it was a day. It was the morning, yesterday morning, really early. So like, they're not gonna stop hitting them, and Israel is done with the nonsense. They're this close to flooding them tunnels, dude. If they can get all the hostages, that's the only thing that's keeping them from smoking out or flooding the tunnels is the hostages. Them not knowing where they're all at. And they're not going to know where they're all at because that's what's keeping Hamas alive.
be strengthened to
They're not going to give them all the
eventually
hostages
assume
because that's what's
security
keeping them
responsibilities in
alive.
Gaza. Until then, there must be security arrangements that are acceptable to Israel, the people of Gaza, the Palestinian Authority, and the international partners. And to reiterate, and this is very important, terrorists will not be permitted to continue to threaten.
And if you leave this stream because I'm talking, good luck finding her. I mean, you can go watch it over there, but good luck finding where we're at in it, because I'm not at the end. I'm not where it's at. You're gonna have to search for where she's at. Fuck, dude. Good luck, man. That sucks. Bye.
Israel. Third, governance. The Palestinian Authority must be revitalized, driven by the will of the Palestinian people, which will allow them to benefit from the rule of law and a transparent, responsive government. Eventually, this revitalized PA must have the capacity to govern Gaza as well as the West Bank.
Watch out.
We believe
There's cats fighting
progress
outside.
on these 3 areas, reconstruction, security, and governance, will improve the lives and livelihoods of the Palestinian people. Further, we have been clear the Palestinians have a right to dignity and self-determination, and Israelis and Palestinians must enjoy equal measures of prosperity and freedom. They also all deserve a sense of safety and security. And a 2-state solution then remains the best path, we believe, toward a durable peace. The President and I are committed to that goal. In conclusion, when this conflict ends, Hamas cannot control Gaza, and Israel must be secure.
Who's going to control it?
Palestinians need a hopeful political horizon, economic opportunity, and freedom. And the region more broadly must be integrated
that's why it's not going to
and
end.
prosperous.
Who's going to like?
And we must work toward that vision. So with that, I'll take your questions.
These people aren't. Do you guys think these people are going to be okay with Israel coming in and controlling it? Who's going to control it? What is she talking about? If Hamas isn't going to, they're just going to all of a sudden come up with some new organization to have governmental power or some sort of authority over the people? How does that happen? Are they going to give them people to do that? They can't trust those people. It's going to have to be. Man, this is a pipe dream, dude. It's not. That's not going to happen. All right, let's go.
How did Twitter describe the state of hostage negotiations during your call today, and did they provide any reassurance of truce in the next few days for the release of additional hostages?
I'm not going to reveal the details of the conversation, but I did speak with the Emir, and the work and their commitment to this work is ongoing, as is ours, and our work is ongoing to support some ability to reopen the pause and to have a deal going forward where there will be a pause so that we can get hostages out and get aid in.
What? Yo. And how I see that is that's just going to buy Hamas more time to do some dumb shit. They're just going to hit them. They're going to, some Allah Akbar motherfucker that his law. Here's how it works. You lose your family. You lose your entire family in one of these bombings when you're 10 or 12 or something. And then Hamas or whoever starts getting in your ear. By the time they're 15, they're recruited. They are actually Hamas. This is how this works, dude. They have the training camps. I've seen it. Dude. And the ones that have nothing to lose are going to be the ones that are ready to Allah Akbar that shit to the fullest. And they're already there. They got them already ready, dude. I'm surprised they're not doing shit here already, because they're here too. They're here. They got cells that are ready to be activated. They're just waiting on something. Maybe they're waiting on us to stop giving Gaza humanitarian aid or something.
Well, let me just say that the conversations that we had were very productive. And there is, I believe, a mutual desire to figure out how we are going to approach and think about the day after in a way that brings stability and peace to this region and reinforces, as I said earlier, Israel's security, the sense of security and safety for both the Palestinians and Israelis, doing what is necessary to ensure there are equal measures of prosperity and freedom and security for the Palestinian people and for Israel.
Suggested building a buffer in Gaza, and they've been having some conversations about that today and for the past few days. What is the U.S. position on it? And one more, if I may. You mentioned, sort of bolstering the Palestinian Authority so that they can, rule both Gaza and the West Bank. What, according to you, should happen to get the Palestinian Authority to that point where they can govern both Gaza and the West Bank?
Well, as I said, we have to revitalize the Palestinian Authority, which means giving the support that is necessary for good governance, understanding that all the issues that must be resolved as we think of a plan for the day after. It is about good governance, which will bring transparency and accountability to the people of Gaza and the West Bank. It's also about what we need to do to recognize there must be some plan for security for the region, and I suspect as a plan develops, it will take into account interim and then longer term. And finally, what we must do in terms of rebuilding Gaza and a commitment to that.
Wait. So our infrastructure of our country is fucking crumbling. Bridges, our water systems and shit are getting old. Sewer systems, everything's getting old in our country. But let's rebuild Gaza. Let's blow it up. Let's pay to blow it up. No. Let's pay for the rockets. Let's pay for the missiles. And let's pay for the reconstruction. Both sides as weapons. We pay for both sides weapons because they have humanitarian aid, and then they use that. They do. I think they're taking our humanitarian aid and selling it to Egypt. Some food stamps.
Zone, you didn't answer her question on that.
The trucks just turn right
What
back
is the
around.
question exactly?
Israel
Some of
has
them.
been suggesting
They are.
creating a buffer zone in Gaza. Madam Vice President, what is the U.S. view on that?
We have not weighed in on that.
Thanks, Madam Vice President. I wanted to ask, what evidence do you have that Israel won't just be receptive to the conversations and the asks the U.S. has made in terms of protecting civilian life, minimizing harm to civilian life in Gaza, not just receptive to those asks, but actually following through and really acting on them? Do you have any evidence that Israel will listen?
I do believe that they have listened, and I can assure you from the beginning, the president has been very direct and clear about our perspective. For example, that humanitarian laws, the rules of war, must be followed, which includes what must happen in terms of giving humanitarian aid, no intentional targeting of civilians. And we have been very clear also that one, Israel has a right to defend itself, but we also must take into account that far too many Palestinian civilians, innocent people, have been killed, and Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians.
To that point, in the first day after this temporary truce had ended, Israel killed 200 Palestinians, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Is that minimizing harm to civilian life? Is that acceptable?
I don't have the details to tell you exactly who was killed, but I will say this. We have been very clear about where we stand on this, which is innocent civilian lives should not be intentionally targeted, and that Israel must do more to protect innocent life in Gaza and innocent civilians in Gaza. And we've been very clear about that, and we continue to make that point, not only privately, but publicly as well, as you see.
Thank you, Shara. Israel or the president
Okay. Thank you.
Will you or the president travel to Israel soon?
Okay, thanks, guys.
There wasn't enough questions, lady. Who's coming? Was it? Whack, I wanted more questions. They were probably even okayed. So what? How am I missing? Am I short of stream now? Come on. Oh, that's right. I was short. One of them said it had ended. Alright. So, shout out to... Hold up. I'll drop this guy's link everywhere. Fuck it. Drop this guy, man. Every now and then, like, I'll see something that's happening on this guy's stream before anybody else's, though. And I think the share button was really on, but watch this, it's gonna be the ultimate share. The ultimate share down, boom, boom. Oh gosh, it's going everywhere. Oh shit, hit the Discord. Exactly right. Hey, that's working alright, Sister T. Are you guys getting the burst? Are you doing that? I don't know. Is that not working? Oh, what? Oh, it's saying awesome though. Okay, I need to change that. I need to change what Twitch says. Is it also working on YouTube? biggest order on YouTube. Is it ever working for you, bro? Broke down. Is it really not? It's not though. Let's see. Alright, I gotta. It's on. See if I reset it and save. Okay, maybe now it works. Shit, I gotta get something over here. Oh. Maybe not work, so. And then it takes a while on YouTube sometimes. Did anybody else think that new Tesla truck's kind of ugly? Alright, so now I'm going to try refreshing all of the... Now maybe it'll work. Yo, I fixed it. I don't know why it didn't work before, though. Not sure in both places. Something else I've noticed that isn't working is I used to have a bot that would say where are you, like where my, it would give it an explanation of what YouTube video I was posting. I need to look into that. We only do it on Twitch though, but nice to have. All I had is the green drink today for food. I down the green drink. I was like, to the dome, baby. Going in. It is. Oh, it is, yeah, it is this one. So it's not working. Oh no. Did I do that? Alright. Turn off. Back on. Try it again. See if it works. For some reason, got a bunch of tabs at the bottom of my screen, dude. Okay, I made them go away. Like, my browser was glitching out. I had a bunch of boxes at the bottom of the screen. I was confused. It still isn't working. That's annoying.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Oh, Bubba with the 2 gifted subs.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Yo, okay, Ted Thomas. Yo, did you pick those specifically? How did that? Was that, or those did that randomly happen? Thanks, Bubba. MVP, man. Did you get? Wait, what are we doing for dough on that? Is that 10 to, is that 20,000? 20,000? Thanks, man. Top gifter of the month now, actually. Do you get something for that? Did they give you something to put next to your thing when you're the gifter of the week? Oh yeah, that's right. The Frank, it's been a long time since I've seen that. I don't even remember if it was a thing. Alright, wait. Yeah. Oh, bringing back the golden box. Looks good. I gotta find another stream. I still need to fix this spot too real fast because the words were wrong. Here, you want to see what I'm doing? I'll put it right here. I'll put it, I'm gonna make it smaller. Where would I put it? Oh, no. That's the same thing as that. Alright. So what I'm doing here, can I make it any smaller? I gotta go to script, and then I gotta go to, what script am I going to? Oh yeah, the first script. There it is there. And then, what am I doing? Oh, this is wrong. This should say, done for 20 Simon. Yeah. Okay, now save that. That's what it should say now when you do it. Pretty simple.
للأسف شديد جدا زي ما في منطقة المعسكر الجبلي شمال قطاع غزة.
Now it'll stay, since I have it as two separate installs of the program. Because I was hoping with doing this and getting two API keys, I'd be able to have the GIFy on both streams, but still working on that. I know, where's he at? Has he already been here? He's working. Damn, that sucks. At least he works for himself, right? Just want to work. Breakdown. It broke again. What was the deal with this shit? Oh, I didn't reset it, and you've already done it, I think. So when you guys try it, personnel. I'm having issues. Wait, I don't know what's going on there.
ابو الدين ابو الدين مش مصدق يا اخوانا ابو الدين مش مصدق بس ساعه طريق بقعد ساعه
Dude, I gotta give you a medicine in 10 minutes.
A horrific crime. 70% of the martyrs were from women and children, including 280 medical staff and 26 from the paramedics and many journalists. The missing people is now amounting to 7,500, either under the rubble or we don't know what happened to them. The number of wounded people amounted to is now over 40,000 people. During the ongoing genocide that is being committed in Gaza, the situation is very dangerous, especially that the humanitarian aids and the medicines are not being allowed to access Gaza, including fuel. This is a policy that will destroy Gaza, and no life will remain in Gaza. All the different infrastructure are now paralyzed. This is condemning the life of more than 2 million Gazan people and killing them with premeditation. In addition to that, and moreover, there is also a catastrophic situation imposed by the Israeli occupation forces on the civilians by destroying over 60% of the housing and residential buildings, given that taking into consideration that the winter season will start soon. This is part of the genocide being committed by Israel, as the health infrastructure is collapsing, especially in northern Gaza, and the targeting and attacking several medical staff and ambulance vehicles. The situation is unprecedented. Dozens of houses are being attacked on a daily basis, killing people and causing many injured, whereas the relief and the paramedics cannot reach those places where the massacres are being committed, which is resulting in the death of many people and some others staying for days under the rubble without being pulled from the rubble. This is due to the fact that the Israeli forces are attacking 80% of all the relief equipment that we have, and we are running out of fuel to to be able to work with the remaining functioning equipment. The Israeli forces is trying to manipulate the public opinion when it comes to the assistance. The assistance that arrives to Gaza during the truce or the ceasefire does not even cover 1% of the needs of Gazan people. And given that all the crossings are being closed, our Palestinian people are also still subjected to a starvation policy, which is also indicating that there will be a disaster in Gaza, especially that there is no food. When it comes to food and water, the situation is very dire. It is also very difficult to get food and different vital food also that given that it's not available in the marketplace. As our people in Gaza continue to hold up, we would like to confirm on the following. We still hold the international community and Israel and the United Nations responsible, especially the Secretary of State of the United States, for supporting and accepting this genocide, and they gave the green light to eliminate all the Palestinians, either by killing them or by displacing them. The whole world is witnessing this, the unconditional support that the United States is providing to Israel, which is not in line with international law. We demand all the countries of the world to intervene in order to put an end to this crazy war and to stop the bloodshed here in Gaza. Second, in this starvation policy, we demand that food trucks should be allowed to Gaza every day and to allow many liters of fuel to enter Gaza so that we can save what can be saved in Gaza and to save as many people as possible. Third, we demand all the free world and the Arab countries to help Gaza before it's too late. We are here warning the world in all languages, and we warn the international organizations, and we invite them to come to Gaza and witness this catastrophic situation that did not stop. Fourth, the health sector needs urgently help, especially on-the-field hospitals, in order to try to save the lives of thousands of wounded people who suffered from the war. We also demand that thousands of injured who suffered from the war to be able to transfer them, especially those in critical condition, to the Arab.
We have been listening there to the Gaza government spokesperson Ismail al-Tawabta, who was giving an update on the situation there, where more than 100 people have been killed in an Israeli strike on the Jabalia refugee camp. He was saying that more than 40,000 people have been injured since the attacks began on October the 7th. All right, let's quickly take a look at the latest sports headlines now. Here's Farah.
Why? He was talking.
Al Hilal beat Cristiano Ronaldo's Al Nassr.
News stations don't make any sense, do they?
الذين ذاقوا الويلات خلال هذه الحرب وتحويلهم من أصحاب الإصابات الخطيرة إلى المستشفيات العربية والدولية لتلقي العلاج، إضافة إلى العمل الجاد على إعادة ترميم وتأهيل المستشفيات والمراكز الطبية وإعادتها إلى الخدمة. خامساً، وعلى صعيد الإنساني فإننا نطالب بإدخال مئات المعدات والآليات لطواقم الإغاثة والطوارئ والدفاع المدني حتى يتمكنوا من انتشال مئات جثامين الشهداء التي ما زالت تحت الأنقاض، وحتى يتمكنوا من رفع الركام جراء قصف وهدم الاحتلال لمئات آلاف المنازل والمدارس والمستشفيات والشوارع والمرافق المهمة. سادساً، نطالب المؤسسات والهيئات والمنظمات الدولية بضرورة القيام بدورها المطلوب منها بشكل فاعل ومحوري، ونجدد دعوتنا إلى وكالة الغوث الدولية الأونروا بالعودة إلى العمل في محافظتي غزة والشمال، وكذلك نطالب باقي المنظمات الأممية والدولية الأخرى مثل منظمة الصليب الأحمر الدولي واليونيسيف ومنظمة الصحة العالمية وغيرها من المنظمات الدولية بضرورة القيام بدورها المطلوب منهم في حماية المستشفيات والمرافق الحيوية، وكذلك حماية الأطفال والنساء وحماية أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني بالشكل المطلوب. سابعا، إن غزة تنزف وتقترب من الموت كل يوم بشكل متسارع وغير مسبوق، وربما لن يفهم العالم هذه الرسالة إلا بعد فوات الأوان. المكتب الإعلامي الحكومي. الله يعطيكم العافية.
It doesn't work for either of them. It's supposed to work for Twitch too. Oh, maybe they just knew that was the end of it. And now what? Yo, damn, that'd be fucking sketch with everybody, like the kids on the side like that. Dude, these fucking ambulance drivers gotta be super stressed out. It's like, why do people get the fuck out of the way? There's an ambulance behind you. Can't you hear? Can't you fucking see? They're like, are they stupid or something? Are they fucking... I don't know how the ambulance drivers don't lose it. You see it even at the hospital. Lackadaisically walking across the street with the ambulance is like burr, 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 burr. Holy shit, this might be a little too intense.
لك شيال
يا زلمه هم قالوا لنا قاعدين من اصابات الشهداء يا عمي لا بس ازع راسك.
Oh no, it's underneath the blankets. Oh my gosh, how many blankets are in here?
طب
What are we doing? What are we doing?
طب وين وين ابو اسامه؟ ابو اسامه
Yeah, they're just sleeping, bro.
ايش الدعوه يا زلمه؟ الخبر من نص ساعه عنا احنا. يا زلمه زمان وصلنا الخبر. شيل معاه.
Shit, that guy's still alive. Damn, it didn't sound too good though. Man. When your house is made out of concrete, that shit comes down heavy. Damn. I wonder if he's Hamas. He was a pretty big dude. Oh, I wonder how many of the Hamas they hit, and then the paramedics come and the Red Crescent comes and saves them.
في خضم التباطؤ العالمي
They're back on Gaza on the English speaking.
And this was an Israeli raid on residential buildings near the southern city of Khan Yunis. Several homes in Hamad town were destroyed or severely damaged. Israel has stepped up attacks on southern Gaza as it expands its offensive. Well, hundreds of wounded Palestinians have been rushed to barely functioning hospitals. This was the scene inside the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in central Gaza, where many women and children are being treated. Katia Lopez-Hodayan has more.
The cries of Palestinian children too young to understand war. Confused and in shock, they wait in Gaza's Al-Aqsa Hospital. The little boy in blue pants describes seeing his neighbor's gruesome head injury, an image that will surely haunt him. Those who can't speak of the horrors they've witnessed aren't spared. This baby lost his limb, his life forever changed by Israel's war. The agony is unavoidable and is unfolding within Gaza's few functioning hospitals. The relief of having survived an airstrike mixed with the torment of more attacks. A woman hugs a child, holding it tight, protecting it as best she can. But even in hospitals, help is limited. Health officials say medical supplies allowed in during the ceasefire were nowhere near enough. In northern Gaza, an air raid on the Jabalia refugee camp causes more death and destruction. The area is one of the most densely populated and has been targeted repeatedly during the past 8 weeks.
They get every kid, don't they? They're like, where's the kid at?
The relative peace of the ceasefire is a distant memory. Once again, Gaza is an active war zone. And once again, for Palestinians, nowhere feels safe.
There is nothing. There's no civil defense, there are no ambulances, there's no medical services.
Rescue crews say they no longer have working machinery to search for survivors under the rubble. People offer each other what little comfort they can.
People are just lying on the ground. There are body parts everywhere. There are dozens of victims.
There is growing fear that Israel is expanding its assault, bombing southern Gaza, areas it previously described as safe. Living in terror, Palestinians brace for more attacks and cling to the hope another ceasefire will take hold. Katia Lopez-Hodayan.
Are they really just like? Oh, supposedly.
Let's go live to Tariq Abu Azoum. He's joining us from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Tariq,
they gave them like pamphlets, but they had a QR code, so you had to have a phone to scan it.
Searching for survivors.
Oh, weird.
Yes, the situation there is very complex as they have been widely attacked by the Israeli occupation forces during the day, where a residential building belonging to Abu Ubaid family being completely destroyed. More than 100 Palestinians have been killed due to this airstrike. Also, one of the victims is the Professor Sufyan Taye. He is the president of the Islamic University of Gaza. This academic person had been killed alongside with his family members in this airstrike. The Jabalia refugee camp generally had been under the Israeli fire during the last couple of hours, and in particular during the last hour, a series of explosions have been reported heard in the Jabalia refugee camp in the vicinity of Kamal Adwan Hospital, and even in separate areas where the confrontations also are taking place. The attacks in the north of the Gaza Strip continued, exacerbating all humanitarian conditions where people and even civil defense crews are trying to evacuate and pull victims from under the rubble, but this process is very complex due to the lack of equipment and even the risk and the danger that might be resulted during the process of evacuation, as Israel is attacking everything in the north of the territory.
And Tariq, as we've mentioned, this is not the first time this refugee camp, Jabalia refugee camp, have been hit. Do we know why it's been repeatedly targeted?
Yes, the Jabalia refugee camp is one of the most densely populated areas, which is full of residents, and even from the Israeli perspective, considered to be, as they claim, a center for operations for the Palestinian fighters. So the Israeli occupation forces had multiply hit the Jabalia refugee camp. They have attacked hospitals, bakeries, civil facilities, and even they attacked United Nations-run shelters. But the fact is that the majority of the victims that had been resulted from these attacks are civilians, where complete residential neighborhoods had been flattened on the ground, and the vast majority of them were young children and women. But meanwhile, people are still there in the north of the Gaza Strip. They refuse to leave simply because they clearly understand that there is no any safe place in Gaza Strip, as even families who had fled from the north to the south of Gaza Strip had been bombarded, and during the last couple of days, the south of the Gaza Strip was the main concentration for the Israeli airstrikes, where only in Khan Yunis city during the last 24 hours, more than 50 air raids had been conducted against different residential buildings, and more than 100 Palestinians have been killed as well.
Tariq, thank you very much for that. That is Tariq Abu Razoum with the very latest live in Gaza. The Palestinian Red Crescent says it's received around 58 trucks through the Rafah crossing. These are the first trucks to enter Gaza since the ceasefire ended. 3/4 of Gaza's population, about 1.7 million people, have been displaced by Israel's bombardment of the Strip. Many are struggling to access food, clean water and basic medical supplies. Israel has pulled negotiators from its intelligence agency Mossad out of Qatar. It's blaming a deadlock in negotiations to secure a new ceasefire in the conflict. Ali Hashim has more from Doha.
The negotiations stopped after the end of the first truce that ended on the 30th of November. Now, the Israeli delegation, the Mossad delegation, was asked to leave Doha as per the statement issued by Israel's Prime Minister office. They were joined here by delegations from the United States of America, also a security team, and Egypt, and they were all hosted by Qatar. Now, the first phase saw the Israelis releasing Palestinian women and children detained in Israeli prisons, many of them without even being sentenced, and Hamas releasing a number of Israelis who were taken as captives on the 7th of October. Now the Israelis are requesting that Hamas releases the female military personnel, which Hamas is saying this is not going to be with the same price that was put on in the previous swap. So this was the main issue, especially that there are now categories and different price tags, if it's right to say, for the swaps. In this regard, the negotiations are stopped, but this doesn't mean that it has stopped forever, because the mediation continues, and Qatar is still exerting efforts in order to secure another truce in Gaza.
The French president is traveling to Qatar to help broker a new ceasefire in Gaza. Speaking at the UN Climate Summit in Dubai, Emmanuel Macron said France was concerned after Israeli forces resumed bombing the Gaza Strip on Friday. He warned that any perception in the region that Palestinian lives are worth less than Israeli lives would further fuel the cycle of violence.
I think this is the moment when Israeli authorities need to more precisely define their end goals. What does total destruction of Hamas mean? And does anyone think it is possible? If it is the aim, the war will last 10 years. There can be no long-term security for Israel in the region if that security comes at the price of Palestinian lives, affecting public opinion in the region.
Also speaking in Dubai, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris said Washington will not allow the forced relocation of Palestinians from Gaza or the occupied West Bank. She says the U.S. is holding discussions with regional powers to agree on the
soggy and wet over and over, and then it starts disintegrating in my hand and shit because it's a chewable. He does it intentionally.
And that begins with planning for what happens the day after the fighting
it happens
ends.
like every day. It's pretty annoying.
Shortly after October 7th, President Biden and I began discussions with our national security team about post-conflict Gaza. We have begun to engage partners in the region and around the world in these conversations, and this has been a key priority over the last 8 weeks. 5 principles guide our approach for post-conflict Gaza. No forcible displacement, no reoccupation, no siege or blockade, no reduction in territory, and no use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. We want to see a unified Gaza and West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And Palestinian voices and aspirations must be at the center of this work.
Let's go to our State Department.
Like if I don't keep my hand underneath
She's joining us
his
live from
mouth,
Washington, D.C. Very strong words from the U.S. Vice President
he'll try
reiterating
to
the U.S.
flick it
position
away
on the
from him
displacement of people in Gaza, Ross, but very big
onto
questions
the
over just how
floor.
much
He
pressure
does
it's
it.
willing to exert
He's
on
done
its
it multiple
ally.
times now.
The U.S. Vice President Kamala
Got
Harris
skills.
made these comments to reporters while in Dubai on Saturday. She went on to say that the point has been made very forcefully to Israeli officials, both publicly and privately, that the U.S. does not want to see intentional targeting of civilians inside Gaza, that Israel must do everything possible to avoid harming civilians, even as it goes after Hamas leadership and fighters inside the territory. The Vice President, also talked about the need to basically start looking at how to help the people inside Gaza with what she called 3 points, trying to deal with the need to rebuild the infrastructure and essential facilities inside Gaza, notably hospitals and bakeries. She also talked about 2 other points that involve the Palestinian Authority. One, strengthening the PA's ability to provide security inside Gaza and to make a security deployment possible at some point, as well as making certain that it is the Palestinian Authority that is in charge of the political situation inside Gaza, removing Hamas once and for all from the political infrastructure inside Gaza. This is a situation that the U.S. has become very much seized of, again, given that in the first 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, Russia, Ukraine, and China have been much more important foreign policy priorities for this administration than has been the Israeli-Palestinian question.
Ross, thank you very much for that. That's our State Department correspondent, Rosalind Jordan, live in Washington, D.C. Let's go live now to Sarah Khairat. She's joining us from Tel Aviv. And Sarah, it sounds like Israel is saying a lot more about war than about any possibility of reviving the ceasefire negotiations.
Yeah, certainly all of the statements from the Israeli military as well as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu since that ceasefire ended are all towards the continuation of this war. And interestingly, the word that is also being used is ferocious. So they're saying they're coming back harder than before the ceasefire. They're also confirming that they are operating in areas they didn't operate in previously. And that was during a situational assessment by the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who said that they were operating in places and expanding their movement, certainly in terms of their ground offensive. And we know that the military had confirmed that they targeted more than 400 targets, they said, not just in the north, but also in the south, adding that they will go after any Hamas commander also in the south, indicating that that's what they're aiming for, that it's not just a focus up in the north or the center, but that they're further moving southwards, which has always been a concern and a worry for those living in Gaza, that they would eventually be operating in all of the Gaza Strip, certainly especially because Israel has said that they will be taking over that security after the war ends. And they said it will be going on for a very long time. Another statement here from the Army Chief of Staff in the last few minutes saying that we are focused on the dismantling of Hamas. And this is the kind of thing they keep using, this word dismantling. And this is the focus that they're looking at, especially, they said, to create conditions, he said, for the return of additional abductees. It seems that the message that the government here is sending, certainly to the public and for the families of those held captive, is that the only way that they will be able to return back the rest of those that are held captive is by carrying out this military offensive.
And how is that message being received by the families of the remaining captives?
Well, the families are gathered here in what's become known as Hostage Square, where a rally is held every Saturday, and they're starting to gather because actually the rally starts now. Last week we saw an estimated 100,000 people. Whether we'll see that many this time, it's unclear at the moment. It seems a little bit quieter than the usual, and that's perhaps because the ceasefire has ended and a lot more people are worried to leave their homes because of the the rockets, if you like, from Hamas coming into the southern and central Israel, which we've been seeing happening since the ceasefire, including today. We are expected to hear from the defense minister anytime now, as well as the prime minister himself. This will be happening just behind us here in what's the Ministry of Defense, also known as Kiryat locally. So I'm sure the families will find out more on that. But they have requested, it seems, a meeting, a face-to-face meeting with all of the war cabinet members because they want clearly an update on what's the situation. They're very worried. Many people have been saying from the families that this has become a massive blow to them because they really were hoping that more family members would be released. And this is just a big setback from them, especially because a number of bodies, it seems, have been, the Israelis have confirmed that there are a number of captives that have been killed since the October 7th, since they were taken into Gaza, and that's just come about in the last 24 hours. So a real major concern, clearly, for the families of those held captive.
Sarah, thank you very much for that. That is Sarah Hayrat with the latest live in Tel Aviv. And still ahead on Al Jazeera, and nowhere safe to go. We hear from displaced Palestinians in Gaza forced to move again in the hope of avoiding Israeli attacks.
Premium.
يقول لك قال ضاربين حماد ثاني العباد ايسر طعم الفؤاد لا طعم الفؤاد العباد الايسر انت ما تحبش يا عمي مش مشهور لا العباد فؤاد فؤاد هم فؤاد العباد ايسر تعال جس فؤاد فؤاد اللي في نص ويرن عليكم كل لك وين ده في الجرار وهم ساكنين أقوى من الكاس الصفان هي راسك مرات أنا مستعد لأي طارة ادينا تلفون أنا عندي هذه المنصة ايش وين
As Israel ramps up its attacks in Gaza, negotiators from its intelligence agency Mossad have been recalled from Doha. It's blaming a deadlock in negotiations to secure
territory
a new
from Gaza.
ceasefire.
On the contrary, that is creating security zones where you have a special situation on the ground, which.
Yeah, he's only been talking for like, I don't know, a few seconds actually.
Foreign spokesperson Mark Regev illustrating at least one key component, a buffer zone. Take a listen.
And so in a post-conflict reality, a post-Hamas reality, Israel will maintain for the foreseeable future overall security control. That will be a necessary prerequisite of any post-Hamas reality. Now, if you ask me about
America just said that
let me be
that
clear.
can happen, though.
You won't have a
Didn't it?
situation in the future where you can have Hamas terrorists on the border, directly on the border, positioned just to cross over and kill our people again. There will have to be security arrangements on the ground to prevent that from happening. That is not Israel taking territory from Gaza. On the contrary, that is creating security zones where you have a special situation on the ground which limits the ability of people to enter Israel to kill our people. It's common sense. The Israelis will never stand for a situation that they had until October 7th.
Back here in studio with Police Commander Me'av Lapidot. Ms. Lapidot, in terms of the day after talk, again, it is becoming more prevalent, and yet not in Jerusalem, in the sense that perhaps Israel should get more proactive when it comes to the solutions of the day after. For example, we've heard what seem to be historic remarks by the leader of the Islamic Rama party here in Israel, Mansour Abbas, with truly brave remarks at first to CNN, saying that peace can be sustainable or be sustained if the terror groups will lay down their arms. Then, after some criticism, harsh criticism from Arab factors, taking it back a bit, saying that they will give up their arms only after a Palestinian state. But either way, it seems that Israel is letting others to talk about it, at least for the time being. Is that wise?
I think this is kind of strategy, because they don't want to talk about the day after, but when you're talking about the day after, it means that you are in the end of the war.
Right.
And from the state of Israel, we're just in the beginning of the war. One of the two goals of the war is to eliminate Hamas, and as I understand, we did harm them very severely, but they are not close to elimination. So to talk about it now, it's going to be a bad strategy.
Right.
It's not right for the state of Israel to talk about the end of the war and what's going to be on the day after. I'm sure that behind the scenes, between the Israelis and the United States and Emirates, there is talking about that with private conversations and private negotiations. But up loud, it's not right for the state of Israel to talk about it now, not until we will finish all our goals of the war and all our hostages are going to be back. Only then we can talk about the day after.
Yeah, and we're still far away from that, unfortunately. And 8 weeks after what more or less hearing crickets from the United Nations, UN Women finally addressing the horrific sexual assaults by Hamas on Israeli women on October 7th, rapes, mutilation, sexual abuse. But even after 57 days, the condemnation of the body that is supposed to protect all women everywhere is far weaker than the basic code of humanity demands. And the Israeli ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, is saying that he will soon reveal more evidence, as if there are needed, for sexual abuse and mutilation and rape of Israeli women on October 7th. Ms. Lapidot, the term betrayal perhaps doesn't even start to illustrate what women here in Israel have been feeling in the past 2 months.
It hurts. It just hurts, because when journalists say about the Russian in the Ukrainian border that there were rape, everybody around the world went out, condemned it, and said,
and rightfully
it is horrific.
So. Right?
Yeah, no one asked for objective investigation. No investigation should be taken while all the victims of rape, and you can see that over their bodies, they are dead. That not only they assault them, they rape them, and they kill them, and afterwards they are, they violate their memory by not accepting the fact that they suffered such horrible crimes. in their very last moments. So I really can't understand how women all around the world, and it doesn't matter if you support Free Palestine or you support Israel or you support I don't know what. Every woman in the world should say no rape, no matter what. There is no reason in the world that could justify raping a woman and assaulting her and cut their limbs and other stuff that I would not say here on television. This is so outrageous, and it hurts me personally 100%. To see that our blood, our Israeli women blood, is less important than others.
Yeah, me too. Unless you're a Jew, there is this online campaign, and it's exactly that: the demand for context all of a sudden, and evidence that is not applicable in any other situation.
And okay, we have proof. You can look at the bodies. Everything is documented. The Israel police had notified and gave this documentation, and there is 47 minutes of
discussion at the beginning of the war of whether it was 40 beheaded babies or 40 dead babies, that only some of them were beheaded, as if one beheaded baby,
even one, is not worth enough. You have to have 40. 100? What is the price of dead babies for you to be horrified? Well, exactly. Just tell us, what is the price?
Exactly, and before we wrap it up, Ms. Lapidot, you served many years in the police forces, and in this respect, there is the issue of evidence here, and it's quite impossible to collect the forensics that are needed to conduct a classic, quote unquote, sexual assault case here.
They do have some evidence, like and testimonials, like from Zaka persons, that they were the one who came first to all the scenes of after the massacre, and they saw like a family in one room shot dead, and in the other room a girl of this family, 19 years old, where her pants is down and she is bleeding. So it's not proof of rape because nobody is there to see that, to talk to her, but you can understand that if all the family was shot dead and she is without her pants bleeding,
and there are still people who demand proof and explanation and whatnot. Well, Merav Lapidot, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We will be back at the top of the hour with the Israeli Prime Minister and the Defense Minister. Thanks for watching.
Israel is in a state of war.
Families completely gunned down in their beds.
We have no idea where is she.
As our soldiers are fighting on the front line, but the general perception is something that certainly needs to be followed.
Is it a commercial?
يا جماعة عيب واحضر لي مال
تتحمل ضرايبك
خلص يا جماعة خلص
مالك يا خيال بتفكرني ماليش عيلة ولا ولد صغير انا بطار الكحلوت انا روح اسأل عني يا حبيبي اذا بتعرفنيش روح اسأل عني يا حبيبي
عيب يا جماعة عيب واحضر
لا لا الكاميرا لايف
حبيبي بتقطع ولا
مالك يا
يا عم
يا عم خلص طلع يا عم انت وين شغل ايش دخلك انت
اطلع من الخيمه اطلع من الخيمه
خذوا سنتنا قال ايش دخلك يا زلمه
اطلع من الخيمه اطلع من الخيمه
يا عم صل على النبي
تعال شويه
صل على النبي صل على النبي الكاميرا هذه
يا راجل كلم الشرطه تعال بقول لك معاي
Dude, they're telling him to shut the camera off.
خلص هي زميلك تعال
Because they're fighting. Because they were like, live, camera. I could hear that. They were telling him to settle down because the live stream was there. And then they were like, we'll turn this shit off then. I know how to speak their language.
خلص يا عم خلي يا رجل خلص انت بتتحل يا جماعه
they're still talking about the camera. Oh no. Well, that dude's got an eyebrow. Goes all the way across.
فيش كاميرا ضفوها خلاص والله ما يقعد فيها الكاميرا
So Taylor, how you doing, man? That's white. I see it. Are you close to them right now, Taylor? Are you in the middle of the ocean?
اقرب زوم عشان الروس اللي هنا مو حنصور
Crackers, Simon? Oh, he smells his fishy. Simon, I think we gotta put the movie for now on. I left replies on your channel. Why didn't you join the Discord, man? Why didn't you join the Discord? Send you around in circles? What's that mean? Why? Where? Mine does? Time is it? Stop the screen for West Coast. Bro. I thought they were about to shout orders down. I'm eating a Mediterranean breakfast. We're having matzah crackers, Jewish crackers, and sardines. Look at that. Sardines and tomato.
لا ابراهيم ما يجاك كاسب لا هي
Discord said, what do you mean it sends you in circles? Did it take me back to screens that I already did? Dude. Oh man. It sounds like you have an issue with technology in general. Yeah. Are you sure you want to be a streamer? I saw that, man. What's oldish? How old are you? Like, roughly? 9:30 at night where you're at? Really? Oh, so you're a couple hours difference in them. Not too far away. Oh, is he? You're not that old. He's barely older than me. Got the fish, got the cracker. Dude, you guys join this. Come on, man. Make it happen. Hey, we can start with troubleshooting your Discord problem. Unless you were trolling me yesterday. Still could be. What weed emoji? What do you mean? Your weed emoji is the new awesome emoji. I don't think we have that. Twitch won't allow it. They even turned me down when I called it a torch. Or... we need to call it a cigarette. Think they'll allow that? I don't want to promote smoking cigarettes though.
يا عم اعوج اهدى شوي والله تهدى.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go through this right now, dude. I already said I'm gonna do that on stream. That's why I said Discord. Doing something. I'm trying to read everybody else's comments, not trying to troubleshoot. I don't. Well, man, there was a ceasefire, now there's not a ceasefire. And they're hitting them hard.
didn't have time to take over because of the lull. It's the Jabalia refugee camp, which is completely encircled. It's the Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza City, and east of Gaza City, the Shejaiya neighborhood, which is very close to the border with Israel. And in those places, the army has urged the residents to leave. There is an interactive map with hundreds of polygons with a number, and if you live in a particular number and they tell you need to evacuate, then the population should evacuate because it's going to be the site of a major fighting. In the central sector of the Gaza Strip, in Khan Yunis, there's been this morning they said that there were 50 airstrikes on Khan Yunis in the past 24 hours, but that count has increased obviously because the communique was published in the morning. All in all, 400 strikes in the 24 hours between yesterday morning and this morning. Artillery, navy, airplanes, helicopters, everything is involved, including tanks, but the ground offensive in the central sector and in the southern sector of the Gaza Strip has not started yet. There's going to be a press conference in about 20 minutes by the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who said while he was on a tour of an artillery position on the border with the Gaza Strip that there are new zones of fighting. He didn't say more. It was a very elliptic declaration, but in any case, it's obvious that the army is gearing up for a ground offensive.
It doesn't make any sense why that's okay,
to the center and to the south of the Gaza Strip, while taking over some residues, some pockets, some neighborhoods that haven't been taken over in the northern sector.
They didn't see my joint until I got the suspension, so I don't know, maybe the suspension triggered them to look at me.
In the south. I-24 News correspondent Pierre Clochandler, thank you very much for this. Much more from Pierre, of course, later on in the evening. And back here in studio with Ms. Merav Lapidot. Ms. Lapidot, thank you very much for staying with us. Well, there was this notion that given the American pressure, if I may, to keep on going, to see Hamas eliminated, and yet with a different modus operandi. It seems that the Israeli military is creative enough to come up with this solution, so to speak, dividing the south into separate blocks that will enable the Israeli military to give specific evacuation orders and then operate. So again, seems like a creative solution, that's for certain.
It's just it would suck to put a lot of time in making that, and then it get rejected.
Go on with
that's
the
all.
operative ground forces in Gaza Strip without letting the states know that we take under very deep consideration the fact that we do not want to harm innocent people of Gaza.
Probably red flagged.
Tuning into the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
They refuse to return 17 women and children held hostage by them, 15 women and 2 children. As a result of this decision by Hamas not to adhere to the agreement, and according to the War Cabinet decisions, I have instructed the IDF to renew the fire already yesterday morning. I saw the outcomes from up close over the last 24 hours. Yesterday I saw them from the cockpit in the combat IDF helicopter, and today I saw it with the combatants, the fighters, combat soldiers on the ground in southern Gaza Strip. We have gone back to fighting by the IDF. We have returned from to the very point where we stopped, and what we see before us is to achieve the goals of the war, meaning to defeat Hamas, to destroy its military capabilities and its organizational capabilities. We will not allow it to continue to rule, and to bring back the hostages to their homes. As long as Hamas will not adhere to the agreement, we will continue to reinforce the power and the fire. We will continue to do everything in our power in order to achieve the goals we have set for ourselves. I would like to tell you that I monitor from up close the IDF's actions, as well as their manifestations in their conduct of the terror organization. About a month ago, when we were about to conduct our ground movement, Hamas thought they could stop us. They thought they could separate and cause a rift in Israeli society between those who will continue in their position that we should only stand on the line but only to negotiate and not to go in, and those who will say, forget the hostages, let's go in and defeat Hamas. Well, we have found a solution for this situation, and we now know, everyone knows in Hamas and in Israel, that as long as you deepen the military actions, you achieve two goals. The first, you strike Hamas relentlessly and you destroy and kill more terrorists, more of its commanders, more of its terror infrastructures, tunnels and headquarters. But in this action, we also reach a point where they want a moment of silence, and in exchange for that are willing to pay with something very important, and that is hostages. The outcome of this action has brought to the return of 114 hostages to date, some of them Israeli civilians, most of them, and some foreign civilians. But there was another thing Hamas thought. Hamas thought that its forces will be able to stop the IDF. It thought that Iran and Hezbollah will come to its aid. And now every commander in the southern part of the Gaza Strip understands what happened in the north. Every commander in Khan Yunis or in Rafah knows well that what happened in Shati, in Bet Lahia, in Bet Hanun, in El Furqan, in Zaytun, where these battalions were broken down by the IDF, the ground, air and naval forces. That's what's awaiting them too. What is between IDF's success and the destruction of a battalion in southern Gaza or anywhere else is simply what IDF will do, not what Hamas will determine. And therefore, this demoralization in Hamas has starting to happen, and the outcomes are accordingly. It has been 8 weeks since the war began, 3 weeks of fire action, 4 weeks of ground attacks, and 1 week of bringing the hostages back. And I think that our achievements are grand. There are thousands of terrorists who have been killed, dozens of headquarters, hundreds of terabytes of information brought to us, hundreds of terrorists who have become hostages and are now being interrogated in Israel, and more. All of that was achieved thanks to a determined action and very successful action by the IDF. And there is one more thing. We are in possession of 110 live civilians and unfortunately also 3 bodies that have been returned in IDF actions of hostages. Such an achievement, 110 live hostages, has not been achieved by any other military organization against a terror organization, not against Al-Qaeda, not against ISIS, not against Boko Haram. We have achieved that against Hamas due to our very strong power, due to our fatal precision, and the IDF, assisted by the ISA and other organizations, have reached that, and I think that should be commendable. 4 weeks since the ground maneuver has ended, and it is clear the military pressure has led to the achievement of 2 goals: the military achievement and its success, as well as the return of hostages to Israeli territory, to their homes, to their families. I would once again reiterate right now, Hamas has violated the agreement that we have reached with it together with Egypt, Qatar and the United States, and it has come from the other side. Every child and woman that have returned are a world for their families. They have filled our hearts with joy, but they have also strengthened our commitment to return all hostages until the very last of them. It is the IDF's commitment, the defense establishment's commitment. It is a personal commitment of mine to achieve this goal. any discussion on the future of other hostages before Hamas has brought back those it has committed to is like giving up on the 17 women and children who are in Hamas's hands, and we insist that Hamas adhere to the agreement it has reached with us. And to end, I would like to say briefly something about the person who is in charge of these outcomes. It is the IDF, not a person, the IDF, Mossad, Israel Police, Shabak, ISA, and all defense establishments. I meet them with them every day. I see them, I see the commanders, I meet the soldiers, I meet the senior ranks, higher ranks, and lower ranks. And I want to tell you, Israeli citizens, that you can take pride in these organizations and people. You can rely on them. The IDF and defense establishment are the reason that Israel has life. Thanks to them, we will continue to deepen our accomplishments, and I will say very clearly to you all, we can win, and we will be able to win and defeat Hamas and to achieve our goals. We will break it down militarily and governmentally, and we will also return the hostages to their homes. I am convinced of that from the bottom of my heart, being very well acquainted with the Israeli defense establishment and the fighting forces. Yonatan Rave, Kan 11. What is the assessment about the Bibas family? Are the children alive? I would like to say that they have been kidnapped from their homes and they have been filmed, as everyone has seen, alive. Everything else has to be proven by Hamas. They have committed to returning them, to returning 100 hostages. 17 are left. Some have come back due to agreement, some have come back due to IDF actions. And at the end, we want all 17 back. The 2 Bibas children and the 15 women held by Hamas. It is Hamas's commitment, aside from any other commitment, and as a result of the agreement that we have reached. Sagi Almog Cohen, Channel 14. After a month of ground attack, Israel is only in control of 50% of Gaza. Will it now be expanded? And is the United States trying to stop us, and how are we reacting? The goal of the war and the fighting and the part of this ground maneuver is not to control the Gaza Strip permanently in the context of territory. The goal is to destroy the enemy and destroy its infrastructure. And we are doing that from the air, from the ground, with maneuvering forces, with artillery forces, and of course the help of intelligence, air and navy. Gaza alone, the city of Gaza alone, is over half of the power of Hamas. I would even say 60%. That's where its main headquarters are, that's where the strong battalions are, that's where there are tunnels, and that's where Hamas has been stricken very badly. We have a few more things to accomplish and complete. Then we will continue to do what we need across the Gaza Strip, and I think that there is understanding from the United States, as in Israel and in other places, that we cannot live alongside the monster called Hamas, the ISIS of Gaza, and to continue and live this way. And there's another aspect to it as well. It is a message conveyed to all of our enemies, anyone who tries to hurt Israeli citizens so brutally, our women, our children, our civilians, that's their fate. Doron Kadosh, Galei Tzahal. Minister of Defense, the airstrikes around Khan Yunis have been increasing in recent hours, and since some of the hostages have come back, we know that some of them have been held there too. What can you say to the hostages' families, those who are still being held in Gaza and are worried that the IDF strikes may hurt their hostages who have not yet returned? We are taking it all into account. Releasing hostages who are alive is an overarching goal of the IDF and defense establishment. The way to do that is through action, and aggressive action against Hamas, but while trying to maintain the lives of civilians. I think the defense establishment in its entirety has presented very remarkable accomplishments in this area. Yuda Schlesinger, Israel Hayom. Thank you. Minister of Defense, last week the soldiers in the depth of Gaza have been told to remove graffiti from the walls of structures and buildings in Gaza. Did you know about this instruction? Does it sound like a logical instruction to risk the lives of soldiers for removing graffiti? I don't want to go into tactical events and in this respect of what you're saying. Maybe what you're saying there micro-tactically, maybe there is resonance to what you're saying, but instructions are being given, orders are being given out, and they are binding. We have clear goals. The IDF has clear goals. The Chief of General Staff and IDF commanders are performing these commands very well, these orders very well, and I think they also know how to balance them out. Balance out between what they ask the soldiers to do and what they demand of them. And I think that in that respect, whatever the Chief of General Staff and Command General and Chief decide is what we go along with in the defense establishment. Ori Rubinstein, Ynet, Minister of Defense, the death of hostages, the bodies of whom are being held by Hamas. Are the hostages saying they have witnessed their killing? From the day one, we have been in possession of an incorporated, combined, integrated intelligence body of the defense establishment. Aluf Nitzan Alon, General Nitzan Alon is heading it, and they are in coordination with all the defense establishment, ISA, Mossad, the military intelligence, and together with me and the Chief of General Staff and the Cabinet, we are collecting intelligence and information from any source we have of any kind possible, and nothing we do is done as an afterthought. There's no commitment that is not ensured and guaranteed very clearly, and there is no statement that is made unless something has been examined very thoroughly. And unfortunately, we are dealing with a very murderous terror organization, and in that respect, we are constantly clarifying to ourselves who our enemy is and what our goal and mission are. Liran Weinstein, Srugim. Defense Minister, I'm Liran Weinstein from Srugim. The IDF has called for the Khan Yunis population to go southwards. That means that the area of the southern Gaza is becoming very, very dense, very highly populated. What are you going to do after the defeat of Hamas and while IDF is taking action? We have no intention of hurting civilians. We are fighting terrorists. We are fighting terror cells. We are fighting sites from which terror is generated, and we are trying to save damage to civilians, and therefore we are warning them in advance without risking the IDF's actions. I think it is done very well. As you have all seen what happened in the northern Gaza Strip when many civilians moved southwards, we will try to do the very same in southern Gaza until we complete all of our missions. Thank you very much.
Hey, we didn't see Hugo.
Yes, and that was Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant taking the podium tonight after the ceasefire ended as Hamas breached the terms of the agreement, not releasing more hostages as agreed upon, and the fighting on the ground went back to action mode. Later on in the evening, we are expecting to hear from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as well, and we will be bringing you those statements live as they come in. But now we want to welcome Major General Eitan Dangot, former coordinator of government activities in the Palestinian territories. Thank you very much, Major General Dangot, for joining us. Well, it is very clear there was an agreement. Hamas did not stand up to it. Again, not releasing another batch of Israeli hostages, and so we are seeing the resumption of fire for the time being from the air, but we're already seeing preparations to launch anew the ground activity.
Yes, I think that it's the situation that Hamas blocked the continuing of opportunities to continue with releasing the hostages. It's very clear that Israel make it the first priority now and the first important thing, and it would be respect if Hamas had respected as well the opportunities and bring on the list. But from around the half of the procedure, the days that were worked, you already had some signs that Hamas is making more and more problems. The answer is why. I think that we can start with the fact that Sinwar, in his strategic, decided that it is worth for him to make now a stop because he will achieve more. What is for him more? For him more is to stay as an entity. I think he is quite clear that he will be able to survive based on the underground area. On the other hand, he based a lot, in my opinion, because this is a normal guy, Sinwar, and he think in his way, that the pressure on Israel by the international community concerning humanitarian and other thing will force Israel to stop the fire. Yeah. Secondly, it will achieve more with the release, because don't forget Sinwar's goal from the moment he was released from the jail in Shalit agreement. What he has promised to himself and to his colleagues in the jail, that he will release everybody of them. So now Israel is under already a military operation. What you say, don't divide between fire or maneuvering as different acts. They are together. This is the way that Israel is active in two main places, in the east part of the north part of the Gaza, where we are controlling most of the area.
And sending Gazans now to head west, not south, but west.
Yes. On the other end, to the south, we have also, it looks like already we open a very strong fire towards goals, towards targets that already were being prepared, and we know what is the intelligence behind it in the area of Khan Yunis, in some areas, and there is a direction to the people to move toward the west under the conditions or the principles that United States made. It means not to make a damage to the humanitarian issue, right, and not to make strikes on area with civilians.
And to that point, exactly, Major General Dangot, we are seeing some sort of a solution, because the notion, and we've been discussing it in length here in the studio in the days preceding this renewal of the ground activity, it was either a short, aggressive action or a long, more precise action. Now it seems that there is some sort of a creative solution, dividing the mostly the southern part of the Gaza Strip into
y'all can create polls by doing that. I forgot about that.
Giving more precise evacuation orders and allow
you guys can
a more aggressive activity.
This has been added to the fight. I think a lot because we wanted to bring our timetable or clock time of the war to be much more, let's say, friendly to the needs of the IDF. What does it mean? That we strengthen it with this division of areas of the population to move them in some places where we will be, and it will be a clear language towards the civilian. And there is, of course, benefit from the military fight when it's not has a lot of civilians on this area, and of course for the humanitarian issue. So it's something to help them and us to bring the goals of the war much more safety towards the most of the civilians.
And before we will go live to the hostage square in Tel Aviv, Major General Dangot, where especially this week there is a mass demonstration there, especially as the ceasefire ended and it's back to war now. It seems that Israel is giving a narrow yet an existing leeway for Hamas, not relaunching the attack in full force, opening a small window for diplomatic proceedings to exhaust themselves fully.
The principle of Israel that in any moment will return the priorities for the hostages and will be some open window and doors for these procedures. I'm sure that we will consider immediately how to respect. Now it's a wall. It's a wall because of Hamas. And I think that the activities has been, first of all, where the plan is prepared for its success. Secondly, it has the option, the flexibility. Nowadays, you see that the delegation has left of Mossad, left Doha, and stopped the discussion. Let's say that when it comes during the fire, it will be negotiation while there will be a fire, not as it was before.
But do you think that we will see more day-to-day type of a framework as we've seen now, this model of one group released every single day, or more comprehensive?
That can be, but it has connection to one thing, to the movement and the success of the IDF, the maneuvering inside the areas, and according to it will give in orders. It's something that will be under assessment, a daily or the hours assessment, to see what is going and prevent such kind of any kind of damage to the population, to uninvolved people that should not be there. From humanitarian point, one thing I can assure you, Hamas has everything on the underground. What entered to Gaza was first of all, was taken basic to the underground
Hamas terrorists are not hungry.
Sinwar well prepared now with fuel, with food, because of this shipment. Inside Gaza, the main area that is very close to Rafah area, because of the short distance, has a lot of things, and it will be much more simple to bring and to support them with the needs of those people.
And Major General Dangot, we are awaiting to hear for the first time some of the hostages that were released from Hamas captivity in this past week. Speaking on this podium in Tel Aviv, we're seeing the masses already rallying there, and tragically enough, all wearing orange shirts in solidarity with this family of redheads, the Bibas family, that is part of the Israeli nation's heart now, and that Hamas, perhaps because it became such a symbol, is not letting them go. There was this notion that if you pursue a military campaign, you will not be able to release hostages, and vice versa, that if you engage in a ceasefire, you will not go back to a military action. And in the past week, we've seen it goes both ways. Is the next exit point, so to speak, to allow another ceasefire accessible?
I think, as I told you, the answer is quite positive. It will be, because this is the duty of the war cabinet towards the civilians, towards those who were such tragic damage from the 7th of October. So if it comes, they will find a way. By the way, the heavy weight on the shoulders of the cabinet, of the war cabinet, now to decide, is coming more and more high and bring a tense. We don't have to hide. There is now a tense between the campaign. It's not campaign, it's a real something from the heart of those families and people that are waiting for their families to return back, for the father or the baby or the elders to return. They were in a success of 1 week that it started to run. And of course, when you cut it, I understand them, and they are right from their point of view. On the other end, what is the other side is making with the Israeli government? You see, like they bring us to the corner. We didn't have any choice in order to continue. When time comes again, and this 2 point between the military activities and the issue of the hostages will be met again, the priority will be given for surely for releasing of the hostages. But the tense that this kind of attacks can risk some of those people that we don't know exactly where they hide is logic. this kind of claim.
It's
It
logic.
exists, but at the end
It's
you have
logic.
to take a decision that look of all
Think
the
about it.
issue.
It's logic.
But we will not put aside that the high priority will be for those release of people. The clock time that is running is not a good message to their future for staying in life.
And this is
The clock
perhaps
time
why
that's
we've
running.
seen today the Mossad chief marking a
Bro,
clear line
somebody
in the
give this
sand.
guy an actual
because,
English
what
class.
we understand is that
Where does
Hamas
he-
wanted
where is he
to
taking
change
these
this
things?
list
That
of
the
potential
English
hostages
is my
to be
second language?
released not according to the criteria that was
That's like
agreed
the first
upon.
one.
Right? And the Mossad is saying, well, enough is enough.
And not this kind of, instead of people to bring bodies and this kind of not releasing all the children that was agreed.
Women,
I don't know how to
And-
speak
and
Hebrew,
the,
okay?
And the women that are there, and they are not
And
willing.
also elderly men.
But I
we
can
need to-
understand
to-
what
to
they're saying
remind
when they
ourselves.
speak Hebrew.
I would add to the categories the elderly and the sick
The
people that
elderly?
we know in advance that came
Sounds
there,
like
didn't
Asian.
get medicines. There is no Red Cross. Red Cross for us is
Does not exist.
it's imagination organization.
Truly.
For others, it's something reality.
What are you talking
So
about?
we
Now they're
have
the ones
to make
like,
a group
they're both
that will be
fucking
based
crying
on a
fucking
mother
babies
that
about
talked with me
everything,
or sent me a
dude.
message yesterday
There's
that her
no
son
Red
there
Cross for
is
us,
not
you
getting
know.
his medicines and he's in a process that she estimates.
They beheaded my baby.
There is some other examples
Well,
about it,
they're
of few people there
killing
in many
multiple
ages.
babies
So the other
at
categories
once.
for groups should be also those who are illness, as we don't have any kind of medical report that no one visited them, and you know from what are telling those who returned
Both
that
sides
they didn't
piss
get
me off when they
anything
whine
or in a
about this
terrible
shit so much.
situation. And
They know what they're there for.
Horrific, awful testimony.
They're there for this, dude. This is why they were born. They see themselves as holy warriors.
Because of this point as well.
Yes, indeed.
People
and
move
Anthony
out there
Blinken,
to
the
be
US
part of
Secretary of State,
it.
was here this past Thursday, 2 days ago. He was asked about the issue of the Red Cross because it was initially thought, or rather stated, that as part of the ceasefire agreement, Red Cross access to the hostages will be guaranteed. Obviously, this is something that we did not see, and even the Secretary of State was quite speechless when asked about
I
it.
hope that the United States will take some measures, like in Trump period, in Trump period, that he makes some measures, a penalty against the UNRWA about their inactivities and the way that they were as a terror organization, the way they cooperate with Hamas in Gaza. Now I think that the President Biden, which has fully respect and I say even love in Israel by the population, would take some measures in order to punish the Red Cross in budget or in other thing. Cannot be that the Red Cross will decide who has the right to get its services and who is not have the rights for it.
And by the way, the Red Cross services, as you put it, Major General Dangot, should not be stipulated in any agreement to begin with, because this is according to their charter. Every human being, regardless of an agreement.
That was exactly what I mean in this issue.
Well, you've mentioned the U.S., and I do want to circle back to the visit here, the fourth visit here of U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken since October 7th.
Why are they showing
when it comes
this?
to the objectives of
Oh,
the
is this
war,
happening
and
right now?
If
But
we thought that
Wait a second.
there is this international club.
He's
this
in
evening
Tel
that
Aviv.
we talked
I
about,
thought that was
and yet
Donald
it
Trump's
was
son
very
for a
clear,
second.
Made clear yet again,
Dude, I was
that
like, what the
Washington,
fuck is
Biden
he doing
administration
there?
is fully on board when it comes to the goal, to the objective of dismantling Hamas's military capability and governance ability in the Gaza Strip. And
they were
this is
praying.
as vague as it may sound.
Loudly? I don't hear him praying. We're praying.
It is not really.
I I think that in the United States we have three main obstacles. First, you see that from Biden even statements and from Blinken, they are very understand, agreed, and even are waiting for success
you were
of
saying
the
the
Israeli
Mexicans were
IDF
afraid.
in order to fulfill the mission of destroying the
border
Hamas
jumpers.
entity from the point of civil control and from their military power. Secondly,
used to
they
be.
made some very clear principles to the Israeli war cabinet about the humanitarian issue and also make it clear that the timetable or the clock is working and we have a much more limit time maybe than we have. The third is, the main point is what will be the day after.
Chinese,
This we didn't
Indians,
hear a
all
lot about the plan, but I'm sure, I've been there, that there are discussions about the immediate and the immediate period and about the long term. And when it comes to issues like PA and other kind of principles.
Oh, if you didn't know, Palestinians can travel freely to Venezuela, but they can't travel freely to Israel, Egypt, or Afghanistan, and a plethora of other countries, because they're one of the worst passports to have. They're actually 13th from the bottom or something. They're right next to North Korea as far as worst passports. North Korea has a better passport than they do. But they can travel directly to Venezuela, the country that we're letting come more right on in. So they probably, they're blended in probably. There's probably a few Palestinians that made it in. Few Hamas.
United States is supporting,
Why not?
I believe will be some tense.
They didn't come in through the right way. They came in with the cartels at night on the other side.
His policy
So they wouldn't call.
concerning those who are
They
able
traveled with the group
to take instead
up
of
until
Hamas,
it was time to
the
separate.
responsibility for the Gaza's life, the civil life, and will be on inspectoring the fact that that Gaza will be demobilization and will finish all the threats of security.
So essentially, you're saying that there should be a more
It's just a matter of time
proactive,
before something explodes here, pretty much.
approach,
Is what I'm
from the
getting at.
Israeli leadership when it comes to the day after talk.
And maybe a change of government for such a decision that allowing the PA, I don't see Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, and I will not be sad if they will leave the government and instead of it will come a central government and that will be a sign or represent the real majority of the Israeli society.
And this is perhaps on the sidelines of it, we did hear historic remarks, even the softer version of which are definitely significant. The head of the chairman of the Islamic Arab Ram party here in Israel, Mansour Abbas, telling CNN that there could be peace if terror organizations will lay down their arms, but we will put a stop right here because we want to tune in now to the hostage square in Tel Aviv. Two of captive Israeli children been released from there in this past week. We'll be speaking shortly.
Good evening,
Oh,
everyone.
really?
It's in mixed feelings that I stand
Will
here.
they be
Joy,
talking shit
sadness.
about Hamas?
A miracle has happened to me, and I pray that the miracle will happen to all of you. I am very excited and moved to be here today. At home, Ereziko and Surki wait for me at home, my sweet and beloved children. Moments of light and hope, a great hope, have entered my heart. My own private superheroes have survived and returned. They say it was the Fortnite war game. A game that has become reality.
Fortnite.
A reality that was beyond their imagination. The first sentence they said to me when we met was, "Mommy, you're alive." Mommy, we didn't know you were alive. The uncertainty, who's alive, who's dead, and when will this hell end, accompany all the hostages and leave them there in the dark, helpless. The testimonies are terrible, are devastating. It is a nightmare journey, an event that is unprecedented, during which they have been experiencing and they have been exposed to and they have had to endure terrible conditions and experiences.
Tell us about it.
A situation that no child, man, woman, or any person in the world
that other
should ever
lady was
experience.
like that thank you letter she
because
did.
of their privacy, it is not the time to elaborate on that. It is now the time for us to heal. The long journey and the challenge is hard to recover and heal. We are enveloped in love and support, and we are opening a new chapter. We want to heal, we want to go back to being a whole family. Their father, Ofer Calderon, is still there. Sahar wants her father back.
That'd be pretty rough.
Erez wants his father back. The campaign has not ended, unfortunately. Ofer is a wonderful father. He is a talented man, an artist. He's sensitive. He is a man of space and nature and the outdoors, and he must come out from the darkness and to come back to his life and to his family and children. Don't forget the men. And now, more than ever, because I've already heard some things being said, I understand just how urgent it all is. And I'm now asking once again from all decision makers in Israel and in the world. I would like to thank you heartily for your courage, for your boldness, for the right steps you have taken. You have proven that you can. I am asking you, I am demanding of you, continue this way. Continue in this way. Be determined to the release, the fast release, the immediate release of the hostages. Be creative, be determined. The prices may be high, but there is no price for the lives of the hostages. There is no price for the lives of the hostages. We cannot talk about a future or security for this country as long as there is no safety and security for the hostages. It is our duty as a country, morally, for them. They are still being abandoned for 57 days. I would like to thank the media that have been exposing their sensitivity. Please continue this way. Please leave our heart and their hearts in the headlines until all the hearts be rejoined. I pray that everyone here will have a miracle, but in this case, it is not enough. Miracles are not enough. We also need to take action. Bring them all back home now. The crowd is chanting, now, now, now.
Yes, and that was Das Calderon.
Now that
her
was
children
powerful.
Came back from captivity this week. The testimonies from there are chilling, and only the very beginning of which her husband still there, the children's father, Ofer Calderon, still there in the Gaza Strip, and she's urging, similarly to the tens of thousands who are there at the Hazard Square in Tel Aviv, not to forget anyone, to bring all of them back home. Still with us here in studio, Major General Eitan Dangot. Major General Dangot, how do you conduct negotiations under fire. Oh, and we do perhaps want to go back to the rally. Yes, some of the released hostages are speaking right now.
Yelena Turpanov and Irena Tati are on the stage. Good evening. My name is Irena, the mother of Yelena Turpanov, and I am happy and excited to be here with you this evening. I came here to say thank you, because if it weren't for you all, I would not have been here right now. And now we must continue and bring back my Sasha and everyone, now, right now. The crowd is chanting now.
Добрый вечер. Я Лена, мама
Елена, my Sasha.
быть тут с вами сегодня. Хочу сказать всем спасибо.
She's speaking in Russian, I'm afraid.
Поддержки. И сейчас необходимо продолжить освобождать Сашу и всех заложников немедленно. Акшав!
Right now, she says, and the crowd is chanting alongside her.
Акшав! Туда!
Thank you.
הייתי 49 יום בתופת הזאת. אני מבקשת, מתחננת מכל מקבלי ההחלטות. תוציאו את הילדים, תוציאו את כולם. זה לא קל, לא למשפחות, לא להם ולא למשפחות, ולא לאף אחד. אני מבקשת.
I would like to ask, please, beg, that you bring them back. I would like to ask, and I think that perhaps I can speak for many other mothers and grandmothers who are asking for the same thing. Release the children now. Now. I want to see them now. Not when I'll be in my coffin. Right now, I want to see them. Please. Now's the time. Thank you. We will not stop until they all return, it says.
Oh, I had to thank the guy that helped me. I forgot to give him a thank you.
All of them right now, the crowd is chanting. For your information, if during this event there will be an alert, you will be required to sit on the ground where you are. Remain seated for 10 minutes. It is important to remain in your seats in order not to be hurt. On the eve of October 7th, our society was divided. Since then, we have all learned that our power is in our unity. Our fate is one. Whatever fate it may be, we will go there together. And therefore, now more than ever, we need bridges between the different parts of society. One of the pillars of this bridge is Mr. Shadi Khalul, the head of the Christian Aramaic and Jewish Association. He, together with IDF soldiers and officers and the Arab Christian community, join us in asking and calling and demanding for all hostages to return home now.
Yes, and this rally at the hostage square in Tel Aviv, of course, keeps on going as more testimonies, from the hostages been released are being revealed, and it is becoming clearer and clearer that every second in the hands of the vile Hamas terrorists is a second too much. Still here with us in studio, Major General Eitan Dangot. As we are awaiting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to speak to the public once again tonight, after we've heard the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. And I do want us to go briefly back to what is happening in the southern front, because you've mentioned Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in the street, his state of mind naturally unpredictable, and yet when it comes to his defensive perception, as in Hamas's defense mechanism in the Gaza Strip, it seems, and you will say whether it's the lack of ability or rather a tactic here, that Sinwar is not striving to pursue active battles with Israeli soldiers, but rather the defense state of mind is more of hiding.
Yeah, it is first of all, I'm still claim that Hamas has changed not to a guerrilla, but its actions are like army. But he choose the fact of the advantage that as a defender that he has in such organization under Israeli armed ground forces. For example, the underground tunnels, of course, it's the main thing that he based on to move or to keep his people alive and to make the way that he succeed, even to manage and to instruct and to direct his people, and also the negotiation that he's doing from there with the outside world, and also sent from there is a terrorist to attack the Israeli in a special area while he decided to do it under the division of his forces to battalions, but they are using the piers to go outside and then making ambushes in a small areas, in a small amount of people towards the tanks or the infantry by using anti-tank missiles, by using charges that are prepared in advance or doing it as it is on a real time.
Right.
They have observation in the area that they are acting using the fact of all the demolish in this area to bring their people in another positions. So he understood from his point of mind that if he's going directly with a amount of people, a high amount of terrorists, he will lose, and it will be a rapid procedure that IDF succeed to win it. So he decided now to use this kind of a war using his advantage by being especially based on the underground tunnels, and then he moved the timetable and the Israeli activities to be much more longer. Then he have the time that Israel will be pressed by the outside world concerning humanitarian and civilian and other kind of things, and he has time to decide when will be the next station maybe of the dialogue or negotiate with Israel about releasing hostages.
Right, still calling the shots to an extent, and we will get back to the international pressure later, as the French president is estimating 10 years to eliminate Hamas. And before we get your take on that, we do want to head now to the ground. 24 News correspondent Pierre Clochandler on the Israel-Gaza border. Pierre, it's been a busy day of action, both rocket fire and aerial activity. Map it up for us.
Well, there's a lull in rocket fire for the past 2 hours. There hasn't been any alerts on rocket strikes on Israeli communities and towns. But the fighting behind us in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip is quite intensive. We hear from Palestinian media, but we can corroborate that with what we see from here. Heavy fighting in Bet Lahia, which is northwest, and heavy fighting also in Sheikh Radwan in Gaza City. At the same time, the army has urged the residents of 3 locations in and around Gaza City, Jabalia refugee camp, Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza City, and Shajaiya on the east of Gaza City to evacuate and move west. Now, what we hear also from Palestinian media affiliated to Hamas is the fact that they are saying that there are heavy fighting between the Mujahideen brigades. They were part of the factions who kidnapped hostages that were released last week. The Mujahideen are fighting against soldiers and armored vehicles. This is what the media, the Palestinian media is relaying out of Gaza. So is that a raid, or is that the start of the ground offensive in the central sector of Khan Younis? The fighting is located in a village called Al-Karara, which is east of Khan Younis, northeast of Khan Younis, along the Salah ad-Din axis, which was used as a humanitarian corridor to displace Palestinians from the northern to the southern sector of the Gaza Strip. So we don't know if this is really something which is the prelude to the ground offensive or just a raid. We don't know.
And Pierre, I do want you please to elaborate on this a new system, because one of the main challenges of operating in the south, what we're like the southern part rather of the Gaza Strip, what we're likely to see in the coming days is the fact that it is very crowded in terms of the population, and there's this new mechanism the IDF is introducing of dividing it into very specific areas, blocks, if you will, and then will be giving heads up, blocks A, B, and C, evacuate, and then an operation will begin. How is it going to work? What do we know on this again new mechanism, if you will?
Okay, the IDF published an interactive map yesterday, which has hundreds and hundreds of blocks, not letters because there's not enough letters, but numbers, 1008, 1172, etc., etc. Now, these blocks are small polygons on the Gaza Strip, which if in any case of an upcoming fighting in the area, the residents are required to leave the fighting ground. So if they live in such a block, in advance they can check the interactive map and move out of that block, which is going to be a sequence of fighting. Now, that is one of the means, one of the tools used by the IDF, and you need to have internet connection for that. You need to have also a cell phone for that. So in addition, there's tens of thousands, even more, of text messages that are sent to the Palestinian population. And for instance, this morning, flyers were dropped from an aircraft over the eastern side of Khan Younis, where I just mentioned that there might be some fighting with ground forces and Palestinian terrorists. These places were notified by the IDF to leave and move west of Khan Younis, from the east of Khan Younis to west of Khan Younis. Now, is that working? I don't know, but those flyers were read by the Palestinian population. That's a given, and we've seen some pictures of people moving from place to place in the central sector of the Gaza Strip, but we don't know how effective this measure is.
Well, it's another precautionary measure Israel is taking to prevent any harm to civilians, alongside the humanitarian aid that even today trucks of humanitarian aid, including fuel, are entering the Strip. Thank you very much, Pierre Clochendler, for this update. We will be getting back to you later on in the evening, and we want to tune back now into the rally at the Hosser Square in Tel Aviv.
That's her words to you. And with that, I will end. 51 days, and it feels like they've given up on us. Like maybe they will sacrifice us in order to ensure quiet for the next few years. 51 days have become 57. And our mothers, our fathers, our sons, our daughters, our friends, every day feel like we've given up on them, like maybe it'll never happen, not soon. Every day that goes by, it becomes more complicated, and you know that. All of you, all the Israelis in Gaza know that. Think about it and fear it every single day. We can't let them feel like they've been forgotten. We can't let them feel like they're a sacrifice. We can't leave them there for a single minute longer. Please bring them all home now. The hope dies last. Right now. As time went by, food decreased and conditions were almost of hunger, you might say. And as time goes by, damage is increasing, and the body's ability to survive it are also decreasing. It's a risk to people's lives, and aside from a risk to your lives, it is a mental risk. 136 people are in Hamas captivity. Every minute is hell. We must bring them out right now, and to do everything to do that.
The music, dude, and the production value. Delicious.
Yes, and that was 85-year-old Dita Hyman, who was released from captivity earlier this week.
They had
as the
jazz
hostages,
music on. This is the same station that had jazz music.
Voice, beginning
that was the station that did that. That was these people. That's just an Israel thing. They like to put music to everything.
Hamas looked like, felt like, smelled like.
That's why it happens in the media all the time, ain't it? It's the Jews doing it.
The more horrific, the bigger picture. It looks like, and the clearer it gets, that all hostages should be released from there as soon as possible. Back here in studio with Major General Eitan Dangot.
I said too much.
Again, there was this notion that military pressure will risk the release of hostages, and that the release of hostages will risk the continuation of the military campaign. In the past 7 days alone, we've seen exactly that, this transition from mode A to mode B, and vice versa. And yet, how do you carry out negotiations under fire?
Listen, there is no contact between the fact that the maneuvering of IDF while meeting that can be in Doha, Cairo, and also a Qatarian delegation that came here. I don't know whether they are still a representative. It doesn't stop it. There is always the outside contact from Doha to Gaza.
Right.
So it can be discussed and
we've
can
seen
be
what
decided.
happened when the Iranians are demanding something, when Putin is demanding something.
Immediately when Putin was, his people from the Foreign Affairs Ministry met delegation independently from Hamas, it was very clear that Hamas will consider, because it's from Hamas, like international recognition. On this organization by a country like Russia, so they fulfill. So I don't see any kind of problem between the fact only, the psychological fact that Sinwar expected that it will be a tool for him to stop the Israeli attack and to stay, and as long as there is a ceasefire, the chances to renew them from his point of view is lower. So when you are looking about the balance of the situation today, I think we didn't have any other choice, because we fulfill all the checking, all the things to give it a chance. While you are stopping for another day and not getting anything and not doing anything, it's minus, that basically it's plus, but in this factor is a big minus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Hey, it's this guy again.
Citizens of Israel, Shavua Tov. This evening, we have been given terrible news. This evening, we have learned that General Asaf Hamami, the hero of Israel, fell in battle on October 7th. Asaf was the commander of the Northern Division in Gaza. 2 weeks ago, I met with his family. We prayed together for a different outcome. But unfortunately, this outcome did not come to be. Colonel Asaf was a hero of us all. May his memory be a blessing. Citizens of Israel, anyone who saves a single person, it is as if they have saved the entire world. This last week, we have saved many worlds. We have brought back to Israel 110 people. We released 86 Israeli civilians, children and women, young men and women, grandmothers and mothers, as well as dozens of foreign citizens. The entire nation and many around the world have monitored in bated breath every single person released. These are the children and young adults that we have brought back home. Raz, Aviv and Hila, Alma, Noam, Emma and Yuli, Emilia, Avigail, Emily, Gali and Amit, Eitan, Nave and Yehel, Noam and Ohad, Oria and Yuval, Ofri, Sahar, Erez, Maya, Noga, Ofir, Daphna, Ella, Tal and Agam, Gal, Or and Yagil, Itai and Maya, Bilal and Aisha, Ori, Natalie, Mika, and Liam, and many others who we have released. These are not just names. These are souls of children that we have brought back home. We have brought them home. We have brought them back to life. We will accompany them and we will take care of them. I embrace them all on behalf of all of you Israeli citizens. Blessed be those who came out of the nightmare. Blessed are those who returned home. In Psalms, David wrote that we have brought them out from darkness to light, from slavery to redemption. Just a week ago, it seemed almost imperceivable, completely imaginary and unbelievable. And look, now they're already here, embraced with the love of their dear ones, their loved ones, and the nation as a whole. How much we rejoiced and how much pain did we feel for those who were brutally murdered and for those who have still not returned. I deliberated greatly in the days before the decision. I asked myself, how do you deliberate with the devil that burned, killed, raped, brutalized children and women, the kind of devil that does not view human life as a value? But at the same time, it was clear to me that we can create a way of releasing from the hands of this devil dozens of hostages, and this possibility I was not able to give up. We negotiated very hard, very harshly, under fire, from morning to night, from night to morning. I spoke to President Biden often, and we exerted pressure on the mediators in order to improve the outline, and we indeed managed to improve it substantially. The effort was from around the world. There was the IDF, the ISA, and I was in touch daily with the White House. This entire effort bore fruit. We doubled the number of those released. But we have yet to complete this mission. This week, I visited our injured in Soroka Hospital. I met their heroes, warriors, and also another hero, Maya Regev. Maya was kidnapped by the assassins of Hamas from the Re'im party. She was shot. She was hurt in her leg. She suffered both physical and mental suffering, but she is recovering. She's strong. Maya met her brother Itai, who was also kidnapped, and he too was released. I stood by her bedside. I held her. I held her father Ilan and her younger brother Guy. And what can I tell you, my brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel? I saw before my eyes a family that was reborn. We have achieved the release of our hostages thanks to the military massive pressure exerted by our hero soldiers and the political relentless effort led by myself and my friends. My wife Sarah and I have met once again with the parents of some of our hostages who have remained in a terrible Hamas captivity. We embraced them, we strengthened them, and I committed to them. I undertook to do everything in our power to bring them home. We will do everything in our power to bring them all back home. To finish and complete this holy mission of bringing back all of our hostages, to destroy Hamas, and to ensure that Gaza will not ever again pose a threat to Israel, that there will not be anyone there who will educate their children to terrorism, finance terrorism, call for the annihilation of Israel. We will continue to fight with all our might. We have prepared for that. The IDF is prepared for that, for the final and total
kids are going to be teaching them.
I have
like,
met
hey, you know what happened to my arm?
Wonderful combat soldiers who told me, Prime Minister Netanyahu, keep going all the way to the end. And I told them, all the way to the end. There is no question about it. And I'm telling you tonight, citizens of Israel, you have someone to rely on. IDF combat soldiers, the fighters of the ISA, the policemen and women who have fought valiantly are the best. They have great spirit. They have great valor. They have great faith. They bear and valiantly the terrible pain over the loss of their commanders and colleagues, as is the entire nation, until we reach victory. The fighting continues. The day before last, I instructed the IDF, together with the war cabinet, to renew the fighting with increasing force. Over the last 24 hours, we have destroyed over 400 terror targets. We have conducted airstrikes in Khan Yunis. We have killed terrorists and infrastructures in Beit Lahia. We continue to take action in northern Gaza. Many of you have asked me this week. What I was also asked by one of our valiant soldiers when I visited the Gaza Strip, will you renew the war when the pause ends? And I told that soldier, absolutely yes. Now this answer is clear to everybody. I want to say this absolutely and clearly. We will continue with the war until we accomplish all of its goals. And we cannot accomplish these goals unless we continue with the ground operation. The ground operation was necessary in order to bring about the outcomes to date, and it is necessary in order to bring outcomes in the future. I want to tell my friends around the world, you are our partners to the goals, on our goals of destroying Hamas and releasing all of our hostages. And therefore, I would like to reiterate to you too, there is no other way of achieving these goals except to win. There's no way to win unless we continue with a ground operation. Tzahal and the IDF are determined. They are maintaining international law. In the north too, we take action all the time against any attempt by Hezbollah to hurt us. We are thwarting terror squads. We are removing terrorists and the enemy from the borders, and we are destroying. We are continuing with our policy, victory in the south and action in the north. We are not sitting on our hands as we are being targeted. We are paying them back. And let it be clear, we are committed for security to come back to the north and the south. If Hezbollah will make a mistake and will enter a comprehensive war, it will destroy with its own hands, it will destroy Lebanon with its own hands. Citizens of Israel, we are in the midst of a tough and bitter war, but it is a war that is justified. It is a war over all of our homes. We are all united behind the rightness of our way, and we all support our forces fully. It is a tough war ahead of us, but at the end of it, we will defeat and we will become victorious. Together we will fight, and with God's help, together we will win. Questions. Channel 14, Moti Kastel. Prime Minister, if Hamas in the next 2 days will suggest a return to the woman and child outline, will Israel agree? And if there will be another category, and will Israel withstand the pressure to continue with the war as long as it takes? Hamas has violated the agreement, and I said that if it will violate the agreement, we will go back to the war. And so we have. And this pressure will continue to increase. I would rather let Hamas ask the questions. I don't have to give them the answers. They'll get our answer right now on the ground. As for the international pressure, certainly we are experiencing it. I will not deny that. But what I have done since the fighting began is to create for ourselves the international space against this pressure. I am speaking to dozens of leaders every single day. It is accumulating with President Biden almost every day. That's accumulating too. With the leading media outlets in the United States almost every day. I present the justified way that we have taken. I bring it to Congress. We have brought to Congress this terrible video. Terrible. People cried there. Every night I speak. After the discussions end in the war cabinet, I speak with opinion leaders. We are creating counter pressure. And ultimately, we are the ones making the decisions. We are the ones making the decision, and our decision is unequivocal: to complete and achieve our 3 goals. To destroy Hamas, to bring back our hostages, and I also want to add to ensure that in Gaza, we will not then have a regime that once again supports terrorism and will be back in the same vicious circle. These are our goals, and we will reach them. Channel 12, Itamar Mainimer. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, what do you say today to the residents of the north, where Hezbollah continues to attack? And another question for you. Just half an hour ago, a few meters away, Minister of Defense Gallant spoke. In previous rallies, you were on stage together. What happened this time? I want to tell the residents of the north what I say to the residents of the south. We will reinstate security both in the south and in the north. It is an action that has an order. I don't think I need to elaborate on our considerations, and believe me, we are doing it. We are abiding by them together with the Chief of Staff, together with the Ministry of Defense and all the other security forces. We are maintaining the correct order of action. It is an educated and strong action, and we are committed to bringing back security to all Israeli citizens. And I suggested to the Minister of Defense today to have a press conference together. He made his own decision, but I think that what's important is that the public will hear us and will know that we are working together in the war cabinet, and not just there, in order to complete and achieve the goals of the war. Channel 11, Liel Kaiser. Mr. Prime Minister, we heard in recent days testimonies that the heads of the defense establishment and several opportunities over the last few years to kill Hamas leaders, including Sinwar, and you chose not to. Why? And another question, the government headed by you approved this week, while hundreds of Israelis are in reserve duties, the coalition funds and a huge budget for yeshiva students who do not serve in the IDF. Is that the right priority? As for your first question, I will not be irresponsible, and I will not now present the entire picture that was given to me and the various recommendations I was given by all elements of security of this defense establishment. Once the circumstances allowed it, we have killed many leaders in Hamas and in other terror organizations, and we will complete the mission now. As for your second question, this entire discussion is full of populism and with hatred that has no goal. We have now approved a budget for 1.5 months until the end of the war of 30 billion shekels. 30 billion shekels. That meets the security needs, the civil needs, the social needs, the economic needs. And of course, there have been cutbacks, but budgets have been approved for goals that have already been approved. And I did not approve to cut back on theater budget, just as I didn't approve cutbacks in other budgets. And you know what? Do you know what the biggest argument was in the government? I sat with the government and I was silent, but ultimately I couldn't take it anymore. For more than an hour, they discussed the new horizon. It is a budget for ultra-Orthodox education that gives 30 million shekel and give teachers who get 5,000 shekel will get 6,000 or 7,000 shekels in salaries. And these are teachers who are also teaching in the Gaza envelope and in the north. 30 million shekel out of 30 billion. It's not 10%, it's not 1%, it's 1,000th. For an hour. Because the ultra-Orthodox, and an ultra-Orthodox teacher, she's not a teacher. And an ultra-Orthodox student is not a child, but they're not half a woman or half a child. They are our brothers and sisters. I sat just a few days ago with the Zaka people. And they told us, and by the way, their budget is part of this budget too. And they told me what they saw with their own eyes in Gaza. In the kibbutzim, in the communities there. And one of them, an elderly man, started to tell me. I got into a room, it was dark. We made our way, we turned on the light, and we saw 5 figures in the center of the room, embraced. 2 parents, 2 children, and the grandmother. And they were burned. They were charcoal black. And he began to cry. And others there began to cry. Ultra-Orthodox. What's going on with us? What is this populist argument? No one will be missing any money. There'll be money for everyone. But I want to tell you, it is not the time to be hating. It is the time to be uniting and to stop with this division. Channel 13, Matan Chodorov. Mr. Prime Minister, can you please talk about saying that by going back to fighting, Israel has given up on proposals and offers by Qatar to release others like men and those who are ill because of the principle of women and children first? And have we not now lost the opportunity to save a person, as you have cited earlier? And another question, if I may. All the opinion polls are saying consistently that a lot of the population, probably the majority, do not want you to continue in leadership. They expect you to resign due to your responsibility for this atrocity and this disaster. Can you explain why it's important after this failure that you yourself continue to lead this country, and if not, will you resign once the war is over? I don't want to go into the considerations that have led us in the steps we have taken against Hamas. I think we are doing this well, and the fact is that no one thought when we made this decision just a week ago that we will get more than 100 people released. No one thought that. I thought we had a good chance, and I also took relevant steps with President Biden in order to multiply this number. And I think that the steps we're taking now to the return to military action with great force, and it will be with great force, is the best way of achieving the 2 or 3 rather goals: releasing our hostages, destroying Hamas, and also ensuring that another regime that supports Hamas will not be set up in Gaza and educate for terrorism. And as for resignation, I don't engage in polls. I was given the mandate by the citizens of Israel to lead this country, and I'm only focused on one thing: to achieve. We are not working on the daily polls. If we were to work on the daily polls, I wouldn't be here for a single day. We work for a single goal, and that is the goal I am committed to, and I put all my effort and all my experience and all my capabilities into is to provide the military space and the political space. The political space, may I reiterate, because if you don't have political space, you don't have military space. And I think that I am leading, I know that I am leading this with an important team that works alongside me, and if it weren't for that, we would not be able to manage this war. And we must not only manage this war, but we must achieve its goals. That is the only thing I care about. Ma'ariv Matan Wasserman. Good evening, Mr. Prime Minister. Due to the publication that Anthony Blinken said that Israel doesn't have months to complete this, will the U.S. dictate this, and does it align with the goals that you talked about? And also we heard from Gallant that the residents of the south can return to their homes, and we heard that the heads of authorities were angry and the residents were worried. So is Gallant expressing and reflecting what you say as well? And what do you want to say to the residents now, today? First of all, I am very much in appreciation of President Biden and the US and Anthony Blinken's support of our war's goals, or at least some of them. Two of them, of course. And there are also questions and there are also disagreements as to how to achieve all of these goals. I would like to tell you something that might be news to you. There were disagreements until now too. But in our political action, the one that I headed every single day, we have managed to overcome these disagreements. We have managed to bring the United States to the place where we agree on the actions. And some things we do agree on. The humanitarian issue, we have no doubt that it is part of the military action, and we agree and we very much appreciate the support, but we don't always agree, and that's why we also have a political discussion which has borne fruit to date. But at the end of the day, it is our war. We are the ones who must make the decisions. At the end of the day, we are the ones who do make the decisions. We try and we often manage to convince our American friends, and I hope and believe that it will be the same in future. Just one moment. You also asked me about the return. Look, I don't know what the Minister of Defense said exactly, but I think that logic will tell you that people will go back when they have a sense of security. And I say that a sense of security will come when security will be present. It's that simple. You can't force them otherwise, and we're not going to try either. I believe that we will achieve both of these goals, and it'll take some time. Itamar Eichner. The death of the hostages whose bodies are being held in captivity, was it determined because of testimonies of hostages who have been released? Have some of them said that they have also witnessed the murder of these hostages? And what can you tell us about the conditions under which the hostages were kept? Itamar, I don't want to go into the details right now because there are those who are in charge of that, and publicizing these things is also their responsibility. I don't want to do it here, but I can say that the more testimonies come in, you understand that they have experienced hell. Various degrees of hell, but hell. And everyone can imagine themselves placed in that hell. If it's hunger, whether it's violence, whether it's the uncertainty, whether it's knowing, the partial knowledge some of them had about the fate of their loved ones who were murdered, or the injuries they had sustained. Hell. There's no other word to describe it. I said they are being held by the devil. That's the most precise description I can give you. That is certainly there are other things, but they will be publicized in time. Haaretz Michael Azertov. Prime Minister, according to a poll conducted this week, 32% of the Jewish population believe that some in the defense establishment were either had knowledge of the Hamas attacks or knew of it. Would you like to take this, use the stage in order to go against this terrible conception and conspiracy? There was no conspiracy. There can't be a conspiracy. There are questions to be answered. What happened? How did it happen? But this will be discussed after the war, not now. But there was no conspiracy. 32% of the Jewish population believe. I didn't see the poll, but please don't take action because of polls. Take action because of what's right to do. You want to say that there was no such thing? I just told you a minute ago. A minute ago, I answered your question and I said, I don't understand why you keep asking. I told you. You keep saying I didn't. You say whatever you want. Walatal Shalev. Prime Minister, there are 136 hostages still held in Gaza. You stood here and said that some of the agreement with Hamas was for the Red Cross. She said Red Army instead of Red Cross, but she meant the Red Cross would be able to visit them. They have not visited them to date. Why will Israel continue to give humanitarian aid to Gaza while the hostages are not being visited and given a humanitarian visit by the Red Cross? And another question. In recent weeks, we've heard about the women in the IDF, in their different roles, and the hostage women who are returning home with their heads held high, women and mothers who are in the home front. Don't you worry that all the decisions you're making, the fate of this country, all the discussions, hardly have any women in the room with you? As for the Red Cross, look, you have to understand one thing. We have made an agreement with a vicious terror organization, not a humanitarian organization in Switzerland. But we did want to bring into the organization, into the agreement, the Red Cross, for one reason, because if they will violate the agreement, as they do, they violated the agreement, the outline, just now already. It's not an organization that says they signed it so they'll do it. They violated it, then they'll do it now. But it gives us the tools for added pressure, and it gives us the tool in the future to negotiate very fiercely and attacking. And it gives us another tool, and it lets other countries, the United States, Qatar, Egypt, who have a certain influence there, certainly Qatar. And we exert this pressure. It is a tool for pressure, and I hope this pressure will come through, as it did for the release of over 100 of our hostages. As for the decisions that we make, I have to tell you that I don't understand the question in one respect. First of all, there are women. The main decisions are being made, the main decisions, including about the release of the hostages and the steps, they are being made by the cabinet, the war cabinet, and actually the extended cabinet. In the extended cabinet, there are, of course, female women ministers who are part of the decision, and decisions are made there. You must understand that. You have to understand how things are happening, how things are being managed in this war, because I'm not sure people understand. First of all, there are operative steps, and they are brought, the decisions, the main decisions that we make, and there were several such decisions, are brought to my approval, and then the approval of the war cabinet. And after that, if they are important and they are large and they touch upon the fate of, let's say, the hostages, it's also brought to the extended government, and if needed, to the entire government. And so I don't draw this distinction. As far as I see it, and perhaps to some extent we have given some priority to women and children, and it's a good thing we did, but the decisions are made in forums that include people, men and women. Israel Hayom, Yuda Schlesinger. Mr. Prime Minister, last week there was a terrible terror attack in Jerusalem where Yuval Kestelman, a real tragedy, who came to shoot the terrorists, was shot at. And we are hearing criticism about the light finger on the trigger, about killing terrorists on the ground, not leaving them alive, giving out weapons, perhaps in mass quantities by Ben Gvir. Can you talk about that? Yes, of course. As far as I know, what happened in that terror attack in Jerusalem, the terrible, atrocious, murderous attack, was that a citizen who was armed was the one who actually saved, ultimately led to the final outcome, the important one, and a soldier, I think it was a reservist, who was the one who shot. So it doesn't actually go along with the question asked, but I do support, and I want to tell you, once you give out larger quantities of weapons, the incidents that people are alerting to could happen. But at the same time, we also know that in the terror waves that have been over the last decade, citizens, and even before then, the presence of armed civilians often saved the day and prevented a bigger disaster. And it happened dozens of times, not once. And so I think that under the current circumstances, we have to continue with this policy. I certainly support it. Perhaps we will pay a price for it, but that's life. You will always find that one point. Einstein was once asked, and I'll give you an example.
different that time, isn't it?
A class of students, he asked them, tell me, how much is 1 + 1? 2. 2 + 2, 4, and so on and so forth. And then at the end, they asked him, what's 9 + 9? Something like that. And he said 70. And they all burst out laughing. And he said, look, you see, I gave you 8 or 9 right answers, but you
60.
focused on the 10th one that was wrong. So here is another example of dozens of cases where lives were saved. Armed civilians saved the day, but under the circumstances, and perhaps we'll change it in the future, but under the current circumstances, we should persevere with this policy. Galei Tzahal, Doron Kadosh. Prime Minister, the hostages who were released have asked to meet with you and the war cabinet alongside the families of the hostages who have yet to be released. Are you going to agree to that? And another question. You have said several times that the Palestinian Authority will not be able to rule Gaza on the day after, but you are continuing to be in touch with it and you're continuing your safety, your security coordination with it. So who do you think will be able to rule Gaza?
Those two are broken though. Yeah, that's a good question.
As for meeting with the families of the hostages who have returned, of course, certainly, I have already instructed that a meeting be scheduled this week with them. As for the Palestinian Authority, look, we understand all the weaknesses. Weaknesses is a very sort of euphemism. All the tough things that are coming out of there. And we don't ignore them. The fact that they are paying murderers. The fact that they educate their children to hatred of Israel, and then unfortunately to murdering Jews, and ultimately to the destruction of the state of Israel. It's not even ultimately, that's what they do there. The fact that Abu Mazen, 50 days after the massacre, has yet to apologize. And Jibril Rajoub, one of the senior ranking officers in the Palestinian Authority, says the same should happen in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria. We are aware of all of that. We're also aware of the fact that right now there is some coordination conducted with it so that this will not happen. But one thing we do not do, I am not doing, I will not delude myself and say that this damaged thing that was set up during the Oslo Accords due to a terrible mistake. It was not a terrible mistake to send them to Tunisia. It was a terrible mistake to bring back the most hostile people in the Palestinian world and bring them back into Israel, into the center of our country, and then these people split into two. But the ideology, unfortunately, that negates the existence of Israel is common to both of these parts. So I will not repeat this mistake and take this PA and put it back in Gaza, and we'll get the same thing. Instead of having a revision, instead of having a change, instead of the investment in Japan after the victory, instead of what happened in Germany after we were victorious over the Nazis, just like the Arab world changed and is changing in important countries, we will reinstate the same entity that has not been reformed, that has not undergone any change into Gaza? And that's what the best of our friends are suggesting? I think otherwise, and I object to that. And I think that we will need to build something else. Of course, Israeli security control in the entire area, otherwise we know exactly what will happen. We will, of course, for years have to ensure that another terror organization will not be bred there, but they will have to undergo a completely different process, and the PA, the Palestinian Authority, has failed in that. It doesn't educate for peace, it educates for the destruction of Israel. And that's not the kind of entity that should go in there. Liran Weinstein, final question, Surgim. Liran Weinstein, Surgim, Mr. Prime Minister. The IDF has started to call for the Khan Yunis population to go southwards. That means the southern end of Gaza is becoming more and more densely populated. What is your plan for the Palestinians once the IDF will start attacking the southern part of the Gaza Strip, and also for the day after Hamas destruction? Look, we are always coordinating with international elements and the Americans. We are always setting up safe zones where the population knows they can go to. We did that in the north of Gaza. We're also going to do it in other places. It is important to do that because we have no desire to hurt this population. We have a desire to prevent any harm to civilians, and we have a great desire to destroy Hamas, its commanders, the terrorists, all terror organizations, and that's what we do. And that is what we will also continue to do now. And I want to tell you more than that. It also has to do with things that I'm hearing from time to time, so I want to take the opportunity to say that now. What are we being told? We're being told, you have strengthened Hamas. I keep hearing that, and this lie is being repeated all the time. You keep repeating a lie, it becomes the truth. It's not the truth. Let's put an end to this lie. We have struck Hamas. I have delivered a blow to Hamas. Since it was established, there were 4 large operations. 3 of them were under me. Guardian of the Walls, Protective Edge, and Pillar of Defense. We have killed their chief of the military. We have killed their naval force. We have destroyed their air force. We have stopped their attack. Their attack tunnels, and also the fence that we have built that has not been broken. And one thing we have asked to refrain from, we have asked to refrain from humanitarian collapse. And that is why the money has gone now for this, to prevent diseases, to sustain the population, 2 million people who could overflow to us. That is what the government before me began, continued through the governments headed by me and those that came after me, to prevent humanitarian collapse. That is one of Israel's aims, to destroy terror organizations, of course, and we have done that and we have weakened them. But we must also complete the mission, because we did not have the internal national consensus or the international consensus. We have it now. Internally, it's very strong. Outwardly, the external one we have to fight for the whole time, and that's what I'm doing. And now we have to complete the work. I have not taken action to make peace with Hamas or to strengthen with Hamas. I called them ISIS back in 2014. I defined them as Hamastan. I said there is no possible deal with them. We have to crush them, and now we have to uproot them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, and that was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressing the Israeli public and the world tonight after a very busy week, that's for certain. And joining us now here in studio to unpack it all, Colonel Grisha Yakubovich, former head of the Civilian Department of Kogat, and Mr. Yaki Dayan, former Israeli consul in Los Angeles. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Well,
في شمالها في جنوبها وحتى في وسطها من مجمع ناصر الطبي كانت استهدفت عدد من المنازل
بشكل واضح وعلني، وقال نحن نتعرض لضغوط دولية قوية، لكن
هناك عديد الغارات التي استهدفت منازل.
It's like in a weird way, he was saying like we're reaching out to media influencers to try to convince them and to sell our narrative of the war. So all in all, it's very worrying. I mean, I sadly expect the bloodbath in Gaza will continue, the misery of Gaza will continue. And it's not even about Gaza, it's about the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah now. They're not off the hook. I mean, when he was asked about the Palestinian president, I mean, he was clear that they want a new PLO in a new form, in a new structure, a new Palestinian Authority. Yeah? And what does this mean in practical terms to the Palestinian authorities? It means that the Israelis are after them as well, and the Americans. So they expect a new leadership in a new vision. But the most worrying thing is that Palestinians, neither in the West Bank nor in Gaza, have any say in this again. So again, it's the colonial mindset, the occupation mindset, where, you know what, we're going to eliminate Hamas, we're going to end its rule in Gaza. At the same time, we're going to change the Palestinian Authority structures in the West Bank, and we will bring the leadership structures that we approve and we want. And there is no say whatsoever for the Palestinian people. And that's, again, the sad story in this conflict.
A couple of things that stood out to me in that, one of which was a couple of the media representatives there on 2 separate occasions came back to the fact that the polling numbers were extremely poor. And he was very dismissive of that. He said, I don't pay attention to the daily polls. One would imagine, nevertheless, that he is very conscious that there is a distinct difference in feeling amongst Israelis between the way that they view the war in the light of what happened with the Hamas attack on October the 7th and the way that they view him as Prime Minister leading this conflict.
I think yes, he's viewed very poorly by majority of Israeli society. However, this does not mean, by no means, that the majority of the Israeli same society is pro-war. I mean, the Israelis are very antagonized. And also there are internal politics here. I mean, Netanyahu is sitting on the top of a coalition. Gallant, Gantz, and also the religious right-wing parties as well. I think there are internal dynamics within this coalition that they want Netanyahu gone, especially the generals. But it doesn't mean that this will end the war, by no means. It just means that he has performed so poorly that it's time for him to go, and decision has been made at least internally inside this coalition. But realistically speaking, I don't anticipate that during the war this will happen.
Tamar, we appreciate you as always being with us during that. We'll come back to you later on, but thank you very much indeed. Well, as Prime Minister Netanyahu has been speaking, thousands of Israelis are rallying in Tel Aviv to call for the release of captives taken by Hamas. Families of the captives are putting pressure on Netanyahu to do more to bring them home. Some of the captives released by Hamas earlier this week are speaking at that rally. We're going to go to Sarah Khairat, who's joining us now live from Tel Aviv. Clearly, this notification that Hamas has put forward saying that they are not going to release any more of the captives until, as they put it, the war is over, is going to be a real blow for the families and friends of the remaining captives being held by Hamas.
Yeah, that's right, Robin. It seems like the families are feeling like they're caught in the middle of the messages where you Hamas saying that they won't be handing over until there's a pause in the fighting. But then also you're hearing Netanyahu saying they will continue, that he'd made the order to go even stronger with the fight, and he even confirmed that they're targeting not just the north and the south as well. And then you're hearing him tell those families to rely on the forces, and he said not just was it through the diplomatic efforts, but really through the military, patting his own back, saying that it's because of us that we've managed to bring back that many of those held captive. Well, I can tell you now, Rob, just as that rally ended, we are hearing now, and I don't know, you might not be able to hear it because it's just down the road, but just behind us is what's known as Kiryat. That's the Defense Ministry, and there's currently a protest happening against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's important because at the end of his speech, he was also telling them that some people have said that I helped strengthen Hamas. Well, I want to set the record straight and let you know that I didn't. If anything, I've been targeting them even from before this attack, October 7 attack. But we also heard during that rally from captives themselves for the first time addressing the public. And I just wanted to mention one of them, Danielle Aloni. She said that we were brutally kidnapped. Our girls saw things they shouldn't see. I'm shaking. It was a horror movie, she added. But she also said that last week, and this is what's important, proved that the Egyptian and Qatari negotiations work. So this, to me and to many of the people here, are saying that they felt very disappointed when they saw the ceasefire end. And in fact, as one person said it, they said it was a major blow to them. And now they're demanding to meet with those members of the war cabinet, the members of the war cabinet, including Prime Minister Netanyahu himself, as well as the defense minister and a few more that are making those big decisions. Those that are here will tell you, they said this on stage earlier, that some of those that were freed, their parents are still, their fathers are still being held captive, and some of those children are asking why were they released and not their fathers. So separations of families is a concern. And then, of course, on top of that, you had in the last 24 hours a number of people that have been declared dead, captives that were taken into Gaza that have now been pronounced dead. And that was confirmed by community members having spoken to those captives that have returned, obviously getting more information on relatives, but also officially from the Israeli authorities confirming that. In fact, a number of 6 is the number. So that just gives you an idea when they're hearing more about those deaths. That is going to be a cause for concern, because it seems those deaths would have been caused by the airstrikes. And earlier today in this rally, just about an hour ago, they were playing a video. It was a compilation of all of the reunions that you were seeing with families, and you looked around, everyone had tears in their eyes. And that for them is proof that the ceasefire was working, and many of them will want to see a return of that.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. Sarah Khairat talking to us from Tel Aviv. Meanwhile, on the ground in the Gaza Strip, Saturday's been a day of non-stop assault. Israel expanded its attacks after the ceasefire expired on Friday morning. Health officials say more than 100 Palestinians were killed in an air raid on Jabalia refugee camp in the north. In the south, Israel's forces destroyed entire apartment blocks in areas it claims are safe. Alexandra Baez reports.
A major Israeli air raid near Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Within minutes, several residential towers in Hamad town completely destroyed. Israel had issued evacuation orders. Families left just in time to see their lives explode.
Where is the safety we're supposed to have in the south? They said to go south, and here we are in the south. Where do you want us to go? Our children are missing, and we do not know where they are. Enough is enough. Stop the war. Gaza is destroyed.
In northern Gaza, an air raid on the Jabalia refugee camp causes more death and destruction.
You killed our children. Where are our children? Where is our money? Where are our homes? We want to live. We want to live in safety.
Where's our money?
The area is one of the most densely populated and has been targeted repeatedly during the past 8 weeks.
There is nothing. There's no civil defense, there are no ambulances, there's no medical services.
Rescuers are using their bare hands to dig through rubble, searching for survivors. People offer each other what little comfort they can.
People are just lying on the ground. There are body parts everywhere. There are dozens of victims.
Man.
As Israel expands its assault across the Strip, fears are growing of a ground offensive in the south, areas the army previously described as safe. Once again, Gaza is an act.
Dude, what the hell is Bitcoin doing right now? It jumped over 39. Sorry, man, I just don't trust it. I don't know who's going to be buying Bitcoin at $100,000. That's what they're thinking. People are going to buy it at the top. Who's going to buy it at the top, man? Who are you going to sell it into? It's not going to be the rich people. I mean, the people living paycheck to paycheck. Let's watch this video.
This is the ATACMS missile, essentially a solid fuel rocket propulsion system. Missiles ascend post-launch using GPS for course adjustment. Their fins move per visuals directed by inertial navigation or military-grade GPS to hit designated targets. Upon impact, the sensor triggers a 500-pound TNT blast capable of bunker destruction. Interestingly, these missiles can operate from both the HIMARS with a single pod launcher and the track version of MLRS platform with dual launcher mode. Transportation of this system necessitates a platform like this Galaxy C5 aircraft. So stay tuned as we delve into the step-by-step process of how this operates, and don't miss a beat. Let's start from the front. This is the impact sensor, and just behind it is the improved missile guidance system. It can use both inertial guidance as well as global positioning system. GPS relies on a network of satellites in orbit around the Earth. The GPS receivers on the ground or in vehicles calculate their position by triangulating signals from multiple satellites. It provides highly accurate position information as long as there is a clear line of sight to a sufficient number of satellites. While INS uses onboard sensors to track changes in speed and direction, determining its position by adding up these measurements from a known starting point. It works without needing external signals and can navigate even when GPS signals are blocked, like in tunnels or cities with tall buildings. Moving to the back is the weapons system. Not just any warhead, it can be interchangeable with this bomblet that stacks a staggering cluster munition dispensing models loaded with 950 and 275 to 300 some munitions. And the other warhead is this unitary weapon. The warhead is known as the WDU-18 and produces a blast equivalent to 500 pounds of TNT. Just behind it is the GPS antenna. Moving further back, we have the motor as well as the rocket fuel. At the back are the fins that help steer the missile towards its designated target. Let's delve into the mechanics of how a solid rocket functions through some straightforward animations. At the top of the rocket is the electrical ignition. When ignited, it initiates the combustion process of the solid propellant. This propellant is not just any substance. It's a precise mixture of fuel and oxidizer carefully poured into a case and then cured. Surrounding this mixture is a protective covering known as a motor case. This motor case plays a crucial role as it acts as a robust pressure vessel containing the intense forces generated within the combustion chamber. Within the core of the rocket, precisely where all the pressure is concentrated, lies the propellant burning zone. This is the heart of the rocket propulsion system. As the solid fuel and oxidizer react and burn within this zone, they generate extremely high temperature combustion gases. To harness this energy, the combustion gases are channeled through a nozzle. This nozzle is designed to accelerate the flow of gases and direct them out of the rocket's rear end. It's in this very moment that the rocket's propulsion system comes to life. The high-speed expulsion of these combustion gases generates an equal and opposite force in the opposite direction, following Newton's third law of motion. This force is what we call thrust, and it's the driving force that propels the rocket forward, allowing it to overcome gravity and achieve its mission. This compact solid fuel rocket reaches a mind-blowing Mach 3 speed, equaling 2,300 miles per hour, an astounding advancement in rocket tech with broad applications. Comparatively, the French and British Storm Shadow missiles operate at a modest 600 miles per hour, dwarfed by the smaller solid-fuel rocket's fourfold faster Mach 3 speed. Even the renowned Russian Kh-101 missile reaches just 583 miles per hour, emphasizing the rocket's exceptional velocity. The ATACMS missiles have a length of 13 feet or approximately 4 meters with a diameter of 24 inches or 610 millimeters. Comparing this to a person will help us understand its size even better. Let's compare this to its counterparts like the Iskander missile or the Kinzhal missile animated in our recent videos. Here is the famous Storm Shadow from France and Britain, which is air-launched and just beside the Russian Kh-101 missiles. This bad boy can weigh a staggering up to 560 kilograms, considering it can hold 930 M74 bomblets. This missile was designed to operate from two platforms, HIMARS and MLRS. HIMARS carries one missile pod, whereas the M270 carries a two-section pods. HIMARS is a lighter version of the M270. This MLRS is equipped with track wheels and is much heavier, but has the ability to go off-road. The MLRS is operated by a crew of 3, a driver, a gunner, and a commander. However, the computer-based fire control system enables a crew of 2 or even a single soldier to load and unload the system. Let's explore the basic tactics and maneuvers involved in launching this missile. Step 1. The Lockheed C-5 Galaxy aircraft transports the MLRS to a designated safe location. Once loaded, it can be rolled on and off this aircraft and becomes operational within 15 minutes of landing. Step 2. The crew unloads the MLRs along with the reloader and launchers. Step 3. The battalion travels nearly 70 kilometers or 40 miles closer to the front lines. Step 4. The control and command center designate targets to be destroyed. Step 5. In high-threat situations, the MLRS utilizes a shoot and scoot capability to enhance crew and platform survivability. The MLRS capacity to deploy, shoot, move, and reload within minutes significantly impedes an enemy's ability to locate and target the firing platform. Step 6. The MLRS and HIMARS conduct reload operations using a reload arm assembly to reload missiles. Step 7. The fins inside the pod are always folded. Upon launch, they unfold to stabilize its path. As mentioned earlier, a missile can feature multiple guidance systems and may switch between them during its flight. For instance, a long-range missile might ascend to a predetermined height to adjust its course using GPS shortly after launch. In short, this is how the fins works. They can move left or right, just as shown in the visuals. These control surfaces are dictated by the inertial navigation system or military-grade GPS to turn the missiles to its designated target.
Military-grade.
Step 8. When it reaches its target, the impact sensor activates and triggers the warhead and produces a blast equivalent to 500 pounds of TNT, capable of damaging or destroying any bunker in the battlefield. Let's delve into the Future Precision Strike Missile and how it works. These precision strike missiles, developed by Lockheed Martin, boast a length of 156 inches and a diameter of 17 inches, incorporating a new rocket motor for incentive munition high performance. The optimized warhead houses preformed fragments, contributing to the designation of this missile as a precision strike missile, equipped with an advanced GS antenna. The intentional design of this available volume provides space for future expansion, accommodating additional warheads or tracking and targeting software. When ready, HIMARS unit fires 2 missiles in rapid succession, heightening the element of surprise. 2 precision strike missiles are now en route to the designated targets. These missiles utilize GPS updates to ensure accuracy, navigating first to target number 2, the arming and refueling point, and then proceeding to the hostile SAM site identified as target number 1. The optimized warhead, utilizing preformed fragments, intensifies lethality and maximizes area effects. These fragments are meant to damage high-value target like this billion-dollar S-400 missile system animated in our recent video. We make original 4K 3D animation with a small team of animators, so please support us by subscribing and dropping in a comment for more exclusive engineering animations made just for you guys. This is the ATACMS missile.
Awesome, guys, so cool. Oh look, it shows the amount of times the video's been shared now. I used to do that. Yalla yalla! Yalla yalla yalla! Okay, we gotta share that everywhere. Boom! Send it! I love doing that. It's so much easier than having to post it to each one individually, like I was doing. And it even puts it in Discord for future viewing, or for maybe somebody that didn't see the stream. Pretty sweet. Was anybody else jamming out? I was internally. I keep it in. I don't want to get too excited. It's too early to get excited. But the bot's fixed. One of them is, well, not really, kind of fixed. It's showing the correct, I don't know if it is or not actually. Well, at least it's talking with the right name. Earlier it was using my name instead of the bot. What else can I fix? Dude, I'm still trying to get the gifts to work in multiple places. I'm still dreaming. I'm a dreamer that somebody will get back to me in the Discord and be like, That's what you gotta do, bro. Oh my goodness. Let's see what we got in here. Script devs. Oh, is this where I'm supposed to put it? No, this is where the devs talking about. I'm not a dev. People. Oh, let's get that bitch cranked, man. Shit, what we talking about? Listen up. War now. Oh, they're showing the same kids as they were yesterday. They're recycling kid footage now. Suckheads.
The past few hours has been fairly quiet. There was a report or an announcement an hour and a half ago by the regional council of the area of Iftach in the northern Galilee for residents there to stay at home because of a suspected security incident. There were reports of an anti-tank missile fired in the area. IDF still has not come out with an official statement regarding that, but that just shows how tense the situation is along the Israel-Lebanon border and how quickly the situation can change. On the Lebanese side, they have been reporting about at the same time an hour and a half ago of significant Israeli strikes in the area of Fakira, which is just across the border from Metula, not too far away from Iftach, but the current situation along the border is that it is fairly quiet. I will just also update that about 3 hours ago there were reports of rocket sirens sounding in the area of Afula and Nazareth. So according to the IDF, that was because an IDF helicopter took out an IDF drone that was suffering from technical malfunction. What caused the sirens to be alert in the first place was the interception from the Israeli helicopter, and so the IDF clarifying that there's no security incident in that area, and also currently along the border it is fairly quiet, but as always it is a tense quiet here along the Israel-Lebanon border.
Volatile this evening, quiet. I-24 our news senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Asran. Thank you very much for this. And just a short moments ago, we've showed you a new documentation of the infiltration attempt that was foiled to kibbutz Zikim on October 7th. 8 weeks on, more testimonies are emerging on how some communities, like Zikim, were able to save their residents. Eyal Young is one of the several members of the standby squad at Kibbutz Alumim, another community that was saved, who responded to the terrorist assault on October 7th. He and his friends managed to stop the infiltration, saving scores of lives. Our Uri Shapiro met him at a rehabilitation hospital in Tel Aviv.
Here in the Reut Rehabilitation Hospital in Tel Aviv, Eyal Young from Kibbutz Alumim continues his battle. A battle which started on October 7 and is still not ended. That day began with a missile attack, and just like many other residents of the south, Eyal rushed to the safe room.
It was too quiet for me. So I checked my phone again and I saw about 20 messages on the same group. And one of the messages was clearly one of my neighbor, that is also in the immediately response group, said terrorists inside the kibbutz on motorcycles, everyone to go to the armory to take their weapons and gear. So I told my wife there's something unusual inside the kibbutz, going inside the kibbutz, and I need to go out.
Eyal found out that the terrorists infiltrated the kibbutz and killed some of the Thai and Nepali workers. When he came out to rescue his neighbor who was shot by terrorists, he realized that the situation was even worse than he thought.
I saw about 16 terrorists running like soldiers, like we were trained in basic training, in pairs with distances between each pair, so if we shoot them, we won't hit everyone. And I could count about 16 terrorists running towards us, and with the other three, it was about at least 20 terrorists coming to the kibbutz. When my friend got back, we said to each other, we need to go to a better place. And just when we went on the high ground, over the stairs, the stones, one terrorist saw us. We didn't know he was already there. He shot us first. He shot my friend in his leg, and I got a ricochet from the bullet inside my cheek here, and it went down under the ear and stayed there. I shot him back, I killed him, he lay down, there was another terrorist there. A few seconds later, I got shot I felt pain in my back.
Luckily, Eyal was not killed.
They love putting
He was
music to this
evacuated
stuff,
to
man.
Soroka
They
Hospital
love
in
it.
Beersheba, where he stayed in intensive care. His next stop was Reut Hospital.
Eyal came with an amazing motivation to improve. He was working more than he had to work every day. So it's a rehabilitation process is really a story of success, because in rehabilitation we don't aim only to function. For me, Eyal is a true story of a successful rehabilitation process.
Eyal and his family moved to a hotel in the coastal city of Netanya. He says he misses the life in the kibbutz. In the meantime, he's focused on healing himself and watching his favorite football team, Tottenham Hotspur. He even got special videos from Manor Solomon, the Israeli who plays in the team.
I want to say thank you for everything he does for Israel. That he's not afraid to be active and publish things and take a stand for Israel. I felt it was very good for me in my soul and my head to see what's happening and be a bit running away for 2 hours, running away from the news, from my injury, because when I watch football, even though we don't always play well for the last 3 games, still it's very good for me because that's normal for me to watch the games, to be happy, to be disappointed, to feel like normal.
More than 50 days after October 7, Eyal continues his treatment and hope to be fully
Got a
recovered
bandage.
soon.
What happened to his head?
He is still expected to have more surgery to remove one of the bullets in his back. This is just another story of courage and survival out of many we heard since the Hamas onslaught.
A sweeping wave of volunteers, not just from within, Emily Francis, but the foreigners from
Yo,
abroad.
put your shirt up,
who've also
lady.
Come to it.
Hussy? She's the most hussiest person in Israel, ain't she? That's why everybody watches her.
Date on gauze, yay team. Okay.
But it's a super
They
important
look like
volunteer
a
job
Jewish Boy
that
Scout.
could mean the difference between life and death.
So we do what they say, and it gets done, and we save a life. Everything saves a life. That's why we're here.
During times of peace, and even more so during war, the Tel HaShomer IDF base is the hub where all the medical supplies and other non-combat support tasks fuel the entire IDF.
I love seeing all these people volunteering for Israel. They are coming from out of the country and doing really holy work here, which is why this place exists.
So the fatigues came with the ticket. What brings me here is that after October 7th, we all, I think everyone here, felt the need to be here, just where we had to be. For myself, I was doing a whole bunch of work fighting against the insane explosion of anti-Semitism that's happening everywhere, even in our little city of Winnipeg. But it didn't feel like it was enough. I wanted to do something physical, really to help Israel.
After October 7th, lawyer Lawrence Pinsky of Winnipeg and dozens of other volunteers heeded the call and hopped on the first plane to Israel that they could to participate in Sarel Volunteers for Israel, a robust nonprofit with an international reputation.
Well, I've been packing, not right now, but earlier, morphine and ketamine and amputation bandages and serious stuff. And it gives you a sense, especially when you see how many we're packing, what our Chayalim are really facing.
Like everyone else that is here, our desire to help Israel in any way we can, in addition to donations, and pardon my emotion, we're here to physically help Israel in this time of special need.
My Zaidi came to fight in the War of Independence in '48, and if I get to do 1/10 of what he did for the state of Israel, and he did it for all of us, and he did it so it would be here for me, if I could do 1/10 of what he did, I'll be very proud.
I have two sons right now who are in Miluim. One of them up north, one of them in the Merkaz, and I have a son-in-law who's up north.
Sarel, which is a Hebrew acronym meaning Service for Israel, has recruited over 150,000 volunteers from over 30 countries since its inception 40 years ago.
I graduated college at the time of the Six-Day War in '67. I wanted to come then. My family was not Zionistic. I knew they would probably commit me if I came. I heard about Sarel when I was visiting my son in Teaneck, New Jersey. And I said, oh my God, I can do today what I couldn't do 50 years ago.
This is now Rochelle Kimmel of Borough Park, Brooklyn's 4th Sarel volunteer mission. And for Dina Wolf,
I was using him when you
from
asked him the
Manchester,
question.
England,
He
Sarel
didn't
volunteers
see it. I
have
didn't see it.
already become her family.
This is your first day
welcome,
volunteering.
Lois. Welcome to
Do you
the
feel like
stream.
you've known her forever
You're new
already?
here.
I just think she is just amazing. She's an inspiration,
That's
and I'm
broken.
just in admiration. Everybody
Or
is
maybe
doing
it'll
as much as they
remember you
can, but
from now on,
some
though.
of us have that feeling it's just not enough. So when my sister decided to come from Manchester to do Sarel, I jumped on the bandwagon.
With the hate and vitriol against Jewish people hitting a critical juncture around the world, the existential fear is paralyzing.
All right, this is it from us for now, but we will be back in 3 minutes at the top of the hour with all the latest updates from the ground.
That big broadcast is to get their legs ripped off.
In Israel, 3 minutes.
Dang.
And we're back.
What was the time? You did it. You're the only survivor.
شمعة المحتلة أو على مقربة منها، وكان طيلة الوقت هناك قصف مدفعي وأيضا
I wear my sunglasses
Continue demonstrations on this hill. A permanent ceasefire is called. They've also been calling on governments, especially the British government and the opposition Labour Party.
Shut the fuck up! God dang. I was like... Bing. Dude, my computer's getting stupid. I gotta clear cache somewhere. I need to figure out how to do that. Clear OBS. Hold up, I wonder if I can do that. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh! I wonder if that would help. Oh, really? Damn, you have to restart OBS after deleting cache files. I thought I was building something up on the stream somewhere, because dude, after about a day of streaming, I have to restart the computer. And there's probably something else I can do. Give it to me. There's also some other games with that bot too. You can try slots maybe, or Take 88 now. Don't switch the blade on the guy in shade. Is that from the song? The Sunrise song? It's a banger though. Oh. Is that why he wears them? It's some sort of... Dude! Man, dude, Al Jazeera can't get enough of the bloody babies. Jeez, I'd rather watch buildings blow up now, Al Jazeera. You piss me off. Slot machine on or something here. Trying to figure out the command is for it. Okay, ready? Let's do it. What? 100. Oh, let's go. Oh, that's right. This is the one where I can put, like, watch this. I forgot about that. I can put whatever emojis I want in there. Oh, these are not. Let's see. Oh man, you can't do mine maybe. You can only do ones that are regular ones. Oh, because doesn't make sense. Hold on, maybe Bob Ross isn't following the channel. That would make that happen. I'm not following. Why does this opt-out thing pop up everything? I get no break from this. Please. Oh, Tel Aviv rocket.
About the threat that remains from Hezbollah, and he said it gave an interesting answer, saying that one step at a time, everything has its order of things.
Yes, Ariel Osseron on the Israel northern border. Thank you very much for this. And again, we're seeing this long list of communities here in central Israel that are now rushing to shelter. As you just said, perhaps showing ability on behalf of Hamas as the ceasefire ended. All right, thank you, Ariel Osseron, for this. Back here in studio, joining us, Colonel Olivier Rafovich, the IDF spokesperson unit. Thank you very much for joining us, Colonel Rafovich. Again, and we're now getting reports that there are also red siren alerts in the surrounding of the city of Modi'in, more to the direction of Jerusalem. A heavy barrage, not unexpected, and yet signaling that we are definitely back to war mode, and we're seeing now the skyline of what seems to be interceptions, rockets being launched and intercepted. Yes, Colonel Rafovich.
We're in a war against Hamas, and we will destroy Hamas. It will take time, but it will take the time needed to do it. And today it's a proof right now together here in the studio that Hamas is a danger for Israel, and the fact that they are firing missiles against cities in Israel all over, against civilians, not against military targets, prove that it is a need for Israel to destroy Hamas. And right now there is a very quiet, large military operation in the Gaza Strip.
Dude, somebody get their fucking phone. It's vibrating, dude. It's annoying shit.
Military activity will continue.
And before I ask you to elaborate on what we are to see in the south, perhaps this is a good opportunity due to what we've seen in the north, in the south, and in the center of Israel to remind our viewers who live here in Israel that the Home Front Command instructions, the guidelines are saving lives, and now that the ceasefire is ended and now we're back to war mode, adhering to those instructions is of paramount importance. Yes, Colonel Rafovich.
Yeah, there are still alerts now all over the center of the country, and the Iron Dome system is actually destroying the missile from Gaza to Israel.
Right.
But we have to be cautious that in this situation the population has to be ready to continue to follow the regulation from the civil defense system, of course.
Right, the Home Front Command instructions to adhere to them, of course. And yes, and these are the images from the Tel Aviv skyline of the rockets, of the interceptions. Colonel Rafovich, let's shift our focus back to the main scene, the Gaza Strip. We've seen a lot of aerial activity throughout the day, preparing the ground for the ground operation.
I'm not going to elaborate about the next step, but it is clear that, like just mentioned today, the Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, the Prime Minister, there is a need to go forward with ground operations. What has been done in the north of Gaza Strip was very important. We have to continue to deepen the military actions against Hamas wherever it's needed to do it, also in the south.
And talk to us, please, more about this interactive map the IDF introduced to the population in the Gaza Strip, because what was dubbed as the main challenge, or one of the main challenges of operating in the southern part of the Gaza Strip, is the fact that there are a whole lot of people there.
I will explain to you, if I may. Around 1.5 million people are now in the south part. They left north. They are concentrated in the south, mostly in the area of Mouassi, which is along the sea, close to Khan Younis. Right now, they received a lot of flyers, many flyers with a QR code in order to scan the code and to know exactly where to go, where not to go, according to this situation. There is a special center in the southern command of the Israeli army in order to prevent civilian population to be out of the combat. But I would like to tell you that Hamas is actually pushing them from the Mouassi humanitarian area into the combat area in order to, like you just said, in order to make them like human shields for Hamas. So we have two wars to wage, one against Hamas and one against Hamas, in order not to put them into this combat area, because we don't want them to be involved in that.
I do want us to talk about another issue that, due to the fact that we've seen and hopefully will see more hostages being released, and that is the information about what is happening. I wouldn't get into what is happening in captivity, but rather the intelligence about Israelis who were taking hostage and unfortunately murdered while in captivity.
As you know, and it's a very sad information, we knew during the weekend that 7 people have been actually declared dead.
Right.
They were actually killed during their abduction time. Some of them because they were wounded and then they didn't receive the medical treatment that they should have received. Others have been, I believe, killed. We believe to be killed, but we got pieces of information, and the intelligence services are actually making a kind of puzzle to rebuild a puzzle of with information received by different means, and then at the end of the day they can assess what is the situation of this or this person. So the intelligence work was very, I would say, efficient, very difficult to achieve at the end of the day. So 7 people have been declared dead. Also one of the more senior officers, a full colonel, who was actually the head of the 3rd Brigade of the Gaza Division. But I would like also to tell you that we know that still are remaining among Hamas kidnapped people 18 women and kids.
Right.
And according to Hamas information released by Hamas, they say that they have no anymore women and kids. We don't believe all this fake news. For us, Hamas is still in charge of all the kidnapped people, also the women and the children, like the Bibas family, as you know. And there is a real game of manipulation of mind, a real game, an horrific game of psychological
horrific
against the
and this is
I knew they had words there.
one of the reasons that those negotiations in Doha were blown up earlier today, with the Mossad chief ordering his team to return back to Israel.
Correct.
Before we continue our discussion, we do want to head back to the ground, to the Israel-Gaza border. I-24 News correspondent Pierre Chandler, heavy barrage of rockets towards Israel's center, including the Tel Aviv area. Obviously, a demonstration of ability, if you will, on behalf of Hamas tonight.
And moreover, a demonstration of ability from the northern sector of the Gaza Strip, where Israel claims control. The launching, we saw it clearly. It came from this area, the area of Bet Hanun, which is still the site of fighting, but is supposedly under Israeli control as being part of the northern sector of the Gaza Strip. It was invaded already on the 27th of October. But we saw clearly salvos of rocket targeting Israel, Tel Aviv, and the center of the country. We understand that up until now, there is no casualties.
And hopefully, of course, that will stay the case. But as
you
we
don't have to
mentioned,
put in
now
amounts
that
for the
war
slide.
is back on, the Home Front Command instructions are and hopefully will continue to save lives. Pierre Schindler, I-24 News correspondent with the I-24 News, a team, of course, on the ground, the Israel-Gaza border. Thank you very much for your reporting today. And we would like to welcome now Advocate Ori Slonim, former special advisor to Ministers of Defense on the hostage and missing people. Mr. Slonim, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We appreciate your time, sir. Well, we've mentioned before we got this update from the Israel southern border from Pierre, we've mentioned the Mossad chief ordering the Mossad representatives to head back from Doha back to Israel. And we've even used the term negotiation blow up, and yet walking out is also part of the dynamic of negotiations to an extent.
I don't know the details regarding this decision. I believe that if they left Qatar, there was a reason for not staying there, because the negotiation is either stopped for a long time or stopped for a short time.
Right.
But I believe that they don't have to do anything tonight and tomorrow in Qatar.
Yes, not in Qatar, but rather in the Gaza Strip, perhaps. And again, this is all part of the same greater scheme of things, the operation underground and the talks behind the scenes. And yet, sir, we've seen it was obviously an extremely emotional week for many Israelis, for the entire nation. And yet, looking ahead, is this outline, this framework, and I think that the Israeli word here, beating, is very symbolic because it has a dual meaning here, around or a group of hostages being released, but also the beating of the heart. Is this framework of day in, day out groups leaving the Gaza Strip and coming back home to the Gaza Strip is sustainable?
I can tell you that the feelings of people returning from this cruel captivity, it's the return of women, of old women, return of babies, return of small babies. I think it is emotional, but it's also part of a very cruel, behavior. So it is coming home, but it's coming home with lots of bad nights and very, very worse days in this captivity. And don't forget, they are not young people, they are not soldiers. Right. They are civilians who were kidnapped, in October 7 in the morning, out of their beds, not armed. It's not usual coming back from being in captivity. This is something of
normal
captivity, crime against humanity.
An unprecedented situation, hostage situation. No modern time literature can assist in those unfamiliar territories. Truly an incomprehensible situation. And I would like to join our conversation, Colonel Rafovich, here in the studio. The IDF is getting very slowly, very gently, is getting some intelligence from those hostages who came back home.
Correct, and We are actually doing it in a very
what was it talked about
smooth
when
way
you
because
did it?
I've been there for so many days in so difficult conditions. So we have to be very, very, I would say, sensitive to all this situation. But beside these people back home, we have also other means to get information, to get intelligence. Like Mr. Slonin, of course, knows, he was one of the top negotiators in this field for many years. It is a very tough and very complex work to do, mostly in wartime, because Hamas is aware of the efforts of the army to collect information. So there is a lot of fake news and disinformation from the enemy side.
Derek
But at the end of
Chauvin
the
got
day,
stabbed
we are
22
keen
times.
to continue, and we do, as
Guys
you
being
know,
charged
many
with attempted
efforts,
murder.
and a lot of resources have been used in order to deal with this central priority for Israel, the return of all the hostages.
So, Mr. Slonim, from this point onwards, as we're back to operation underground, including a ground operation, likely to presume in the coming days. How do you see the continuation of the dynamics when it comes to the negotiations to bring about the release of more hostages?
First of all, I can't predict. I believe that nobody can predict what will be, but I can tell you that this situation of civilians not coming back in a certain deal back home, it's something which is the most cruel situation I know in my life, and I practiced 35 years in exchanging prisoners of war, mainly soldiers, not babies, and I can tell you that I hope that in a certain day this negotiation will take place. It can take place for 24 hours or one day, if a consent is being made there. We can do it in 24 hours and stop this awful situation within the war, within the fighting. We don't have to stop the fighting for 9 stages, which is, I believe, a great torture for everybody.
So, Mr. Slomanim, before we let you go, obviously, part of the reason why those negotiations stopped at this point in time is due to the fact that Hamas is simply not fulfilling the basic premise of this agreement to exhaust the release of what is dubbed humanitarian cases, as in children, women, elderly women. And yet, when we're talking about the other categories, as in elderly men, female soldiers, men who are not soldiers, and yes, male soldiers, the price tag, quote unquote, and it is horrendous to speak about human life in that sense, but this is the horrendous reality we're living in. The price tag for those other groups might be different, and this is why I'm circling back to the first talking point in our discussion, sir. Maybe an all-for-all deal is the way to go.
First of all, we didn't reach this stage. First of all, we have to finish the stage of the babies and the women and the citizen and the old men, and then we can speak about everything. I don't want to speak about prices, so-called.
Yeah.
No, I hate this word, but for the time being, it was a huge breach of agreement, and they have to fulfill this very small humanitarian stage of that,
right.
And then we can speak about everything.
Yes, unfortunately, the issue with the hostages is that time is a scarce resource indeed. Mr. Ori Slomanim, former Special Advisor to Ministers of Defense on hostages and missing people, thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us. We appreciate your time and your insight. Thank you. And And an update now in the aftermath of this heavy barrage of rockets towards the Tel Aviv area, towards central Israel, many other communities and cities in the central part of Israel. 22-year-old man lightly injured in his head from debris in the area of Holon, city just to the south of Tel Aviv. Once again, circling back to the importance of adhering to Home Front Command instructions. Back here in studio with Colonel Rafovich. We are at the beginning of the 9th week, a week that is most likely be painted with fighting underground, a different type of fighting than what we've seen in the northern part of the Strip.
Correct. First of all, the operations, aerial operations on the ground one, are getting more amplitude. We feel that there is a need to go deeper, and we need to go stronger. After the pause, the humanitarian pause, as you can understand, Hamas did not respect at all, in any case, the pause in order to make this exchange possible. Hostages versus prisoners from Hamas in our presence. We have now to continue very, very seriously within the Gaza Strip. But a point which is maybe very important to mention, according to Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State of the USA, was asking the Israeli government to try to find maybe other means, other approaches in order to prevent more civilians to be involved. So we listened very carefully, our ally, the American administration, of course, Mr. Antony Blinken. And what now we are doing is to actually to improve the way to inform the civilian population in the Gaza Strip, to give them more information, more I would say, warning before strikes are carried out by the Israeli army. And in this sense, we are doing, I would say, the most possible to do in order to...
No other army in the world, simply put, is warning its enemies. And Colonel Rafovich, before we wrap up this broadcast, reports that the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the body of Israeli soldier Oron Shaul has been eliminated as part of the ongoing fighting.
I don't get the information right now because I'm with you at the studio, but it sounded very good information to receive. We see so many people have been involved in so many massacres. We also today killed the chief of the Sajaya battalion, Farhat, in an operation. It's a big success by the military IDF troops. And I want to salute, if I may, with your permission, all the soldiers, all the forces on the ground, in the sea, and in the air, who are doing an incredible job for the security of all the state of Israel.
And
so I salute them with your permission.
Of course, and we'll be doing in the coming days, in the coming weeks. The job is not done, not quite yet. This is clear, not yet. Colonel Olivier Rafovich, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. And this is it from us for now, but you can always stay updated by following us online at i24news.tv with the live blog of all the updates from the ground, and of course on social media, Facebook, Twitter, X, TikTok, Instagram. We are there. Thank you very much for watching. Have a peaceful, restful night, packed with good news, hopefully. Thank you very much for watching.
Got a government loan in 2013 and established a settlement outpost. Abdullah Abu Rahma shows me a map of 7 Palestinian hamlets where farmers have been forced to evacuate since the beginning of the war. Israeli settlers attacked his team of monitors from the Palestinian Authority. They were handcuffed and stripped. The scars and bruising shows how hard they were beaten.
After October the 7th, things began to change. My team members hesitated to flee for half an hour and the settlers came. They kicked everyone out, but when they found out my colleagues didn't live there, they stripped them and beat them for 7 hours.
Mansour and the other farmers forced to flee their land in the area vow to return despite the increasing settler attacks. As we prepare to leave, an Israeli army jeep drives by, a threat and reminder of who wants to take and control this land. Charles Strafford, Al Jazeera, Beit Farik, the occupied West Bank.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the day's other stories now. A large earthquake has hit the southern Philippines. The magnitude 7.5 quake struck the east coast of the island of Mindanao, prompting tsunami warnings, which have since been lifted. It happened late on Saturday, sending panicked residents rushing onto the streets. The region near the epicenter is being hit by more than a dozen aftershocks. There were no immediate reports of major damage or casualties. At the UN Climate Summit in Dubai, 50 oil companies representing nearly half of global production have pledged to reach near-zero methane emissions by 2030. They also agreed to end routine burning of natural gas when drilling for oil. Environmental groups have called the move a smokescreen, saying it falls short of phasing out oil, gas and coal. The US and China also announced they would work together to reduce methane emissions. The gas is a major contributor to global warming. A judge in the U.S. has ruled that Donald Trump is not immune from prosecution in his election interference case. The decision brings the former president a step closer to facing a jury on charges that he plotted to illegally overturn his 2020 election defeat. Trump can appeal the ruling, which could delay a trial due to begin in March. The UN's top courts ordered Venezuela to refrain from taking action in a border dispute with Guyana. On Sunday, Caracas will hold a referendum related to its claim on its neighbor's oil-rich region of Essequibo.
I don't care. Give me all of them. What happens if I do this? Oh, wow. Command a commercial. I thought they were gone.
Ariel Osseron.
Interesting. Those are the only days I put. Oh, since the bot's been up. Well, since I've had this new bot. Okay. Interesting. Just trippy commands on this bot. Never seen game scan before. It scans which dates I played or put that I was playing a specific game. I tried politics, so I put up all the dates I played politics as a stream title or a stream category. Interesting command. Oh, did you just fall, dude? Did you just fall, dude? He was clawing it. I pick him up and put him straight on the lap. He's like, oh, don't mind if I do. It's here. He's there now. He's probably hungry, though. You hungry, buddy? There you go. Yeah, he's hungry. Yeah, I might have to increase heart medication. He's not eating. You want me to mix it up for you, maybe you want to mix it up. Sit there a while. vitamins. I got my calcium, D, zinc, manganese, and this is extra zinc, 50 milligrams. This is B complex. Complicated. It's complicated, bro. I've been doing some pull-ups today. I've been doing negatives, a little bit of negatives. Until I couldn't do them anymore. I did something. Wani124, thanks for stopping through. Thanks for following. Are these real people? They're not saying anything, but they could be real still. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Proven otherwise. I don't know what this does. The current language is English. Last clip. Hey, I remember that one. Press the word. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that was one too, though. Remember that one? Like, we used to do the last, like, thing someone said. That's the last thing Bubba said. Make it rain and mount that one. I'm the only one that can make it rain on the other one, though. this out over here. I can feel. They're just replaying stuff now.
Thank you.
Huh. Yeah, you can do a mod command, so you can truly think the mods. Or more. Stuff like that. That's broken. The broken one. A lot of these aren't really working correctly. Boy. Counting this time. Well, that was. Okay, but I'll stir it for you, man. I need to have a fucking spoon and a bucket of water in here, ready to stir every 5 minutes. Kind of like to get them not used to that. It's getting to be kind of a bothers me thinking to do that every time you use it multiple times. Good day. Okay, I went through all of them. There were 28 pages. Didn't find anything.
govern, rule their lives. Brazil will have to coexist with.
Seats in the 120-seat parliament. Mr. Netanyahu's coalition currently has 74 seats. To topple him, at least 13 members of parliament would need to leave his coalition, or a no-confidence vote would have to be held in the legislature, with another candidate selected to replace him. Aviv Bushinsky, a former political advisor to Mr. Netanyahu, said that neither scenario is likely. Almost everyone you speak to today will tell you the same thing, that Netanyahu must step down from office. He cannot continue to lead this country, said Mr. Bushinsky, and yet at the same time there is a very real scenario in which he remains prime minister, despite his unpopularity because of the difficulty in replacing or removing him. Mr. Bushinsky said some members of Mr. Netanyahu's Likud party had spoken about splintering to form their own party, but they were unlikely to do so in the midst of a war. Mr. Bushinsky said people are only going to strike while the iron is hot. It's not just about them leaving Likud, it's about them being able to put together their own coalition of 61 people who will support them. I just don't see a political constellation like that which will work. Anyways, if you want to read the article, you can go to the New York Times. Israelis are angry at Netanyahu. The chances of his ouster are slim.
Why isn't he talking anymore? I can hear him still clicking.
Not really hearing any updates the last couple hours about negotiations. It sounds like the negotiations are not really progressing and have pretty much stopped over a new truce. Just to go over why that is. Oh, we have some flares, 3 flares up there. Reportedly, Israel believes that Hamas still has 15 women and 2 children that they're supposed to release, and Hamas is claiming we don't have any women and children civilians to release. So that sounds like the big dispute between them. 3 flares up there. Hey, thanks, Alvidas Baltakas, for your support. I'm a little, you say if Russia attacked Lithuania or Poland, would you brocus me? I don't know what brocus means. But thank you, Alva. I certainly would cover it, of course. I hope it doesn't happen. Thanks, Alvidas, for your support. Do I still have the war map with updates? I don't believe there's really been much updating in the last couple weeks because there's been a ceasefire, and it's not like there's been major ground operations the last few days. The account War Mapper I follow came out with an update today, but there's really not much of an update because, again, there wasn't any fighting going on, and there has not been major ground operations or Israeli advances in the last couple days since the ceasefire ended. Oh, look at all of those! Look at all those flares right now, guys. We got about 10 flares. Eric in Thailand says Institute for the Study of War covers it. Yeah, they have a map too. We got a bunch of flares. But I'm not like seeing airstrikes where this happened, or we're hearing some booms. I don't know what this is related to. I'm sure they're there for some reason. Sandy C thinks they're targeting someone. Oh, that was a big boom we just heard. See a couple. Look at all those. Look at all those flares, guys. A lot of them.
Another boom. Not over there.
Here, a drone. It's 11. Another boom. Another boom destroying tunnels. Another boom. How we do it says Americans are spoiled. Another boom. Yes, Ragnar Adventures says a lot of booms in the background. I agree with
Oh look, everybody's covering the flares. Every single person, including Luckner. Look at this. Boom. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Luckner. Isn't that wild?
In the Gaza Strip, they have announced officially that 55 humanitarian trucks were allowed to enter the Gaza Strip, including a few trucks that also would be allowed for the first time during the days of fighting between Hamas and Israel to enter the Gaza Strip. Now, these humanitarian aids will be distributed later in separate areas across the Gaza Strip for Palestinians who have been displaced from their houses and have been witnessing inhuman conditions for more than 7 weeks of fighting, and the situation obviously in terms of the humanitarian aid considered to be very essential, as Palestinians depending right now on such aids in order to cope with the results and the aftermath of the Israeli destruction of the houses that they left behind after being forcibly evacuated from the homes and even from the farmlands.
Tarek, thank you very much indeed. Tarek Abu-Azim talking to us from Khan Yunis.
Hey Thomas, be sure to say happy birthday.
The deputy head of Hamas political bureau has told Al Jazeera that negotiations over a truce in Gaza have completely broken down. He said there will be no further exchange of captives until the end of the war. Earlier, Israel pulled negotiators from its intelligence agency Mossad out of Qatar, which has been mediating ceasefire efforts.
The official and final stance of the movement of Hamas is that there will be no exchange of captives until the end of the aggression and a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire. We, the Hamas movement, declared from the beginning that it is not a maneuver, deception, or anything else that the foreign prisoners who arrived to Gaza on October 7th were not a target, and that we were ready to release them without conditions. Women and children who are held captives were not our targets either. They arrived in Gaza due to the exceptional circumstances, and we were also ready to conclude this matter in exchange of the release of our women and children held in the occupation forces prisons. Was supposed to be an international commitment unrelated to the exchange regarding the relief of our people. Israel claims that here are many women and children that are still held captives, although we have exchanged all what we have. And if there are some cases that we are not aware of, we are ready to conduct investigations. The remaining prisoners in Gaza are soldiers and civilian men who have served in the Israeli army. Therefore, there are currently no negotiations on the issue of captives until the aggression stops.
French President Emmanuel Macron is in Qatar, where he's discussed the latest developments in Gaza with Qatar's Emir. During talks at Lusail Palace, the Emir stressed the need for continuing international efforts to negotiate a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. He said it was needed to protect civilians and deliver aid. They also discussed the establishment of two states in accordance with international and UN
that's who they're basically
Earlier, Macron said that if the objective of the war is to destroy Hamas, it could go on for a decade.
I think this is the moment when Israeli authorities need to more precisely define their end goals. What does total destruction of Hamas mean? And does anyone think it is possible? If it is the aim, the war will last 10 years. There can be no long-term security for Israel in the region if that security comes at the price of Palestinian lives, affecting public opinion in the region.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Vice President says Washington won't allow the forced relocation of Palestinians from Gaza or the occupied West Bank. Also speaking in Dubai, Kamala Harris said the U.S. is holding discussions with regional powers to agree on the future of the territory.
We must accelerate efforts to build an enduring peace, and that begins with planning for what happens the day after the fighting ends. Shortly after October 7th, President Biden and I began discussions with our national security team about post-conflict Gaza. We have begun to engage partners in the region and around the world in these conversations, and this has been a key priority over the last 8 weeks. 5 principles guide our approach for post-conflict Gaza. No forcible displacement, no reoccupation, no siege or blockade, no reduction in territory, and no use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. We want to see a unified Gaza and West Bank under the Palestinian Authority, and Palestinian voices and aspirations must be at the center of this work.
Tamar Hammoud, an assistant professor of public policy with the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, is also a specialist on conflict resolution and international aid. He's been with us over the last couple of hours or so. Good to have you back. I want to talk to you about Emmanuel Macron's visit to Doha. Obviously, France's interests will be centered around the French citizens who are currently in Gaza. They will be anxious to get those out. At the same time, he seems determined to try to find some way of restarting the ceasefire talks. What do you think that Macron would be able to bring to this that so many other people may have not managed to look at?
Rob, I think historically France has always played a key role in representing mainstream foreign policy of the European Union. As one of the biggest and major countries in the EU, it has always carried the foreign policy interests of the entire old continent. And this is where Macron comes. I mean, let's think about his positions on Ukraine as well. He always more or less advocated for this politique réelle approach, pragmatic politics, where at some point he was keen to have some negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, and the Americans were very angry with him. But now when we look at Europe or the European Union has been a very important and key partner in the peace process since the establishment of the Palestinian Authority, the Oslo peace deal in 1994. Europe has invested so much in the state building project, the Palestinian state building project, and it has been a very generous donor to the Palestinian people. And the Europeans, because of the geography and the history, the shared geography, the history, I mean, we live in one region, the Mediterranean. Europe is always more or less in a more moderate, pragmatic position than the US. The US is very far away, and it always provides this unlimited support to Israel, while Europe sees the situation from a pragmatic, from a different angle, and it sees also that there is a rift, and it worries from the US also playing all the way with Israel, and so it wants to prevent a further collapse of this peace process. It wants to play some pragmatic role to revive it. And France comes in this position, or Macron comes in this position to bring Europe back to the political game. And also there is one important thing also, we're not talking about the Gaza frontier. Lebanon also is of an extreme importance to France as well. And the northern front between Hezbollah and Israel is on fire. And they want to make sure that there won't be any further escalation. Today we have been hearing some statements coming from some French statements that they're really worried of a full-scale war erupting between Lebanon, Hezbollah, and Israel. So I think all these things, when we look at it, these are mainly the agenda that Macron comes with to Qatar as an important mediator, to more or less to convey the message to Qatar and probably to the Israelis and the Palestinians as well, that we can probably be there, we're there, and you can rely on us also to send some messages to embrace some agenda different than the Americans. And I think this is where Europe comes.
And where Qatar and Egypt are concerned, and perhaps the US as well, they will, of course, be conscious that at the start of this conflict, France spoke out very strongly in favor of Israel's right to defend itself. It aligned itself almost immediately with the position that the US was taking. The EU did exactly the same thing. From what we're hearing now, there seems to have been a change of emphasis, or at least a change of tone from what we're hearing from Emmanuel Macron now. How do you assess that?
Public pressure in Europe. We have seen the biggest demonstrations taking place in the European continent, not in the US. So the European leaders realize that the Israeli narrative is not being bought by the public, the European public by large. And the fact also that Israel has went too far with this war. I mean, it's not a defensive war anymore. It's a massacre. It's committed in a genocidal war. And the Europeans realize that, no, that's a no-go. We did not sign up for this. Yes, we endorse Israel. We supported Israel in its right to defend itself, but not to commit a genocide. And there is a difference. And this is where you have, like the European political position has matured differently than the American one because of all these factors: geopolitics, history, shared geography. They're closer to us than the Americans, so they see things from a moderate perspective, pragmatic perspective, than the Americans, and that's good.
David, I know we're going to be talking to you more in the latter part of the program about the future for Gaza.
That old Forester single barrel that I got is actually worth $200.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said the
a
war on Gaza
reputable
will continue
liquor
until its
store
aims
selling it
are
for
achieved,
$200.
including
One
the
of
elimination
them.
of Hamas. While he was speaking,
Single barrel.
thousands of Israelis were
I didn't
rallying in
realize
Tel
it was
Aviv to
that
call
much.
for the release of captives held in Gaza. Their families are putting pressure on Netanyahu to do more to bring them home.
Many people asked me during this week, and I have been asked by some of our brave fighters and soldiers, is the war, will the war resume after the truce or the ceasefire? And I said yes, absolutely yes. And this answer is now clear to everyone. So I am saying clearly that we continue the war until we achieve all our goals.
Well, Lemran Khan's joining us live now from occupied East Jerusalem. I want to talk to you in a moment about the press conference that Benjamin Netanyahu held. First of all, do you have any more information about the rockets that were being fired from Gaza that you were telling us about just about half an hour or so ago?
Well, it's certainly the largest barrage of rockets we've seen from the Gaza Strip, certainly since the ceasefire ended. A huge barrage coming from the Gaza Strip and hitting multiple places within Israeli territory. In the south, in those Israeli communities just outside of the Gaza Strip, in Tel Aviv itself, and on the road towards Jerusalem, and in a suburb just outside of Jerusalem. Most of those rockets were actually intercepted by the Iron Dome rocket defense system, but we are hearing that at least one person has been injured. So this, a very significant statement from Hamas. Remember, Hamas sends these rockets out of the Gaza Strip, not so much to hit targets on the ground, but as a message, knowing that most of them will be intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system, but as a message that they can still do this. And remember, we are, 57 days into the war, and Hamas still have the capability of sending rockets into Israeli territory.
Okay, let's talk about the press conferences. There was the one we were mentioning before by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister. There was a separate one that was held by Yoav Gallant, the Defense Minister. Now, the interesting thing that I felt that when we were covering the Benjamin Netanyahu conference, and he was asked about the fact that these conferences were held separately, and he said he wasn't aware of what had been said by Yoav Gallant in his press conference. Talk us through how significant this is.
Well, it's kind of extraordinary to think that the Prime Minister of Israel doesn't know what the Defense Minister of Israel has said in a press conference that was held probably about an hour before he spoke. What was going on there? He also was asked about this, and he said, I actually asked Yoav Gallant to come and do a press conference with me. He turned it down. Now, there isn't a huge amount of love lost between the two men. They have had their problems in the past. At one point, during the judicial reform process just about a year ago, and they've actually stopped since October 7th, but were massive protests. Actually, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tried to sack Yoav Gallant, but it was only public pressure, huge amounts of people out in the street that actually stopped him from doing that. Is this a division within the War Cabinet? Both are very senior members of the War Cabinet, clearly, but they're also actually members of the same party as well. So there may well be some sort of differences going on between them. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's press conference was actually one that was held with a bit of tension for the PM as well. Now, only Israeli media were allowed to come to that. Prime Minister probably thinking he's going to get a bit more of an easy ride from the Israeli media rather than foreign media. But But he was asked, are you going to resign? He said, this is not a time to talk about resignation. So even he knows that he is under pressure now from within Israel itself to resign.
Are they Chinese UFOs?
And maybe that's the issue here, that Yoav Gallant is simply keeping himself away from a prime minister that he possibly thinks might well be toxic.
Imran, thank you very much indeed. That's Imran Khan talking to us from occupied East Jerusalem. Well, the Israeli army has forced hundreds of thousands of people in northern Gaza to leave the area since the start of the conflict, including medical staff. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia is one of the few who stayed behind at the Kamal Adwan hospital. In a video message he shared last week, he described the situation there.
أنا دكتور حسام طبعا يوم 25/11 والحمد لله يعني أنا الآن أعمل لوحدي في هذا القسم.
Oh really? COVID-19?
أي حدا معي.
Were they talking about it earlier or something? The hell? It's on this stream that we're watching. Well, it was on this one earlier. Before they, no, I thought it was. I don't know anymore. I think that they're just putting it on streams randomly, dude, because COVID's spreading, actually. They used to put it on streams that talked about it, but it's pretty bad right now, apparently. I was one of the, I was patient 0. Sorry. I got a mutated format from the homeless guy in the back when I picked up his shitty drawers and gave them to him.
Dr. Abu Safia, who you heard just now, is affiliated with the US-based humanitarian organization Med Global, and joining us from Chicago is its president, Dr. Sahar Sarhul.
Those drawers were actually
with us. One of the most extraordinary things that I out of several that we saw in that piece from Dr. Hussam Abu Safia there was the fact that he's working on his own. There is
are these, excuse me,
Can you just talk to us about what your impression is of the conditions that medical staff are working under?
Thank you for having me. And this is heartbreaking for me as a physician, as a critical care specialist, and I think for every physician in the world, to see our Palestinian colleagues and Dr. Hussam Abu Safia working with these circumstances in the midst of war with very limited resources, with no food, no clean water, with his life being threatened, with his family's life being threatened, his house was destroyed, and working alone in a hospital. He shared with me an audio message a couple of days ago that he's the only physician that is moving between the emergency room to the inpatient department to the intensive care unit, and that he had at one point to try to resuscitate 4 newborns who, because of the loss of electricity, their ventilator stopped, and he tried to resuscitate them, and he could not, and they died on him. And that every day he has to make decisions which patient should live and which patient cannot live because he cannot support them, including many young children. And he has every day influx of large number of patients coming to his hospital because of the bombing, including today, where he had about 60 people who died in the hospital and about 200 injured because of a bombing in the nearby Jabalia camp. And this is the only functioning hospital in northern Gaza, or one of maybe 2 or 3 functioning hospitals in northern Gaza that remain, and there's about 300 to 400,000 people in that area. So he has to stay there. He could not evacuate, and he needs help. He needs prayer. He needs protection. He needs medical supplies. He needs electricity. He needs food. He needs clean water.
He needs a new pair of Jordans.
He needs medications for his patients so he can save them.
I imagine that the experiences that Dr. Abu Safia is going through at the moment are not unique to him, although they are tragic. There must be other medical personnel throughout Gaza.
I'm about to put in this filler for now.
Have you heard stories from other people in Gaza who are and what kind of experiences they're having?
many stories like that. These are horror stories. And of course, we've seen them in Syria, we've seen them in Ukraine, but in Gaza, it's much worse. Because not only that you have every few minutes mass casualty incident where you have a large number of patients coming to your hospital and you have very limited resources to treat them, but you also have shortage of food. I mean, Dr. Hussam told me that he was not eating for the past 2 days. Lack of clean water, so you have influx of patients who have intestinal infections. Many of them are children, and he's worried that you will have a cholera outbreak. And also, there is very limited means to treat these patients, so many of them will die unnecessarily. And then there is a threat on his life. More than 350 attacks on healthcare were reported by Insecurity Insight in Gaza, and 91 doctors were killed in Gaza. And the loss of a doctor in Gaza means a loss of a community, because that means his patients will have no access to health care, or her patients, and that many patients will die because there's no access to specialists. I've heard horror stories from doctors in Gaza of course, the large-scale injuries, the children who are mutilated, completely burned. One of the doctors told me about experiences in Al-Shifa hospital where they had to do C-sections on 4 dead women to extract the babies from their dead bodies, and the babies survived, at least temporarily. And these stories are happening every day. Yesterday I heard a story of a patient who is on dialysis, and these are patients who are not making it to the news because they're not injured. He could not have dialysis because Al-Shifa hospital stopped providing dialysis. He's disabled, who could not evacuate for 2 weeks. Eventually he evacuated to Deir al-Balah in southern Gaza, and he had partial dialysis, only 1 hour a week, and then he died yesterday. Many patients who have chronic illnesses have no access to health care. 80% of the hospitals have stopped working, and they're destroyed. That means even if the war stopped today, it will take years or decades for what has been destroyed to be rebuilt.
Dr. Zahar Sahlo, we appreciate you being with us in Al Jazeera, so thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, we're going to help build it.
Thank you.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, a heavy exchange of fire on Lebanon's border with Israel as hostilities resume after the end of the Gaza ceasefire.
We're going to do all of it.
We have signs of milder air trying to push into western parts of Europe. Hang on to your woolly hats, it will take a while to actually come in. That's courtesy of this weather system here. This area of low pressure will come in and will draw in the winds from a southerly direction eventually. At the moment, it's all talk about Storm Churo making its way across northern parts of Italy. That'll gradually make its way further northwards and eastwards up towards that western side of Russia as we go on through the next couple of days, taking a fair bit of snow across central and eastern parts of Europe in the process. So -6 the top temperature in Moscow as we go on into Sunday afternoon. Meanwhile, temperatures just about hanging on into the low 20s there in Athens at around 22 degrees. Here's that milder air up towards the northwest. Southerly winds there, temperatures getting up to around 7 Celsius in London. As you can see, only 3 degrees there for Paris. That wetter weather will make its way through as we go through Monday. Snow on the leading edge of that as it bumps into that very cold air. A fair bit of wet weather there across a good part of France. Snow once again coming into the Alps. Again, we're into that cold air. Cold enough at around 3 degrees Celsius.
I can't do all this, man. I'm trying to get Simon to eat at the same time, juggle all this shit. heck is on her face?
After the ceasefire expired on Friday. And the Gaza Health Ministry says 100 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli air raid on the Jabalia refugee camp. The area is one of the most densely populated in the Strip, and it's come under repeated attacks since the start of the war. Al Jazeera's Anas Al-Sharif has more on the day's barrage of Israeli attacks in Gaza from Fallujah in the north.
We are currently in the Fallujah area north of the Gaza Strip. A short while ago, Israeli forces bombed a house belonging to the Al-Abayth family. The house is densely populated with residents and displaced individuals. The scale of the destruction is immense. It was a multi-floor building, and many civilians are currently under the rubble. The search and rescue efforts are ongoing all around.
The Israeli occupation forces deliberately targeted this house where almost 120 people were staying. The house consists of 6 floors, and the majority of its inhabitants included women, children, and elderly. This act can be described as a genocide. I wonder why this house was bombed. The majority of residents were women and children. Until this moment, several dead and wounded individuals have been recovered. The rescue efforts are ongoing despite limited resources. Everyone is aware that civil defense apparatus has suffered significant numbers of casualties, and the vehicles and equipment of the civil defense have been destroyed. With the help of civilians, we're currently clearing debris. As you can see, they're working with their bare hands due to the absence of any equipment. Israeli occupation forces have deliberately targeted our personnel and equipment. The forces are intentionally targeting homes, leading to a mass killing of civilians. The house contained around 50 children and 30 women. The total occupants were approximately 120 people, and they were all displaced individuals who were staying in this building with their relatives.
Hello, can anyone hear me? If you hear me, raise your voice. Anyone here, can you hear me?
We are here at the site of this destroyed house. The Israeli occupation forces launched tear gas and phosphorus bombs. As you saw, this massacre was committed by the occupation forces against innocent civilians.
أنس الشريف لصالح قناة الجزيرة شمال غزة.
Dama Hamudson, Assistant Professor of Public Policy with the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. He's also a specialist in conflict resolution and international aid. He's been sitting with us for the last couple of hours or so. Talking about the future of Gaza is probably a little bit precipitate, given the fact that the talks towards a ceasefire have broken down. But nevertheless, Kamala Harris has been talking about the fact that the US, she says, has been trying to work out a process for what's going to happen in Gaza when the war eventually ends. We had a speech by Antony Blinken, who had started to refer to elements of this. Even Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, in his press conference that we covered a couple of hours ago, alluded to the fact that there may be some sort of reshaped Palestinian authority that might be in charge. Talk us what your assessment might be of all of this. Is this, I mean, clearly it is a lot of speculation, but nevertheless, there has to be a point at which something practical has to begin in terms of what happens the day after the war ends.
Correct, Rob. And we're all predicting here, speculations. There are a couple of things that we're sure about. The one main thing is that all Arab countries have refused to have any rule in governing or providing any security in Gaza after the war. So we have a big no when it comes to this. Regional allies are not going to get involved in this. No one wants to have anything to do with this, because it's a very sensitive thing for the Arab public, for the Arab societies in these countries. They will be looked at as collaborating with Israel to eliminate the Palestinians. So that's a no, that's a big no. Now, in practical terms, what does it mean to topple down Hamas? I mean, what's really accepted by, let's say, Israel and the West? We talk about different scenarios here. Some analysts say that if Hamas is willing to let go of the governance structures in Gaza and remain a political movement inside the Strip, a political resistance movement, and committing itself to a truce, this could be a scenario, a win-win for every party. You know, Hamas will stay. It will not be engaged in the reconstruction of Gaza. No more governance responsibilities. It can focus on reviving itself and probably reforming itself, you know, to prepare itself for a political future as well. So I anticipate this could be a realistic scenario. The other scenario which we keep hearing from the Israelis in particular, no, we're going to go all the way and to eliminate it. Realistically speaking, in practical terms, I don't think this is feasible. I don't think the international community, especially the Americans, have the willingness or the appetite to go all the way to accommodate Israel until this goal is achieved. Because this means that this will be, this war will continue more than a year. It needs a long time for this to happen. So practically, I don't think this is a realistic goal. I'm more or less, I'm leaning towards an exit strategy, a win-win scenario for all parties, which involves Hamas letting go of governance structures and accepting a governance party in Gaza, be it the Palestinian Authority, a technocrat government appointed by the international community that would engage in the reconstruction in Gaza, with Hamas approving everything but not getting involved. More or less, I think realistically that's the feasible scenario, but we're speculating, so we don't know really what's going to happen here. No one has a concrete roadmap for what's next.
Tamer, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
pleasure.
Well, Mansour Shoman is a Khan Yunis resident and a Canadian citizen who chose to remain in Gaza to report on the war. He says it's his duty to stay and document what's happening and help as much as he can.
It's a privilege, it's an honor to be here. It's my duty, it's my religious, my humanitarian duty to be here. If everyone leaves, then who will stay to help the people here? 2.3 million Palestinian civilians here are all my family. The free people of the world are all my family. The people here in Gaza are not just standing for Palestinians, they are standing for the truth, they are standing for what's right. They believe in positive change, not only for people in Gaza, but for the whole world. These are the values that we stand up for, and we believe that we need to strive for. And as long as I have a soul and the heart pumping in my heart, I will continue my duty to getting the truth out and helping the people on the ground in any means possible, together with many thousands of other volunteers.
The warm welcome, what happened?
Alexandra Saya is head of humanitarian policy and advocacy at Save the Children. She's joining us by Skype from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. The plight of the children in Gaza is becoming key to what is happening in the Strip. Can you tell us some of the stories that you've been hearing from what has been happening to children in Gaza during this Israeli attack?
Thank you for having me. The resumption of military operations in Gaza these past 2 days has been devastating, and it's essentially a death sentence for children.
He's like Yoda.
Gaza has been dire for quite some time, and now on top of that, we have 1.8 million people, the equivalent of 80% of the population, half of whom are children, now
I'm about to play fucking PUBG,
in the
dude.
South, just as winter is setting in.
Like full screen.
And now with the
think I'll get in trouble. We're just taking a little break. Take it to the limit. Take it to the limit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's that doing there? Okay. That's weird. What the? I can't hear. There I am. I hear it. Sounds good. Alright. Ready. I gotta funk this pass is like pass ends in 11 days. You better hurry your ass up. You're right. Let's get in there. You know what I'm saying? Am I allowed to take a break from the war every now and then without changing everything, my title and everything, please? It's not like I'm completely clickbaiting. Like I really don't care if people come by. Like new people are coming right now, and I'm not trying to clickbait people. I just need a break. Hearing any of that baby slaughter and whatever. Hey, oh! I didn't mean to do that one. Yo, look at that. I got the moons, and then I got the moon in my little thing on the side there. That's slick. This guy's hating on it though. You know what, buddy? You know what? I'm underhanded you, bitch. I'm fucking underhanded. That's your ankle, punk. Leave me alone. Nah. Hater. Where'd he go? There he is. Also, when he come back, I'm gonna be looking for that mask on the battlefield, though, that gas mask. I'm easy to find too with that jacket. It's a special holiday season time jacket. Am I the highest ranked person here or what? Oh no, he's following me. I might be. No. Why is it? God dang it! Why is he following me? Alright. Alright, well I need to have to follow one of these. I'll follow yellow. Did he not jump? Motherfucker. Yo, blue, get out of the plane. Oh my gosh. Maybe we should like fly towards blue instead of away from blue. Oh my god, come on y'all. The guy fucked up, I think. Where am I? Level 9. That's a catchy small tune, yeah. With my roof, bro. It's everything but the gun. Everything but the gun. Ooh, we level 3 best already. Oh yeah, let's get the little Uzi out. Now we're Israeli. Gun was invented by the Israelis. Excellent short. Ooh, and this too? Yes, sir. Bad boy. It's the cricket from Men in Black. I don't even know what I just picked up. What was that? Flashlight? Can I not use that? But there was something I picked up that I could use. Oh, did we switch out? Oh, no. Let me... Potato time. It's freaking potato time. Where am I going, dude? Not used to this. I'm gonna switch out for this since it's a progressive. Progressive I got. Yeah, it's kind of special too. Like this thing. To have this exact one with this color. It's pretty new too. It's like brand new actually. It's from like 2 weeks ago. Got super lucky on a drawing. Need this. There's get all of that. We kind of like mark this or something like. Actually, I might just switch it up. I got so many of these rounds, man. I just got so many of these rounds that I should probably use them. What's going on over here? Oh shit! Are you serious? Oh no. This is bad. Oh, he's gonna just... Quick.
Kill the asshole for me.
Oh shit! My own dude? Pretty sure my own dude just shot me. No, it's dead already. Come over here. Fuck.
He jumped into this building just barely. He ran upstairs.
Fucking underhanded. Why am I stuck in a fucking underhand? There's a guy in the backside. Oh, he's super thirsty too. If the guy would have just not finished me, he might have survived that. But he was so thirsty that he wasted his whole clip in me, and he couldn't hear that other dude coming. Stupid.
He's on the roof. He got me with the VSS. If he could bust out the door, he's about to kill me.
Oh my gosh.
One, did you get him? Trying. He was on the roof that killed me. He freaking literally snapped me right into the first battle royale.
What's up, Pit? How you doing, man? I just realized stream. B-I-A-B.
I'm gonna come back for my guns.
Oh yeah.
Do it. For the last one.
Which means if he has buddies here, I'll probably start getting their way.
I said that. I can't just grab it. I can't just fucking grab it. I gotta jump up there.
Okay, 2. There's a guy heading your general direction. He's over here.
That fucker.
Damn it. Two, I hope you have some weapons. Two, they're on the other side of the cargo containers from you. Or get on top.
Oh, I got stuck on the rock.
Okay, I just got killed.
Okay.
But I have another comeback.
Got stuck on the rock. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, you died to Blazon?
Yeah. And they put us on opposite sides. Again. actually. I don't know. Fuck. Ah! Oh no. Oh fuck! I almost had the motherfucker. I didn't have a vest, dude. Damn. Fuck. I think that's it though.
Well, he ain't coming back. What about you?
What? Was that it?
Got another chance?
No. Hey.
Or is that it? No, that's it.
Yeah. Fuck it, dude. Damn, Rumble, you just piss me off all the time. I'm taking Rumble. We don't need to see Rumble. We don't need to see D-Live. How about that? That is in way pissing me off all the time. D-Live's ugly because it's yellow. Oh yeah, I don't like that. And yeah, Rumble is just it looks like shit. So I'm taking it off. They teeter-totter from 9 to 11 constantly, so it either has half of it cut off or half of it with like the word viewer coming up. The V. We don't need to see that. They don't ever talk anyway, are they? I mean, we'll still see if they talk. That's more than most streams do for them that are multi-streaming to Rumble, right? That's a bot. It's also wearing a super goofy clothing, but how quickly it turns. I can't do that. See, these guys. What was that a bot too? No. No. Oh, yep, that's a bot too. Down. And then... We're gonna make it. hopefully it's going to be in the circle, and then we'll have money. Oh shit, how far are we out? Not too far. Dude, he didn't get off the fucking plane. Wait, where is he? How we can shot it already? He did get off the plane, but he's way back there. Oh, we're hearing his... I gotta mute him. Fuck. You had to land up there to get that stuff? I guess so. Get me out of here. Dude, these guys are pretty talkative. We gotta get to the other dude. Let's see. Oh, he's moving. I like them cheek pads. I like my cheeks being soft, you know. There we go. Where's a car? Ah. Works for me. Oh. Oh wait, I gotta go this way? Yeah, I gotta go this way. He's like, what is going on? I'm looking at the map. Okay. Let's go. Did I go the wrong way? Went the wrong way. It sounds like he's shooting at me. I had to turn my dot on. I think a different angle, I think. Nice. Oh, dude, he is shooting fucking down here, dude. How does he know where I'm at? Wish he would mark somebody. Mark him if you see him, because I don't see anybody, man. I'll take it. I need some water. I'll be back. Water. Some word. Good boy. Whoa, you're fast. And awesome. Hey. Oh, I think I hit his. Dude, I hit his fucking Jeep, whatever his thing. Simon, what do you want, buddy? Where is this? Up there? Oh, that's close. Oh shit. What the fuck? just stood that dude. Get out of here. Oh fuck! Oh, fuck! You got the car here right here, though. Oh fuck! He doesn't have any meds? Oh. He didn't pick up any meds? I don't. Man. Oh, fuck, dude. Like, I can't. Oh, he's doing it. Let me get a pan acid. Wasn't he doing it? Dude, I gotta go. I'm sorry. I gotta go. Fuck. I just keep doing that shit. I don't know why he wasn't able to pull it off in time. I end up dying there. Oh, fuck. What's the other guy at? Run out of bullets. Ah. I'm out of fucking ammo, dude. I didn't think that one out. I didn't think that one through. Oh shit! Okay, well, not gonna be able to do that. Bad place to stop, apparently. I forgot about those dudes. That's the reason why we stopped here. Shit. Oh, right. Where's my dude? Oh, he's dead too? What? What are we? He must have got sniped. Damn. Yeah, good shot going through my shit. That's right. He's gonna take care of you now. Yeah. Oh, now they took the tire out. You fucked up. Why is it in first person view? I'm not sure. This guy's entire team was somewhere else too. Oh, phew. He's not even paying any attention. He's about to die in the storm, dude. Cause it's gonna be smacking. Like... Oh, it's so close! Damn. The one more, like, second, I think that was it. Push it to the limit! I'm still spectating the team that killed us. They're still in it, man, just by the sliver. That's a good spot. Oh, he's coming. Oh no. Oh no, he's chasing him. Okay. The cactuses in this game really are sturdy. I guess they really are in real life, they just don't look that sturdy. This guy's about to get sniped playing around. Playing with that dude. That's a bot. Yeah, that's what I was hearing was the bot, because it had that repetitious pattern to the shooting. The repetitious pattern. I guess all patterns aren't repetitious, are they? Whoa, that's cold. I see this game. You haven't never seen this? It's pretty old. Looks better than it used to, though. Dude, yeah, somebody. I was about to say somebody just pulled up right next to him. To the right of him. He doesn't have headphones. You can't even hear where that came from. Where did it come from, though? I swear I heard somebody pull up over there. What am I hearing? This guy's got a death wish, man. He's going towards another full squad, possibly. Oh no, it's... Yeah. Yeah. Had this whole team over here shooting at him. See what they look like. Oh, they're playing. That's why I'm seeing them in that mode, because they're playing in first person, I guess. Oh, well, maybe. Oh, where is he? There's only one guy left. So level 60, a silver 334, and a 251. Win the game. I mean, they could lose. Dude, it's happened to me before. 3v1. All of us died. Push it to the limit. That's what I do when I put the water in Simon's food. Oh, that's it. Where does this reset? Does it say how many hours? Three hours, 3.5 hours. And these have already gotten all. Yeah. And there's not being as rewarding this season. Tony Montana? Dude, isn't that the dude from Scarface? Dude, I was just singing Push It to the Limit. On, like, right now. Push it to the limit. Bum, bum. And now you're my teammate. Got a phone call or something. Dude, we're with the Tony Montana, isn't that? Wasn't that his name? Wasn't that his name in Scarface? Scarface. Tony Montana. What the fuck is going on right now? Yeah, that is what his name was. Oh, it says Montana. Is that? Yeah, it's actually spelled exactly like that. That's who I'm. Weird. Man, that's weird. Tony Montana, bro. Pew pew, yeah, they don't have real guns on here, only the laser beam gun. Laser beams. Nothing on the roof. This is where the jackpot is. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Big money, big money, big money. Not really, but I would consider big money. Close the door, bro. What the fudge sickle? I thought I picked up something else. I need extendo clip, guys. Out there. How did that not hit? I need it. Oh, fuck this. Oh shit, okay, it's him. I heard his footsteps. Oh, we gotta go already? You got us in a beater right now. We're out of bullets to get in this game, are guys, I can let me change it. Fuck. I wanted to put some different skin on it, man. We're on this old this is like an original skin, you know what I mean? This looks like kind of like ass, bro. What's he doing? I don't know where he's at, man. I feel like I know where he's at. You get a fucking... Fuck, I'm getting shot from up there. He just fucking drove over my spike strip. Oh, this motherfucker. Where you going? Dead? He made it so I can't put a skin on it. I guess he shot it while I was... Oh my god, I need that. Oh my gosh, what am I doing?
Fuck.
Double gang, we gonna gang them. This way. Twinsies. That were super intimidating. Oh, there's 3 of them there. Okay. Shit, where's he going? Oh shit. I see him. Oh, come on! Fuck, why aren't they fucking smoking quicker? God damn it. I'll smoke when I feel like it, alright? Huh? God damn. Well, now it's smoked out pretty nice. There's nobody there, buddy. What are you doing? Oh, there is somebody over there at the tree to the right. Is that his dude? That's not his dude. Did you see that guy over there? He's got an angle on him too. Was that him? Very good. Everybody's shooting at each other so fucking far away. What is going on with this game? Is that right? Is that right? What are you doing? One kill, baby. Yeah. Get 3 assists, though. I helped. Nothing. I'm just not doing enough, man. Yikes. Now they're just slapping me. You don't get shit. Dude, there's some seasons where it seems like you get all kinds of stuff, and others, what are you even doing right now? They're not making this worthwhile enough. I have to wait for stuff to reset or something. Like it happens every day. Oh wait, did these come out? Are these new yet? Oh sweet. No, they're not. This is still happening, by the way. Shoot. Israeli military and Hezbollah. Got some stuff, huh? Lugner said so. Dude, all the baby pictures are making the rounds. This starting to be sick of my stomach, dude. They love it though. They're like, Allah Akbar, our martyrs. Allah Akbar. cut his head off. For God. Yes. Yes. Fucking weirdos. Even looked over somewhere else. A protester attempted to set herself on fire in front of Israeli consulate building, Atlanta. Yesterday.
في الشباب دلوقتي كل واحد قاعد يستبيع بقى هي كده مش جايه وكده مش جايه فبيقول لك اللهم اروح للاخره وقابل ربنا واقول له انا حررت بلدي هو دلوقتي اللي قاعد بيبان التلفزيون والافلام والمسلسلات والنجوم سواء نجوم رياضه سواء
Cover when he's gone. Wait.
Labour Party leadership prevaricating over a ceasefire is just completely out of step with public opinion. So that falls on people like myself who are elected to represent people to act as their voice.
So these groups have said that they will continue the demonstrations until a permanent ceasefire is called. And they've also been calling on governments, especially the British government and the opposition Labour Party, to do much more to bring that into effect. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Neve Barker is going to be here in a couple of minutes with more of our coverage.
George Floyd had more people than Palestine.
On the website, aljazeera.com. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
Somebody's been murdering homeless people in LA. Heard about that? The baby's coming.
أنه لن يتحرر الأسرى الصهاينة إلا بتحرير كامل أسرانا وبعد وقف إطلاق
Yeah, they're putting COVID warnings on everybody's streams, I think, periodically, because it's getting so bad. Nothing to do with me talking about COVID or anything. Because it was on this stream earlier too, and it's not there anymore. And it's been up since December 1st. I try to remind everybody that COVID exists. Be careful, because it's that time. People are still being stupid, dude. Sneezing everywhere, wiping their, touching their face in public, eating with their hands without washing them in public. Like getting the samples and shit. Costco. The guy ain't fucking sticking anything on my mouth that's on some tray, or people can just walk up and accidentally finger fuck it after they then been pushing around some nasty ass grocery cart. I mean, the Costco lady, the worker passed this about probably is doing pretty well at not doing anything, but I don't trust any of the customers at Costco. They're all self-centered assholes. I just try to get in and get out. Pay attention where I'm walking. I mean, it probably helped to me being in programs. Like, I've been in a bunch of different programs. So, and also with the military, you know, they're going to kind of harp on not getting sick too. I think it's the programs that got me to wash hands more, pay more attention to not touching my face and shit. Be around military too, probably, because you're just around so many people. It's like being in jail. You don't want to put your face in jail anymore. You have to. There are illnesses in jail that aren't in other places. Like in LA County, supposedly they had some form of this staph infection that they had never seen anywhere else. I only slept like 4 or 5 hours last night. Actually, where's this guy? Look at me read.
اليهود قالوا في الأول اطلع الجنوب، الجنوب آمن. هلقيته بقول لك اطلع الجنوب وروح على سيناء، وهذا
Fuck, man, it's taking it so long. I'll let y'all read it. Nothing left to fear, it says. They have nothing left to fear.
اليهود قالوا في الأول اطلع الجنوب، الجنوب آمن. هلقيته بقول لك اطلع الجنوب وروح على سيناء، وهذا كلام أفضل من فاضي. لا طالعين ولا نازلين، هنا مطرح قاعدين. ايش بدهم يعملوا يعملوا. ايش فيش حاجة نخاف عليها. دورنا راحت وأملاكنا راحت وأموالنا راحت الولاد اللي استشهدوا راحوا واللي ماتوا راحوا والمكسحين اللي في المستشفيات هذول بعدين المفقودين تانيين. ايش عليش احنا بدنا نبكي؟ ايش بدنا نبكي عليه؟ وبقول لك ايش؟ جايكوا داعم في الطريق، وين الداعم؟ وينه؟ وينه؟
Where's the aid? Yeah, give us stuff, man. Come on, man. You got 2 briefcases. You don't need 2. Palestinian. I don't have a briefcase. Give me one, huh? Come on, man. I haven't eaten in days. Is they like got some falafel in their mouth or something? So messed up. And this is the slowest part of the day every day with this war in it. Oh dude, y'all didn't tell me I got 2 microphones playing. Can't y'all hear that weird shit? Which one sounds better? This one? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Or this one? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Hey, is this one better? Or is this one better? Number 1? No, that's both of them. Number 1 right here, baby. We got number 2 right here. I don't know what you want to do. What it is. When, alright. You guys. I can't hear it. The double mic sounded better, you think? Y'all think this sounds better, having both of them on? Double mic. I gotta eat something in a minute. It's not a good time to be laying in my lap. I gotta put something in. Here, I'll be right back, y'all. He wants to sit on me, so now it's time for me to do it. Oh, I didn't turn off. Dude, I'm running low on like regular bottled water, so I put Pellegrino in the rice cooker. Now that's fancy rice. But I'm also running. I'm going to go to Costco soon. I just had more of these because they were on sale, so I bought 3 cases of them. I got brown, short brown rice cooking with 2 cups, with 2 tablespoons of olive oil, extra virgin. You know they like that out there. And then I cleaned the thing for the great tray for the air fryer. That's it. So I'm ready. I can throw the fish sticks in. I can throw the vegetables in. Because the rice takes 90 minutes. That's why I had to go ahead and do it now. It takes forever, bro. Holy shit, cat. I have the most needy cat on the planet. It's what I created, I think. He's actually always been crazy, dude. Like, he used to be way worse. When he was younger, he would wake me up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, just running throughout the house. Frantic, like, crazy, like he'd get the zoomies or whatever, you know, and just start zooming. Trying to freak me out. But he gets an idea in his head. He is very adamant. Planet 2106, hey. Welcome, man. Thank you. For what? What are you thanking me for? Oh. What's Isla? I see. A lot of fish, man. Huh. Alright. I'm gonna live forever. That's what you gotta do. That's where you start. You eat fish. You eat a lot of fish. Vegetables. God, nobody makes it out of this thing alive, though. Dude, there were 121 people in chat right then. Wait, the ticker. I miss having the ticker, actually. Nice. I think the ticker like that wouldn't have the news in it like it did. It was nice having the news with it, with y'all's donos. time change. It was a while ago, wasn't it? There were 385 Twitch subs at the time. That's crazy. We at 13 now. Those are the only ones that were real. The rest of them, those aren't real people. Just playing. They might have been. They're probably real. Hillbilly celebrity at one point. Pneumonia outbreak in China. High mysterious illness puts India on guard. You don't want to go up here. Yeah, that works. Yeah, louder. Yes, that does it. That helps. Louder the better. That's not loud enough, Simon. You can do better than that. Well, here. He doesn't want to be up here, he just wants to meow. And a cat just meow. Yeah. Man, I gotta start eating some MRE soon. They have an inspection date of it, like last month. I really wish that YouTube would stop recommending movies to me and remind me how old I am. You know what I mean? Like this. I saw this at the theater when I was like a youngster. So it'd be like 1997. Remember how long ago that was? It's like, thanks. Thanks, YouTube. Trying to reminisce right now about how long ago that was. But it does it a lot. Like here's another string of them. Oh, where'd they go? Oh, we're having issues. Where'd they go? Go there. Like Truman Show in 98, Majestic 2001, Commando 1985. talk or anything. They just have the thing spinning around.
You will not be disappointed when it comes to the chromium difference.
Yeah, they don't talk.
You really won't. The chromium difference is real.
But these people, the scammers,
Look at this. Natural colored zoisite, tanzanite. Wait a minute.
This was a push. This was supposed to be on like a $14,500 wheel. Kurt, let's do something outstanding. We got the savviest
got
shoppers
here,
in the world. They got eagle eyes
folks.
Oh my goodness. Should we do an
Look
auction on this one?
at that gaudy
Why don't you do an
shit.
auction on this one? I'll just tell you. I am going to do an auction on that.
Okay, just tell me. Why are they always size 7 also?
That is natural
Almost
no
all of
heat
them are.
tanzanite. Folks,
No
they
heat.
get a lot of money
I like
for
them
this.
hot though.
You ready
And
for this, Devon? Open that up for $7,900 to open.
cold tanzanite.
$7,900
right
to
there.
open.
Let's go. What's the deal with the fucking cheerleader dude in the background?
You know what?
Like they had the chick last time. Let's go!
And put a 30-second clock on it.
They really keep
put a
it.
30-second clock.
It's like it feels like the Wolf of Wall Street.
$6,900.
Reeling them in. I'm reeling them in.
$6,900 on this.
Shuckatash. You know I want that shit.
Can you give me the elephant?
But $690, so I might want it.
69, folks. That right there is insane. Okay, take it away. That's okay. You don't have to do it. We don't have to do it. By the way,
To wear
this
your
is just
ugly,
for you,
gaudy
brother.
shit. I can't believe anybody buys any of this. Honestly.
Huh?
It looks fake. It all looks fake because no one would expect it to actually be real when you're wearing it.
Here you go.
Would they? They just assume it's some raw shit or.
I want you to see this.
That's why people don't want it because.
Liam, take a look.
Right? My eyes are fucked up.
Liam, take a look. Here you
Trying to
go.
lick 'em.
The diamond elephant.
Hey, yo, that's a real woman, dude. They got in there. Look at this lady.
Here you
Holy.
go. It has
Show me what you got.
80.
Oh, look at that. That's cool. It's got the third eye.
Diamonds.
Yo, that's pretty sweet, actually.
10
That's the
carat
first thing
80
they
of
had
rubies
that
and
I'm like.
diamonds. Oh my
That's pretty
goodness.
sweet looking.
10 carat 80.
Okay, they're
rubies
going to be
and
charging
diamonds on that.
$3,000.
No, sorry,
2750.
ruby. 10 carat
1950.
ruby and sapphires. Sorry, those are sapphires. Sorry, those
They're
are white
not
sapphires.
rubies?
I apologize.
Oh, well, that's a big
Amazing.
difference,
I love
isn't
it. Absolutely love it.
Rubies are worth more, aren't they?
$6,300.
Oh, no, there are rubies
and again,
on
I'll
it.
listen to an offer on it.
This is white.
Close offer on that one. There's
But
only
those
one
aren't-
like it.
but those aren't diamonds.
To a close offer.
Those aren't fucking diamonds, and they're charging $6,300.
$6,300, and again, it does have the enhancer bail. You make me a close offer. If I can make it happen, I'll make it happen. Okay, let's go back to the turntable. Back to the turntable. I can't believe you guys didn't open up the Tanzanite.
How do these people make
did you
any
like that?
money? They don't sell but
I
like
thought it
2
was.
things a show. A mystery to me. Sort of money laundering scheme going on over here. Buy my ring and I'll give you your money back later. You know, we need to. I just showed the government how I got this money.
Okay, let's run that, and we need our lower third too. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we are giving you opportunities on this.
They get the ring back though.
$8,900, and I said, make me an offer on this.
They're actually raw strings or whatever.
You can do all of that.
They're
only
certified
here at
pieces
Gem
of
Shopping
shit.
Network.
This holiday season, embrace the magic of giving.
I can sell you a box of shit with a guarantee on it, but all you'd have then is a Guaranteed box of shit. Tommy Boy, right? Yo, we're down to 8 viewers on YouTube. Fucking losers. I should cut you off. Ain't saying shit anyway. JD been holding down the fucking stream all day pretty much. Well, for the past hour at least. On YouTube, I'm grateful.
supplies when 2024 begins. It could serve up to 27 million people. The state's Department of Water Resources says there wasn't much rain or snow in October and November. Those months are critical to developing the initial water allocation, which can be increased if conditions improve. Officials say they're hopeful that this year's El Nino pattern will generate more wet weather.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube.
Many busy screens. Thanks for being here, Tofu. Drive safe, man. Drive safe. It's 150 there right now, so we're not the Gaza shot like we used to.
They were 13.5 carats on the earrings. On those earrings, folks, $4,800. And again, I'm going to listen to offer. Listen, if you get both of them, hey, Devon, if you get both, we'll give them a package deal on both.
Give them a package. I'm good for packaging.
We'll give them a package deal on both of them. We will give you a package deal if you buy both.
She hung up? She hung it up, Kurt. She hung it up.
She can't hung it up. She hung it up. Okay, we got to move. Well, if she hung it up, then she can't find out what the package is. Okay, hey, by the way, someone wanted the Brazilian Paraíba. I have one. And it is the best of the best.
Ever?
It is the best of the best.
It's my favorite, hands down.
Ladies and gentlemen, you look at this. I want you to look at this Paraíba. I want you to look at this Paraíba. It's a carat 10 in the center. Has 42 points of accents. It is GIA and AGL certified. So the center gem is AGL. That's American Gem Labs. Okay, done by Christopher Smith. The side diamonds are GIA certified. You have triple certs. The ring we had up for $39,900. $39,900.
Oh my God. You want it certified?
I will
you want it triple
entertain an
certified?
offer on this. We will do some talking. I have a Met here. Folks, it is the best of the best, the top of the top, the creme de la creme. The only time this color came out of the ground was out of Brazil.
That in itself is an incredible price for Brazilian powder. And true story, this is something I've had for about 8 or 10 years, the stone.
Is it really?
It's an 8 or 10-year-old stone. And that's why when you see that vein, that crisp color, that sea foam, that, this is a textbook example of blue water blue, but just a touch of green, just a touch.
This is the one, folks, the only time this color came out, it was out of Brazil. $39,900. Listen, we will do some talking. I got to move on. I have a kunzite rings coming up. 2 kunzite rings coming up for you. Here you go. Maui kunzite, 11 karat 46 on the kunzite. 11 karat, sorry, I forgot. 11 karat 46 in the kunzite. 72 points of diamonds. 72 points of diamonds. This one here was $4,900.
The earrings on 50?
$4,900. That's the $4,900 on this one, George. And then here's the second one, the pear shape. Can we slide this in on your hand here?
Yeah, sure.
There's the second one. There is the second one. A
Dude,
16 karat 60.
They're scratching each other.
16
I
karat
don't want
60.
them now. I was thinking about it.
That's a Maui Kunza, the Maui region.
And that one there was
It's gonna have
6,200.
microscopic scratches
The other one
on
was
it now.
6,200. Listen, I'm listening to offers on either
I
one.
wouldn't touch anything with that hand with that ring on. I would just keep it
I'm
in my
listening to
pocket
offers on either one.
and then take it out every now and then and lick on it. Put it back. Put it back. My little secret.
Yeah, I gotta move. I gotta move. Here
Buddy
are
wants
the amber earrings.
Do they sell anything ever?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's your turn to make deals.
Except to their friends?
Hey.
I just want a ring with a big blue ball on top of it. A bouncy ball. Oh, they muted it.
Here are the Baltic amber earrings. The Baltic amber earrings. Look
Amber,
at those.
yeah,
Folks,
I
this
saw
is
these
so
a minute
cool.
ago. I
Fossilized
wonder how
tree
much
sap.
these are.
Baltic amber on the earrings.
I bet they're
89
not very
points in the
expensive.
diamonds.
Probably less than
The
1,000.
earrings, they were
Probably
$4,400.
why she was like, "Hey, let's put something on super cheap
$4,400
now." 4,400. God
on
dang.
the Baltic amber earrings.
And
4,400, and I said I'll listen to a close offer.
this man in a tree goop.
Hey, who had those? Who had those?
Okay. Let's do this. One last minute on the clock. I'm taking this away. One last minute on this, and I'm taking this away.
I gotta go.
Yes. Yes.
He's so excited he got an offer.
If you can do that, can you say so? You're not doing your thing. You gotta be excited about it, remember? Okay. No serious yourself. Hey, don't go so You gotta do the thing.
Okay, what is that? That's colorful. Is that a mood stone? So they had an old school mood stone up in there. I want to tell me what mood I'm in.
Let's do that in reverse next time.
I got you.
I'll get you in the matrix.
Tell me how I feel.
Okay. Your last look at that turntable,
The
ladies and
unit
gentlemen.
pisses me off a little bit. Not cool.
How about that emerald? That emerald pendant is nice. No, this way. Emerald pendant is nice. Here is the emerald pendant.
Like, who does that? QVC
That
never
emerald
just mutes it
ladies
like
and gentlemen,
that.
when you look at this. You look at this. On
Makes
this
them
emerald
seem even
pendant,
more shady.
folks, that is carved emerald. If you know anything about carved emerald, folks, it is very, very hard to do.
Moonstone 470.
It is very, very hard to do.
That's a beautiful, big, juicy
$3,000 on this.
Oh, it is a moon.
And again, I'm listening to a close offer.
A moonstone?
$3,000, and I'm listening to a close offer.
I was actually going to say moonstone at first, but
You
then
get me close on it. If I can do it, I'll do it.
Myself,
If I can make it happen, I'll make it happen. $3,000. Here is the moonstone, the rainbow moonstone.
This will be the last item shown, and
It
then we're
looks
going to
like
go to
a
the main guys.
moonstone, though.
Aurora moonstone.
Yeah, we will honor the request if you've seen them on the wheel, but we got about 30 minutes to go. We still got a lot to show.
Aurora moonstone.
Oh, everything looks cool.
I know phone lines are jammed, Kurt. This is a short little thing because every piece I'm losing on.
Come on.
Every single one.
Aurora moonstone, ladies and gentlemen.
Go
On
West,
this here,
go
look at
rock.
that. Folks, the Aurora moonstone.
Wait, that's not
this
the
comes
one I was...
from India.
What the hell is that other one
And
then?
it's very, very hard to get this anymore. It's the rainbow moonstone. Folks,
What
it is the
heck
best
a
of the best.
moonstone?
It is the best of the best.
It looks
With
like
$7,900.
it's 3D printed almost.
$7,900. And ladies and gentlemen, done 18 karat two-tone gold. I
Dude.
will entertain an offer on that.
These
Yes.
people are out of
I
their
said I
mind.
would listen to an offer on it.
42. We're on 42, yes. We're on 42.
Earrings on.
36. Aries at 36, we're on 42. Aries at 36.
Oh my god, they keep muting. I can't. The muting pisses me off, dude. It's him, I bet, that's muting it. He's got complete mute control. He's the fucking asshole. I think he thinks he's slick with it too. Like, or he just doesn't give a shit that he's being an asshole to mute. Or there's a drone. Oh, what kind of rock was that though, man? It's pretty ugly. But one was pretty and one was ugly actually, right? It's pretty. And the next one was ugly. Dude, we're allowed to have chickens here, but not roosters. Is that really what you meant? Was it pretty ugly? Or one was pretty and one was ugly? Yeah, yeah, that's right. But it looks like, it looks like you were making a joke. It's pretty ugly. Why is pretty able to be used that way? It shouldn't be. It should be against the rules. Roosters get up early. Coming out of the walls, dude. Yo, this building's giving birth to Palestinians. Dude, it's like a clown car. They just keep on coming. Oh man, Al Jazeera is something else with making sure they get every baby. No baby left behind. Everyone gets a camera in his face. I can't believe it. They don't call this Al Jazeera for nothing. Do you even know what that means? Start things, I'm starting to lose my cursor. Mexican corn guys outside. Walking away. He is walking away. He's not moving. He's just talking. I'd like for him to continue moving. I'm starting to think it's a kid playing with a horn. What the fuck? We don't like him. What screen name is that? Thanks, man. You're real. Probably not. No. Probably not real. You're probably not. Hey, cheers. Big one in. Yeah, it's gonna wake me up. Fucking throws it, everybody to sleep probably. It's knocking me out.
John Herbst, Director of the Atlantic Council and former United States Consul General in Jerusalem. Thanks for joining us.
What's this guy saying? It's live.
Now, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court says he will set up a team to investigate human rights violations on both sides of the Gaza conflict.
It just ended.
Made the pledge on a visit to the occupied West Bank. Palestinian activists refused to meet him, accusing the court of favoring Israel.
What they talk about?
On Friday. And Israel's bombardment of Gaza is continuing into the night. Earlier, more than 100 Palestinians were killed in an Israeli air raid on the Jabalia refugee camp, one of the Strip's most densely populated areas. Now, the US Vice President says Washington won't allow the forced relocation of Palestinians from Gaza or the occupied West Bank. Speaking in Dubai, Kamala Harris said the US is holding discussions with regional powers to agree on the future of the territory.
We must accelerate efforts to build an enduring peace, and that begins with planning for what happens the day after the fighting ends. Shortly after October 7th, President Biden and I began discussions with our national security team about post-conflict Gaza. We have begun to engage partners in the region and around the world in these conversations. And this has been a key priority over the last 8 weeks. 5 principles guide our approach for post-conflict Gaza. No forcible displacement, no reoccupation, no siege or blockade, no reduction in territory, and no use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. We want to see a unified Gaza and West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And Palestinian voices and aspirations must be at the center of this work.
Well, meanwhile, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has delivered his strongest remarks to date over Israel's need to protect civilians in Gaza. He warned that Israeli actions in Gaza could lead to further radicalization.
You see, in this kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what all this rhetoric coming from the U.S. means with John Herbst, who's the director at the Atlantic Council and a former United States Consul General in Jerusalem. He joins us from Washington, D.C. A warm welcome to you. Thanks for joining us on the program. So there's only really one voice that Israel seems to be willing to listen to, and that's the United States. And that voice is currently warning Israel of a strategic failure if it doesn't protect civilians. What does the U.S. mean by strategic failure for Israel?
Well, I think that the quotes you had from Kamala Harris and Lloyd Austin make it clear. The concern of the administration is that in the effort to destroy Hamas, the Israelis are taking out many Palestinian civilians. And this is increasing unhappiness with Israel across the Middle East, across the Islamic world, and also creating problems for American diplomacy.
We know the United States has sent over 100 bunker-busting bombs recently. It's calling for more targeted strikes. But what going forward does Israeli restraint look like in the White House's eyes?
Look, I think the 5 no's that Kamala Harris laid out make that clear. They want the Israelis to avoid military actions which lead to substantial civilian casualties. But to be fair to Israel, given the way Hamas places its military installations and its supplies in hospitals and schools and so on, that's not so easy to achieve.
I mean, how does the US, though, continue to square the repeated calls for humanitarian aid entering the Strip with the massive amount of military aid sent almost without questions to go on sustaining this war?
Well, again, your question presupposes that Israel does not have a legitimate right to defend itself. This all began, this latest round, with that massive terror attack where Hamas operatives murdered women and children, raped women, and took hostages back into Gaza.
Well, I think Mr. Herbst, none of that has been independently verified. I'm not saying that there haven't been atrocities carried out.
No, whoa. Come on, let's not be a propaganda vehicle for terrorism. That's what you're doing right now. This has been verified.
I reiterate that has not been independently verified by anybody apart from Israel at the moment.
And Al Jazeera, wait a minute, and I make the point that Al Jazeera was not waiting for verification when they took the Hamas propaganda about the number of casualties when the Israelis hit that civilian hospital, 3 or 4 weeks ago. So you guys are playing a game, and let's make it clear what that game is.
Those allegations have yet to be independently verified. When they are, of course, we're happy to explore that in more detail. I'm curious to see why the United States at the moment, coming from Kamala Harris, coming also from the US Defense Secretary, seem to be backing away ever so slightly in terms of its support for Israel's ungloved assault on Gaza at the moment.
Well, again, what you call the ungloved Israeli assault on Gaza follows truly nasty, evil terrorist attacks on Israeli civilians. Let's put the context.
I can't believe they let him on here.
But I worked on the Middle East.
That's why I rewound it. It seemed interesting.
And there's a dynamic that when Israel finds itself at war, and often, if not all the time, that's because it was provoked by the other side. And then Israel responds, the United States supports Israel, but then the Israeli response leads to, unfortunately, civilian casualties, often because the way, again, their foes place their equipment and their military installations designed to achieve precisely that fact. And the United States tells the Israelis then to calm down, to pull back a little bit. So what we're seeing today has happened many times before. It's part of the dynamic of wars in the Middle East and American diplomacy in the Middle East. It's nothing new.
So is this apparent call for restraint from the US firm enough for it really make a difference? What you're suggesting there is that Israel doesn't seem to care what the US thinks.
Well, I think to answer this question accurately, we need to look at the current incentives. Now, again, this began with that truly evil attack launched by Hamas. And we believe that Israel has the right not just to defend itself, but to remove sources of future such attacks. And that's why we endorsed what Israel did and provided very serious support. At the same time, we don't want there to be we want to minimize if possible. We want Israel to minimize if possible civilian casualties. And that's a natural tension or part of the relationship between Washington and Israel. That's one. But two, then you have Netanyahu. The nose that Kamala Harris just laid out, which you provided to the audience, talked about the Palestinian Authority having control both of the West Bank and Gaza, not Hamas, because Hamas just launched these attacks and launched attacks before that. But Netanyahu is not so keen on the two-state solution because he wants to remain in power, and he's very vulnerable right now because he presided over this massive Israeli intelligence failure, which led to the successful Hamas attack on October 7th. And so his natural inclination not to accommodate Palestinian concerns that would lead, if addressed, would lead to a stable two-state solution is another factor here. So there again, it is a complicated situation with many things pulling in different directions.
Yeah, of course it is a complicated situation. And do you think that perhaps more context for this current conflict should be given by the US administration and known more widely by US audiences?
Well, I would say that it's important for the proper context to be understood by all audiences, including those you target, you address.
All right, John Herbst, Director of the Atlantic Council and former United States Consul General in Jerusalem. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court says he will set up a team to investigate human rights violations on both sides of the Gaza conflict. Karim Khan made the pledge on a visit to the occupied West Bank. Palestinian activists refused to meet him, accusing the court of favouring Israel. Zain Basravi has more from Ramallah.
At the Ministry of Justice in Ramallah, the chief prosecutor of the world's highest court meets victims of Israeli occupation.
The world's highest court?
There's no justice.
What?
If there was justice, things would have been different in Palestine.
In Ramallah?
When they treat people with double standards, there's no justice. I demand the remains of my son be released. His body is withheld. We don't know if he's in a grave or a morgue.
The International Criminal Court, the global community at large, should be ashamed, she says, about the state of human rights in Palestine.
Mr. Khan, how do you respond to criticism that you are applying a double standard to this conflict in favor of Israel, Mr. Khan? Mr. Khan, how do you respond to that criticism? And will you be visiting any of the refugee camps that are under constant Israeli attack?
Since taking over as ICC's chief prosecutor in 2021, Karim Khan has been described as hostage to the Israeli narrative. At the same time as his visit in Gaza, more evidence of Israel's war crimes. Khan was given graphic examples of Israel's human rights violations in the occupied territories, including accounts of state-sponsored murder and sexual violence. A Palestinian minister who was in the room said, "Conditions have never been so bad."
He did his best to convince us that he will make balance and that he is taking what's going in Palestine seriously.
Did you believe him?
Palestinians say trust in global institutions is in short supply. One of Palestine's biggest human rights groups refused to meet with Khan. The ICC visit at the invitation of Israel, not even a signatory to the court, insult to injury for Palestine, a member state.
He's picking and choosing the victims. That's dangerous for the role, future and image of the court, seen as a last resort for victims. This is a message that no one protects them. You have to protect yourselves. There are no mechanisms for justice.
Despite Khan vowing to investigate violations on both sides of the conflict, Palestinians don't see him as independent, serving only, his critics say, to rubber stamp an illegal occupation. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank.
Israeli soldiers have shot and killed a Palestinian carpenter and father of 6 near Nablus in the occupied West Bank. The 39-year-old was attacked by illegal Israeli settlers in the town of Karawet Bani Hassan. Settlers forced him out of his car and burned it before he was shot in the neck by an Israeli soldier. Also near Nablus, Israeli forces blocked an ambulance from reaching a 16-year-old Palestinian injured during a raid there. The teenager died from his injuries later. The number of Palestinians killed in the occupied West Bank since the start of the war on Gaza is now more than 253. And elsewhere in the occupied West Bank, 10 masked Israeli settlers attacked a restaurant in the village of Sawaiya. Security camera footage captured the moment of the attack on an Israeli police car passing by without stopping. There's been an intense exchange of fire along the Israel-Lebanon border. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has launched several attacks on Israeli military positions since hostilities resumed on Friday following the end of the Gaza ceasefire. Okay, you're up to date. That's it for me, Neve Barker. Weather is next. An inside story will examine whether Israel can learn from the intelligence failures that led to the Hamas attack on October the 7th. Thanks for watching.
We will see some dry weather making its way across Japan over the next couple of days. Cloud and rain, weather system now in the process of pulling out of the way. Isobars opening up nicely.
Respiration is so low, I had to really concentrate on seeing it. And it's like below 15 right now, and I've been reducing his heart rate every day. Missing one of them. Where did it go? What was there? Oh, the jewelry thing. Maybe it ended. And Al Jazeera is actually. Go is actually way behind. I can catch it up. It's like 28, 10 minutes. We got here. That's it. That's it for weather, actually.
This podcast. And Israel learn.
Give me the news.
Equipped militaries in the world, and yet.
Already spotted.
Hello there, and a warm welcome to the program. I'm Jonah Hull. Israel has one of the most advanced and well-equipped militaries in the world, and yet, on October the 7th, Hamas fighters breached the Gaza border fence, infiltrated southern Israel, and killed more than 1,100 people. Israel responded by declaring war on Hamas. Its bombing campaign has razed much of the Gaza Strip to the ground and killed more than 15,000 Palestinians. Many in the international community have condemned the offensive as disproportionate. After a brief ceasefire, the bombardment has resumed and appears to be expanding into the densely populated southern part of the Gaza Strip. What is the Israeli military's end game? A year ago, senior government officials reportedly dismissed intelligence pointing to an impending attack by Hamas. So who will be held accountable for the unheeded warnings? And what will it take for the Israeli government to call its operation in Gaza a success? We'll delve into all this in a moment, but first, this report from Fintan Monahan.
The attack by Hamas on southern Israel on October the 7th killed more than 1,100 people. It's widely seen as a major failure of Israeli intelligence. A report in the New York Times suggests senior military and intelligence officials were aware of what Hamas was planning more than a year ago, but ignored the warning signs. The revelation is piling more pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He was widely criticized at home for not publicly apologizing for the security failure that led to the Hamas offensive, something his security chiefs did in the immediate aftermath of the October attack. His ratings have plunged, and he's faced repeated calls to step down.
Israel has lost faith in the Prime Minister. We cannot allow ourselves to conduct an extended war with a Prime Minister that the public does not trust.
Many analysts say Netanyahu's political future depends on how he handles the war on Gaza. So far, Israeli forces have killed more than 15,000 Palestinians, most of them women and children. Despite this, Netanyahu has reiterated that the objective in Gaza is to wipe out Hamas.
We swore and I swore to eliminate Hamas. Nothing will stop us. We will continue this war until we achieve the three goals: to release all our abductees, to eliminate Hamas completely, and to ensure that Gaza will never again face such a threat.
But these goals seem incompatible with any kind of push for a permanent ceasefire. The pause in hostilities in Gaza lasted
Dude, they're
just
killing
a week.
all their women. The dudes are going to be
Israel
pissed
and
about
its
that.
ally, the United States, were quick to blame Hamas.
It's also important to understand why the pause came to an end. It came to an end because of Hamas. Hamas reneged on commitments it made.
While Hamas says Israel never intended to extend the ceasefire beyond 7 days.
The Zionist regime was preparing to start its genocide and war again on Gaza and its people. Yesterday, we were in meetings to extend the truce, and we offered many proposals. The Israelis didn't want any of it.
Qatar and the US say negotiations are continuing for further humanitarian pauses and exchanges of captives. Israel says Hamas is still holding 137 people in Gaza. But with the Israeli government seemingly intent on making up for its own failures on October the 7th, is there political will for anything more than a temporary truce? Fintan Monahan for Inside Story.
Okay, let's bring in our guests. In Tel Aviv, Oren Ziv is a journalist and photographer at Plus 972 magazine, an independent Israeli online news platform. In Sydney, We've got Anthony Lowenstein, author of The Palestine Laboratory, a book about Israel's arms and surveillance industry. And here in the Qatari capital is Omar Ashur, a professor of security and military studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. And a warm welcome to you all. Anthony Lowenstein, I'd like to start with you and this New York Times reporting that a year beforehand, Israel acquired plans detailing an attack very similar to the one that actually took place. In fact, there were hints of just such an attack dating all the way back to 2016, but that a senior military intelligence officer rebuffed the plans because he believed Hamas simply didn't have the capacity. So it wasn't that they didn't know this was going to happen, it was that they didn't believe it was possible.
I think that's correct. I mean, obviously, like any report at the moment, we have to take everything with a slight degree of salt. Not that the New York Times report might be wrong, but there's so much we still don't know. One of the things that I discovered in my reporting over the years before October 7th for my book, but certainly since, is that Israel, I think over the years, like the US in many ways, has believed that technology on its own, surveillance tech on its own, will keep them safe. It's believed somehow that 2.3 Palestinians in Gaza would be docile, would essentially accept their imprisonment. And yes, it does appear that Hamas was making plans. In fact, I've been reading reports that there were many Israelis on the Israeli side of the Gaza border who had seen Hamas militants rehearsing something, and they were reporting back to the Israeli officials, and they essentially were ignored, including many Israeli women, and they were dismissed, I think, which sort of goes to the heart, I think, often of a very patriarchal society in many parts of the Israeli intelligence.
And indeed, in terms of the New York Times reporting, the analyst who signalled the greatest sense of threat was also a woman.
Yes, and I think from what I understand, this is based on my reporting before October 7, but in general, Israel, of course, prides itself on being gender balanced and very openly to women and people of colour, and also, for that matter, of gay soldiers. But the truth is that when it comes to these kinds of issues, it seems that the messages were being ignored because they believed, wrongly and fatally, that somehow sophisticated repressive tech, which they then export around the world, would protect them, which of course believes in the end that Israel had this belief, and frankly many Israelis, it wasn't just the intelligence, it was the Israeli public for years has believed that you could imprison people literally down the road from where they're living and somehow be safe, which of course is not true.
So in the end, this was less a failure of intelligence. The intelligence, in fact, looks pretty good, but more a failure of judgment.
A failure of judgment, but also political hubris that Israel has believed for decades. I mean, it's the longest occupation in modern times at the West Bank, and Gaza, of course, was under siege for close to 20 years by Egypt and Israel, that somehow people would accept that. Now, none of that justifies what Hamas did on October 7 by any means, but it certainly puts it in context that there was this deluded belief and also this idea somehow that you could have surveillance technology, repressive tech, drones, and also huge amounts of Palestinians who were spying for Israel. We don't know the exact number in Gaza, including Hamas members, that somehow that would keep Israelis safe. And it's a delusion to believe that.
Oren Ziv, let me bring you in on the way all of this is likely to be viewed in Israel, because presumably this reporting will be repeated in Israeli outlets. And what do you think the public will make of all this? Because, of course, they will know that something terrible went wrong. They will know that they were failed by the supposedly impregnable military intelligence apparatus. But this is incendiary. Just to remind you of what has been reported here. This 40-page document called Jericho Wall included plans for a barrage of rockets at the outset of an attack, drones to knock out the security cameras and automated machine guns along the border, and gunmen to pour into Israel en masse in paragliders, on motorcycles and on foot, all of which actually happened while the government was looking the other way.
Yes, I think inside Israel it's an ongoing discussion. We've seen a few reports in Israeli mainstream media of of the intelligence, as Anthony mentioned, brought from the border, from the young female soldiers serving as observers on the border, and we're seeing a training of Hamas in the last months or year. And they even mentioned that at some point, from what they saw, they understood the training has ended because they saw senior commanders that they haven't seen before coming to kind of a ending ceremony or event. And they were passing the signals to more senior officers that at some point even told them to stop harassing them and that this is imaginary. So I think in general, all the Israeli public across the political spectrum in Israel couldn't imagine such an attack because people thought the army would have the intelligence, and as we see, it wasn't only a problem of intelligence but also of understanding when this might happen, like having a specific intelligence on the weeks or months this could take place. Now, people across the Israeli public are now busy with
is it essentially the wrong moment for this sort of discourse to happen? I mean, society is so focused now on the captives. It appears to be very much behind the war in Gaza, perhaps in search of retribution for what has happened or to make some sense of it. Is it perhaps not yet the time to be discussing who is to blame, or will this reporting start that debate?
So this is debate that is happening specifically in the public that was protesting against Netanyahu and the overhaul his government, his extreme government was promoting before October 7. And it seems that a lot of the public is feeling that Netanyahu will delay the war and extend the war because he knows, him and his government know that in the minute the war officially ends, of course on the Israeli side, on the Gaza side, it will take years or decades to repair the damage. But on the Israeli side, if Netanyahu officially ends the war, protests will start in days, immediately. And this is why many people fear here in Israel that Netanyahu will push on the war and would want an endless operation because he knows, as you said, the chief of staff, the head of Shin Bet and other officials already took responsibility and kind of, they didn't say it officially, but it's quite clear they will resign when the war officially ends on the Israeli side.
At the heart of this failure of judgment, this failure of intelligence or military interpretation, if you like, is a determination apparently on the part of the military and of ministers in the government that Hamas simply lacked the capacity. It's been described as aspirational, totally imaginative, these plans that emerged, and crucially, that Hamas lacked the intention as well. Gaza was quiet, the problem seemed contained. How on earth was Hamas able so successfully to mask its ability and its intent and ensure that Israel continued to look the other way?
So first on the Israeli side, I have to say, like, I'm not defending Unit 82,000 or 8200 or anything like that, but
that's the intelligence unit. Yeah,
that's the intelligence unit that did the assessment. Yeah. So it happened. Okay. So Pearl Harbor, the Americans fired the first shot. You know, they sunk the assault Japanese submarine, and they were still surprised.
How did Hamas manage to essentially pull the wool over Tel Aviv's eyes?
You can design, I can sit down here and design a perfect textbook breach operation. And this is coming to your question. So you can, the breaching fundamentals, Hamas, can you still hear me?
Yes, go on, we can hear you fine.
Yeah, the breaching fundamentals, Hamas executed it textbook, like, and I'm not talking, I'm talking NATO grade, like SOSRA, suppress, obscure, secure, reduce, assault. They executed it like the textbook, multi-domain operation with an airborne dimension, with a ground dimension, with a naval dimension, with a cyber dimension, which is not that much in the media, but I assume it will appear, with an electronic warfare dimension and with an intelligence dimension. So it executed it as a perfect operation. So you can do this on paper, but then to actually do it in reality, the amount of planning, training, logistics, men, munitions, weapon systems, then this is the issue. And I think this was the main failure on the Israeli side, is they saw this as a plan on paper, which is great. You can get a textbook on how to create a perfect ambush, or in that case a large-scale breaching operation, and then and then leave it on the paper. But then how Hamas did that, I think that was a very, very long process of preparation. I think some of the documents that were captured go back to October 2022, the issuing of orders in terms of training. So we were talking about a year, but probably there was another year of reaching this level. So we're talking probably about 2 years of preparation. We're talking about, because it was Hamas elite, for example, it was a regiment-sized formation. So we're talking about in the range of 1,000 fighters. Those were the almost tier 1 NATO grade, fighters. If you looked at the rest behind them, every single mistake in the infantry book was done, was committed in a way. So the level of training is very. So I guess they focused all the resources on a particular elite force.
They were doing all of that. They were doing all of that essentially in plain sight, under the glare of Israeli intelligence, and with politicians in Israel believing that Hamas wanted to get visas, work visas, to be able to work inside Israeli territory, that Hamas did not want war. All of which Oren Ziv leaves, as you were saying there, Prime Minister Netanyahu looking intensely vulnerable when the dust of war settles here. To what extent do you think, and you were alluding to it there, that pursuing this war is for Prime Minister Netanyahu individually an attempt at putting off the inevitable moment when public opinion turns against him, when he loses his job, and possibly worse?
First of all, it's important to mention that Netanyahu and the more extreme parts of his government, until a week ago that the agreement was signed, the hostages prisoner deal was signed exactly 8 days ago, it seems that his government has gave up on the hostages, and only the public pressure, the protest of the hostages' families, and tens of thousands of Israelis going to the street despite the sirens and the rockets that were fired from time to time into center Israel. The protests and the actions of the families and their supporters led this extreme government to agree to this deal, because we heard Netanyahu saying a few times that eliminating Hamas, and we can talk about this target later, and returning the hostages is equally important. And according to different reports, we've seen that already in the first days of the war, Hamas offered a deal of the Israeli and the Israeli children and women in exchange of the female Palestinian prisoner, 30-something Palestinian prisoners, and the Palestinian minors in Israeli prisons. And the government rejected this deal, opened a war to satisfy the sense of revenge in the Israeli public and to show they're doing something. And after a month, on the Israeli media figures, and the government is claiming that the military efforts allow this deal to happen in better conditions to Israel, which I disagree. So I think already we're seeing the public pressure helping here to achieve this deal, and the government to agree to ceasefire under the condition to renew the war. This is something Smotrich and Ben Gvir and other ministers demanded, that the ceasefire will not be too long in their opinion. And I think now slowly we will see bigger parts of the public going to protest directly against Netanyahu. We're already seeing some of the people, some of the families of the victims killed and murdered on October 7th protesting in front of the parliament. We've seen small protests in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, but I believe as this go on and more people in the public will realize that Netanyahu is really not setting goals to this war, and talking generally about eliminating Hamas, but not talking how to do it, and more importantly, not talking what will happen on the day after in Gaza. We've seen Yair Lapid, head of the opposition in Israel, publishing a document today talking about the day after in Gaza, talking about international interference there and other points. But more importantly, he's saying Netanyahu is not offering anything, and it's quite clear that under his extreme government, no solution is acceptable than maybe just settling and staying in Gaza, as some of the ministers and other right-wing parliament members declared.
Well, speaking of the day after and speaking of clear goals, I mean, one of them is to protect Israel from any future threat from Gaza. Anthony Lowenstein bombing Gaza to the ground doesn't achieve that, does it? There need to be other ways, intelligence-driven and led methods of protecting Israel from whatever threat it perceives to exist in Gaza beyond this war.
I think that's right, and it's interesting. I note in the last 24 hours in Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, there were comments that many of the Arab states who publicly have been very critical of Israel, and of course many of them in the last years have signed so-called normalization deals with Israel, are saying privately, according to this report, that in fact they'd be happy for Hamas to be militarily defeated, assuming that's even possible, because they regard Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood as a threat to themselves in their own countries, wherever it may be in the Arab world. Look, ultimately, there is no military solution here. Israel has currently destroyed the northern part of Gaza. They seem to be moving into destroying the southern part. And of course, that can only lead to one conclusion, which is that the idea ultimately is to make it uninhabitable for the vast majority of Palestinians there. And I see in the last 24 hours more reports in the Israeli press talking about how elements within Netanyahu's government, their vision, if you can call it that, is to have as few Palestinians as possible left at the end of this. Doesn't mean they're going to kill all of them. It just means that to potentially find ways to remove them. Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon. Now, those nations at the moment have not accepted the idea of taking in Palestinians in sort of quasi-10 cities. That has not happened yet, despite the fact that I know Israel has attempted to bribe Egypt in huge amounts of money to take in lots of Palestinians in the Sinai. In fact, the report in the last 24 hours suggests Israel even imagined trying to get Palestinians out of Gaza via sea in the Mediterranean. I mean, kind of crazy ideas in a way. But that's the vision here, if you can call it that. There is no vision or beyond what the US is pushing, which is a Palestinian Authority, which is deeply corrupt and unpopular in the West Bank. I mean, there is no solution here without actually engaging Palestinians and Israelis in dialogue, which so far no one serious seems to want to do.
Indeed, outlandish ideas. Omar Ashur, what do you imagine represents victory for Israel in Gaza? When will enough be enough?
Well, it's the objective for them, the declared as well, is to destroy Hamas, basically, militarily and politically. And if that objective is, there's a lot of civilians that are going to be killed to get to that objective. They will consider them collateral damage. They will not really stop at that point unless there is like significant political pressure from the international community, from the US specifically, and from others. But the objective is degrade and destroy Hamas. Probably also take over Gaza City. I don't know what. It's unclear to me. The end game, I don't think it's clear for the Israeli government. The end game is there's a big question mark. This
notion of destroying Hamas, and I'll throw this to you, Orenziv. This notion of destroying Hamas, I mean, on the face of it, looks fanciful in the sense that what struck me this week in the release of Palestinian prisoners on the occupied West Bank was the number of Hamas flags that were flying, the number of prisoners and prisoners' families who thanked, quote, the resistance, meaning Hamas. The idea that there are thousands of orphans in Gaza now who will grow up with hatred, resentment, and revenge in their hearts. The idea of getting rid of Hamas seems outright fanciful. Does that idea penetrate at all in Israel?
I think this idea of eliminating Hamas, at least in Gaza, is something that a vast majority of the Israeli public agree on, and it's because it's something that is promoted by the media and politicians from all the political spectrum without really explaining that ideology. It's not something that is so easy to eliminate, and specifically not mentioning that Israeli government and specifically Benjamin Netanyahu was strengthening Hamas through the years because it was, as they themselves said, it was good for them that Hamas is ruling Gaza and gives them a reason not to push further and it was an excuse not to promote any political or diplomatic solution and separate between the West Bank and Hamas, as you said, by releasing the prisoners. And I'm not sure this is done intentionally. Of course, Hamas is gaining a lot of power in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. We're seeing people thanking them, of course. I saw it personally being in East Jerusalem last week with the prisoners released.
And as the civilian death toll escalates again, I want to ask you each very briefly what you think will make this stop. Anthony Lowenstein, will it be when Israel feels it has reasserted itself as a power to be feared?
And that's what their intention is. The only thing that can stop this is America. It really is as simple as that. And of course, at the moment, America has no intention of doing so. But the only power that can do so is Biden getting on the phone and stopping this. No other international power can do that. And I fear that that is not on the agenda at the moment, despite the need for it to happen, because America is still sending weapons to Israel as we speak, including bunker-busting bombs. So this is, America on the one hand talks about bringing some kind of reduction in civilian casualties. That's the public message, where privately they're sending many more weapons, which is what really matters in the end, tragically.
Oren Ziv, will it be when Israeli public opinion decides that enough killing of civilians in Gaza is enough and that this is one man's war and needs to end?
The Israeli public is not really looking on what's happening in Gaza. The really mainstream media is not really bringing the images, the interviews, the things we see on your channel and other international channels. So the public is not really aware to the amount of destruction and devastation in Gaza.
Not yet,
and unfortunately, not yet, perhaps, and I think they're not aware of the international reactions to that. And unfortunately, I'm saying it very sadly, I think for the Israeli public, with the sense of revenge and sadness, and with the statements for politicians, nothing will be enough. So I think, as Anthony said, this is about international pressure and not about the Israeli public.
No space then for the suffering of Gazans. I understand. I'm sorry. We've got to move on. Omar Ashur, finally, last word to you. Will it be when Hamas gives up?
It could be if we don't know how much is left in Hamas's arsenal of men, weapons, and munitions, and tunnels. But we know Gaza is under siege, under double siege, one from around Gaza and one around the north, and probably there will be a third one around Gaza City. So it could be, but it also could be if as my colleagues said, international pressures on one end, change in the public opinion on the other that affects the decision makers' determination, but also the casualties. Israel is very sensitive to casualties, and we're talking now about figures that exceed 15 years of war in South Lebanon. 1985 to 2000, Israel lost about 300 soldiers. And now we're north of 360, but also casualties, the wounded, the POWs, the missing, the deserters, and so on. So these all are out of the combat area.
Okay, and, Omar, we'll have to wrap it up there. Many thanks for your thoughts. Let me thank all of my guests for a spirited discussion. Oren Ziv in Tel Aviv, Anthony Lowenstein in Sydney, and Omar Ashur here in Doha. And thank you too for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Jonah Hull, and the whole team here, bye for now.
Groundbreaking films from award-winning filmmakers. Watch, listen, witness on Al Jazeera.
Hearing the facts.
How are we defending Israel? By having more dead children.
Asking questions.
You wanted to have your voice heard. What is your message?
Understanding the reality.
This little part of the beach was transformed into a mini Gaza.
Reporting from the action.
Every now and then we can hear cluster bombs exploding.
Al Jazeera's teams on the ground bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Israel's attacks on Gaza continue into the night, hours after an earlier strike killed more than 100 Palestinians at the Jabalia refugee camp.
You killed our children. Where are our children? Where is our money? Where are our homes? We want to live. We want to live in safety.
I'm Neve Barker. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, the deputy leader of Hamas tells Al Jazeera the remaining captives won't be freed unless Israel stops fighting and all Palestinian prisoners are released. Just as Israel ramps up the pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to bring back more captives. And Hamas's armed wing fires a barrage of rockets aimed at Tel Aviv. Welcome to the programme. Israel expanded its attacks on Gaza on Saturday, killing more than 100 Palestinians. The new wave of strikes from land, sea and air began after a ceasefire with Hamas expired on Friday. Talks to reach a new deal have collapsed with Hamas saying there'll be no more negotiations on captives until the war ends. Alexander Byers begins our coverage.
A major Israeli air raid near Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Within minutes, several residential towers in Hamat town completely destroyed. Israel had issued evacuation orders. Families left just in time to see their lives explode.
Where is the safety we're supposed to have in the south? They said to go south, and here we are in the south. Where do you want us to go? Our children are missing, and we do not know where they are. Enough is enough. Stop the war. Gaza is destroyed.
In northern Gaza, an air raid on the Jabalia refugee camp causes more death.
Open it now, dude.
From its intelligence agency Mossad out of Qatar, which has been mediating ceasefire efforts.
The official and final stance of the movement of Hamas is that there will be no exchange of captives until the end of the aggression and a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire. We, the Hamas movement, declared from the beginning that it is not a maneuver, deception, or anything else that the foreign prisoners who arrived to Gaza on October 7th were not a target, and that we were ready to release them without conditions. Women and children who are held captives were not our targets either. They arrived in Gaza due to the exceptional circumstances, and we were also ready to conclude this matter in exchange of the release of our women and children held in the occupation forces prisons.
Well, from Doha, Ali Hashem has more about the announcement from the deputy head of Hamas.
Hamas's Politburo chief Saleh al-Arouri spoke to Al Jazeera on Saturday, stating that his group is not going to negotiate a prisoner exchange on the fire, and that as far as the war continues, there'll be no prisoner exchange. He also stated that the remaining captives in Gaza are either former or current military personnel, and women and children have been exchanged over the past days with Israel. Now, this comes as Israel announced the pulling of its negotiating team from Doha, where they were taking part in these sessions with American security delegation and also Egyptians hosted by Qataris, and discussing the framework of the Qatari mediation for truce and prisoner exchange. Now, in accordance, the French President Emmanuel Macron visited Doha to discuss the release of French hostages in Gaza. The French president spoke before coming to Doha and warned that if Israel is not going to work on clarifying its goals from the war on Hamas and keep the objective of destroying Hamas, then this is going to be a decade-long war.
I think this is the moment when Israeli authorities need to more precisely define their end goals. What does total destruction of Hamas mean? And does anyone think it is possible? If it is the aim, the war will last 10 years. There can be no long-term security for Israel in the region if that security comes at the price of Palestinian lives, affecting public opinion in the region.
Well, Tamar Kamut is an assistant professor of public policy at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. He says the view from European leaders on Israel's war on Gaza is beginning to shift away from those in the US.
France has always played a key role in representing mainstream foreign policy of the European Union. As one of the biggest and major countries in the EU, it has always carried the foreign policy interests of the entire old continent. And this is where Macron comes. I mean, let's think about his positions on Ukraine as well. He always more or less advocated for this politique réelle approach, pragmatic politics, where at some point he was keen to have some negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, and the Americans were very angry with him. But now when we look at Europe or the European Union has been a very important and key partner in the peace process since the establishment of the Palestinian Authority, the Oslo peace deal in 1994. Europe has invested so much in the state building project, the Palestinian state building project, and it has been a very generous donor to the Palestinian people. And the Europeans, because of the geography and the history, the shared geography, the history, I mean, we live in one region, the Mediterranean. Europe is always more or less in a more moderate, pragmatic position than the US. The US is very far away, and it always provides this unlimited support to Israel, while Europe sees the situation from a different angle, and it sees also that there is a rift, and it worries from the US also playing all the way with Israel, and so it wants to prevent a further collapse of this peace process. It wants to play some pragmatic role to revive it. And France comes in this position, or Macron comes in this position to bring Europe back to the political game. And also there is one important thing also, we're not talking about the Gaza frontier. Lebanon also is of an extreme importance to France as well. And the northern front between Hezbollah and Israel is on fire. And they want to make sure that there won't be any further escalation. Today we have been hearing some statements coming from some French statements that they're really worried of a full-scale war erupting between Lebanon, Hezbollah, and Israel. So I think all these things, when we look at it, these are mainly the agenda that Macron comes with to Qatar as an important mediator, to more or less to convey the message to Qatar and probably to the Israelis and the Palestinians as well, that we can probably be there, we're there, and you can rely on us also to send some messages to embrace some agenda different than the Americans.
You're with Al Jazeera, still to come. The US Vice President says Washington won't allow the forced relocation of Palestinians from Gaza or the occupied West Bank. Growing calls for a ceasefire. We get an update on several marches held across the UK in solidarity with Palestinians.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Hello, we've seen some violent storms into the southeast of the US recently. This area of cloud here, quite a nasty little system. These two areas of low pressure, this one around Louisiana, right up to the lakes, that's going to be the dominant feature here as we go through the next couple of days. So some very wet weather sweeping across the Appalachians over towards the eastern seaboard. We're looking at snow on the northern flank of that, so New England seeing some significant snowfall pushing across into Quebec as well. Central areas are generally looking dry. And then, yeah, we've got some more snow coming back in across the Rockies. Significant amounts of snowfall. That could cause some disruption. And we've got driving rain coming back in across the Pacific Northwest into that western side of Canada. Again, turning to snow in the process. Further south, it is generally dry with some pleasant sunshine. LA getting up to around 24 degrees Celsius. That sunshine stretching down into northern parts of Mexico. But for central, southern areas of Mexico, this line of rain, it's the same one that brought that heavy rain in across the deep south of the US. That's going to bring some big downpours into southern areas of Mexico. But for the Caribbean, it's not too bad. Some lovely sunshine coming through, looking good here as we go on through the next couple of days. Plenty of sunshine, highs of 31.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Thought-provoking answers.
But the patient doesn't have time to wait for all that.
That's extremely unfortunate, but there are no quick wins in dementia research.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Do you feel like America is less segregated these days, or is it just a different form?
I think that democracy is a process.
Facing realities.
Do you fear that the fracture is already starting, with the G7 and the US on one side, China and the BRICS on the other?
I think there is a huge risk of that to happen.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
About 15 minutes. I'm baking a loaf of bread. Oh, it's sourdough. It's like pre-baked, but I don't understand it.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour.
10 minutes. I'll go look at 10 minutes.
Israel's bombardment of Gaza is continuing into the night. On Saturday, more than 100 Palestinians were killed in an Israeli air raid on the Jabalia refugee camp, one of the Strip's most densely populated areas. The armed wing of Hamas, the Qassam Brigade, says it's fired a barrage of rockets at Tel Aviv. The escalation between Israel and Hamas comes after a ceasefire expired on Friday. The deputy head of Hamas's political bureau has told Al Jazeera that negotiations on a truce in Gaza have now completely broken down. He said there will be no further exchange of captives until the end of the war. Now, the US Vice President says Washington won't allow the forced relocation of Palestinians from Gaza or the occupied West Bank. Speaking in Dubai, Kamala Harris said the US is holding discussions with regional powers to agree on the future of the territory.
We must accelerate efforts to build an enduring peace, and that begins with planning for what happens the day after the fighting ends. Shortly after October 7th, President Biden and I began discussions with our national security team about post-conflict Gaza. We have begun to engage partners in the region and around the world in these conversations. And this has been a key priority over the last 8 weeks. 5 principles guide our approach for post-conflict Gaza. No forcible displacement, no reoccupation, no siege or blockade, no reduction in territory, and no use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism. We want to see a unified Gaza and West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. And Palestinian voices and aspirations must be at the center of this work.
Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro told us more about what Vice President Kamala Harris said.
She really spells it out more clearly than we've heard from the Biden administration previously on what this two-state solution that, of course, has long been U.S. policy toward the Middle East would look like. She also talked about how Israel, she said, needs to protect civilian lives more. And I want to quote her. She said, quote, "Too many innocent Palestinians have been killed, and Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians." So we're hearing this increasing urgency coming not only from the vice president, but also from top U.S. officials like the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who just spoke a few hours ago at a defense forum.
You see, in this kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
And of course, this is coming from Austin, who's a 4-star general in the U.S. that oversaw the U.S.'s fight with ISIL, saying that lessons learned from there is that in urban warfare, he said that protecting civilians was a must in order to secure victory. But the big question here is we're hearing all of these officials, and Blinken, of course, as well, the Secretary of State, cautioning Israel in more and more urgent terms to protect civilians in Gaza. But what will they actually do about it? What will the U.S. do about it? And of course, we know the U.S. is Israel's main military supporter, and now a $14 billion aid package is pending in Congress. That's how much Biden wants to give to Israel since this war started. That package already passed the U.S. House of Representatives, but in this coming week, it is expected to be now debated in the Senate, where more and more voices have been dissenting. They're still in the minority, but we're seeing the momentum going as the U.S. is really taking a more critical look at how the Israeli military is continuing its campaign in Gaza.
Israeli soldiers have shot and killed a Palestinian carpenter and father of 6 near Nablus in the occupied West Bank. The 39-year-old was attacked by illegal Israeli settlers in the town of Kharoet Bani Hassan. Settlers forced him out of his car and burned it before he was shot in the neck by an Israeli soldier. Also near Nablus, Israeli forces blocked an ambulance from reaching a 16-year-old Palestinian injured during a raid. The teenager later died from his injuries. The number of Palestinians killed in the occupied West Bank since the start of the war on Gaza is more than 253. Well, elsewhere in the occupied West Bank, 10 masked Israeli settlers attacked a restaurant in the village of Sawiya. Security camera footage captured the moment of the attack and an Israeli police car passing by without stopping. Now, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, says he will set up a team to investigate human rights violations on both sides of the Gaza conflict. Karim Khan made the pledge on a visit to the occupied West Bank. Palestinian activists refused to meet him, accusing the court of favoring Israel. Saim Basravi has this from Ramallah.
At the Ministry of Justice in Ramallah, the chief prosecutor of the world's highest court meets victims of Israeli occupation.
There's no justice. If there was justice, things would have been different in Palestine. When they treat people with double standards, there's no justice. I demand the remains of my son be released. His body is withheld. We don't know if he's in a grave or a morgue.
The International Criminal Court, the global community at large, should be ashamed, she says, about the state of human rights in Palestine.
Mr. Khan, how do you respond to criticism that you are applying a double standard to this conflict in favor of Israel, Mr. Khan? Mr. Khan, how do you respond to that criticism? And will you be visiting any of the refugee camps that are under constant Israeli attack?
Since taking over as ICC's chief prosecutor in 2021, Karim Khan has been described as hostage to the Israeli narrative. At the same time as his visit,
Did our car just explode? Just because it makes a fireball doesn't mean they hit the tank, though. They have a defense system on them. It'll blow it up right in front of it, still. It still looks like it's getting hit. It's right there. Get it fast, dude.
تواصل سرايا القدس التصدي لقوات الاحتلال
نحو 220 شهيد.
What was that, I wonder? I have no idea when it was. I wish I knew. Not now, though. Probably yesterday. It's that drone, baby. been enjoying the drone. I've been listening to it. I do it a lot. In case anybody's wondering what I'm eating, what it looks like. Some bread, some fish sticks, vegetables, brown rice. Awesome. Yeah, the bread's pretty good. Alright, I already had a bite of that. It only took like 12 minutes to bake it, but it tastes like it's freshly baked.
Which is more than 20 years now, is that you know all of the key players. You know President Biden, and as a president, the record third term as president of Brazil, you obviously know Prime Minister Netanyahu, because he's the longest serving Prime Minister in Israel's history. What do you think are driving his actions now as someone who knows him, and what would you say to him right now?
I don't say anything. Because effectively, as a ruler, he's a very extremist person. He's the extreme right, with a very low human sensitivity, with not much sensitivity with the humanistic problems of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people exist, and the Prime Minister of Israel thinks that there's just something that is meaningless, as if they would third or fourth category in terms of people. He has to learn to respect that the Palestinian people deserve to be treated with the same respect that the Jewish people should get. And the Palestinian people has the right to have their own land demarcated since 1947. And the UN has to oblige Israel and the other countries to comply with that decision. And so I think that the Prime Minister of Israel is a person that I would say highly much pressure. There's a lot of people in opposition to him in Israel. He's suffering pressures, and I hope that Israel, I met Yitzhak Rabin, and I've met many other people from Israel that had much more sensitivity and that could work towards peace. Rabin was murdered by a fanatic, and from there onwards, things only got worse in Israel.
Israel's actions directed by the Ward cabinet led by Prime Minister Netanyahu have meant indiscriminate bombing, deliberate and repeated attacks on hospitals, and the forced displacement of people from northern Gaza. There are many who say these are war crimes. Now, countries led by South Africa, also Bangladesh, Bolivia, Comoros and Djibouti are calling for the International Criminal Court to take action. Does Brazil join those calls?
Well, I prefer to believe in the capacity for us to have a dialogue and find a solution. One of the reasons for which I came to Qatar today, besides dealing with business issues with the Qatar government, was to thank for their role, the role of the Emir of Qatar that had a tremendous solidarity, showed tremendous solidarity to free 32 Brazilians that were in Gaza, and then another 67 Brazilians that are still in Gaza, and also to release some hostages, Brazilian hostages that were in the hands of Hamas. So I also came here to thank the Emir of Qatar for the solidarity that he has shown and the work that he did. Sincerely speaking, I can say to you one thing. What is going on at the Gaza Strip is not a traditional war of those that we see on films that we learn and read about. What we see is genocide going on, killing thousands and thousands of children that has nothing to do with that, women that have nothing to do with that, and destroying the things that took years to be built. And so sincerely, I believe that The state can't act like that. That will take us to nowhere. And I hope that we can find definitely a peace solution, because the world needs peace.
You talk about the search for peace, and many are talking again about the idea of a two-state solution. For decades, the US has taken the lead role in the diplomacy in this. They've said to other nations, stand aside, we lead the diplomacy on Israel and the Palestinians, and they've basically gone round the Palestinians. They've gone and done the Abraham Accords and ignored the Palestinians. Is it time now for a different approach, a multilateral approach to this problem?
Yes, now it's the time. Let me say to you, James, one thing. For a long time I've been saying that peace in the Middle East is not an issue of having just meetings of the State Department of the U.S. with the Prime Minister of Israel. No, it's necessary to put it around the negotiation table for peace. Other players, other groupings, all those that are involved in the conflict have to sit around. Iran, if they're important, they have to be there. Syria is important, it should be in a round table. And Qatar is important, let's call Qatar. The groupings from the Palestinians, they are important, let's bring them to the round table negotiation. There's no other solution. It's useless to demarcate a land and then the settlers, illegal settlers, come in and take that land. That's meaningless. So I believe that it is important after this war that we should make a more drastic act, take a more drastic act to avoid new conflicts in the world. The world is in need of peace, of tranquility, because we have 750 million human beings that are under hunger in the planet. We have millions of people that are being crossing oceans to try to seek for survival and dignity in other continents. While we don't have the money to invest in these humanitarian issues, we have spent already in this war with Ukraine and Russia $2.224 billion, money that could have been used to serve to end the hunger in the world.
Let me ask you more about the war in Ukraine, because you just mentioned it. You have talked about a mediated settlement. You've talked about a peace club of nations. Now, you know the response from Ukraine and from the US and the Europeans who back Ukraine. They say if you were to stop the war now, Putin would keep all of the things he's gained by invading, by breaching international law, by violating the UN Charter.
It's necessary for us to ask how many times the UN Charter was violated. And the invasion of France and England did on Libya, didn't that hurt the Charter, the UN Charter? The invasion of the US in Iraq, wouldn't it be a violation of the UN Charter? This war of Israel and Hamas, wouldn't that hurt or violate the UN Charter? What I think is, many times it's been violated. You have a war. Russia says that Crimea belongs to them. And there are other 4 regions that were invaded that Putin thinks belongs to Russia. And Zelensky says that belongs to Ukraine. Well, instead of going to war, why don't the people have a referendum? Call for a referendum to ask to the people, do you want to belong to? Do you want to be Ukrainian or you want to be Russian? You're on which side? It would be much cheaper to call and less costly than this war to call for a referendum.
Wouldn't that encourage other countries who had territorial claims to launch all sorts of invasions around the world and destroy the central principle of the UN Charter, which came after what Hitler did in the 1930s? Countries can't invade other countries.
It is possible. Brazil was the first country to condemn
it seems they can, because we're funding it.
Of Ukraine.
What do you mean?
Brazil was the first country to condemn publicly Russia for invading their Ukrainian territory. Well, the war is happening, and so now how do you solve that? Continue with the war? Is that the solution? Because everybody thinks the following. Well, we'll defeat Putin. Are you going to defeat Putin? Or are you going to defeat Zelensky? While the leaders are not defeated, the people are dying. And who's dying? The innocent people.
We're going to invade us, we're going to invade you.
Innocent people that are dying. Who is displaced in the world are innocents. So would it be worthwhile for the political leaders to lose their mental insanity and not sit around the table to discuss what is the cost of having one more meeting or 10 more meetings or 15 more meetings. What is the cost of these meetings? It's much more cheaper and more humanity, more fair than start killing and throwing bombs against others. Sincerely, I can't understand that. I'm 78 years of age. In my 78 years of age, I've seen a lot of things, and I imagine then the human being that is becoming irresponsible with the humanity of itself. They're ending with humanism, they're ending with fraternity, they're ending with solidarity, and we're growing more and more individualism and denialism. And where are we going to stop with that? What will happen to democracy for the next 20, 30 years if we do not give answers now for the problems that the people are facing today?
Brazil is taking over the presidency of the G20 from India. Congratulations. That means that you're going to have the G20 summit taking place in Rio at the end of next year, end of 2024. Is President Putin welcome, given that he has an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court? Will he be able to come, or will you be obliged, as you are a signatory to the Rome Statute that set up the court, to arrest him?
Well, I don't understand much about international law, so I don't have the capacity to make an assessment on that. But one of the charges that you have against Putin is to kidnap children. And now, in this war between Israel and Gaza, we have children that were kidnapped. We have kidnapped on both sides. So Putin will be invited. Putin will be invited for the G20. And next year we'll also have the BRICS in Russia. And I will participate in the BRICS meeting in Russia. And Putin will be invited to Brazil. He won't come if he doesn't want to come. Only if he doesn't want to come, because I believe that judicially speaking, possibly his advisors, the lawyers, will have to say what he should do or not put him. But if he comes to Brazil, I will give him the guarantee that he will be respected and that he will not be arrested.
You mention the climate crisis, and one of the main reasons you're here in the Middle East region at the moment is to attend the COP28 summit that's taking place in Dubai. As the president of Brazil and the incoming president of the G20, tell me, are you optimistic or pessimistic about the way the world is dealing with this right now?
Well, James, two important things. First of all, Brazil has took a public commitment by me. That is a commitment for us to reach zero deforestation in the tropical forest in the Amazon in 2030. This is a commitment. It's almost like a faith profession. But at the same time, it's not sufficient to reduce deforestation. You should remember that below each canopy of a tree is a human being that lives there. The indigenous people, fishermen, rural workers that need to survive in the Amazon region. And so besides having a policy for preservation of the forest, we in Brazil were following our policy that is very strong in terms that to make us to produce all kinds of renewable source of energy, all kinds of renewables, even green hydrogen. We are making great investments, and we're inviting other partners to build this, because Brazil will transform itself in the hub of the renewable forces of energy in the planet Earth. And at the same time, we are tapping 40 million hectares of degraded land to be reclaimed. So for those that want to invest in this land and grow whatever they want, including trees, so that we can reforest the world. Brazil has room, a lot of space, and we're having a true revolution in the next years on that. And this will this will be a clear-cut demonstration to the people that yes, it's possible to do it, and we're going to do it.
Mr. President, though, is it going to be harder for you this time than in your previous two terms to get that done, to get other things done, because you're facing much tougher economic challenges and the political situation is different? Your election, yes, you were elected for a third time, but it was a narrower result this time. Do you face bigger challenges?
Well, in 2003, I had received a country from the hands of a Democrat ruler. Former President Cardoso was a Democrat, and he handed over government and under stable conditions, and we had the facility to recover and restore the country. Now, but now I received a government that was semi-destroyed by a fascist. I received the government of a denialist, someone that did not believe in the National Congress, that didn't believe in the Senate, in the House of Representatives, didn't believe in justice, in the Supreme Court. He didn't believe in any kind of institution. He didn't have any kind of relations with anyone in the country. So I received a semi-destroyed government. Just for you to have an idea, the first year of my term, we had to restore 59 public policies of social inclusion that were destroyed in the previous government. And so this year we managed to restore all these social inclusion policies. I traveled around the world a lot to try to rebuild our international relationship. And now next year we will present a development program. This is the largest investment program in infrastructure in the history of Brazil that we presented at the end of this year. And we're seeking for partners to implement our policies. I believe that we will recover Brazil. It's more difficult, yes, but if it was easy, I wouldn't have run for the third time. I only ran for the elections because I was, in that historical moment, the only person in Brazil that was capable to win the elections. And I won the elections, and I will fulfill with each word that I made the promises vis-a-vis the Brazilian people to restore Brazil, to recover Brazil. When I left the presidency, Brazil was the 6th largest economy in the world. Now, when I came back, Brazil was the 12th ranking in the world in terms of the economy. So we have to work a lot and hard to gather political commitments with other countries. And so that's why I'm here. And I'll go to COP28 to send the message that Brazil will fulfill with its share. I want to know who's going to do their share too, because the rich countries, they promised $100 billion for the COP15 in 2009. Until today, we haven't seen this money, this fund that they would say. So we have to stop with the promises and start to put in practice policies.
Finally, Mr. President, you talk about your predecessor, President Bolsonaro, but he represents a brand of right-wing populism that seems to exist all around the world. You saw the recent elections in Argentina, much further afield. Netherlands, Geert Wilders, who's been around for decades, but is now heads the most popular party in the Netherlands. And there is one big election coming up in the next year in the United States. And we know what you think of Donald Trump by deduction, I think, because you said Bolsonaro is a faithful copycat of Trump. So by that, I think we know what you think of President Trump. How damaging would it be for Brazil and for the world for Donald Trump to be re-elected, or for someone who shares his ideology?
Well, let me say you something, James. Well, first of all, it's very difficult to give hunches of who's going to be elected in some other country. The electoral result is a moment where the people shows up and make their manifestation. If they choose right, it's good. If they choose wrong, they won't win. So what I think is whoever wins the elections, the person that the people believed in that will rule their lives. Brazil will have to coexist with whoever is elected in any part of the world, because we're not going to interfere in domestic elections of other countries. But I want to strengthen democracy. That's what I want. What I want is that the elected people enjoy the poor people. They enjoy the working class. They enjoy environmental protection and respect to women and the LGBTQ+. And so if we have the strengthening of democracy, because democracy is nothing more than for you to learn to coexist democratically with the diversity with everybody. No one wants to be the same as you are. We can be different, but let's be reasonable. Different but reasonable. We should be humanists, or let's be at least Democrats, and live in peace, from who we enjoy and who we don't like, because this is what matters in our life here on planet Earth.
President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Obrigado a você, James.
After a 19-hour search, Commander Lee and his crew had almost given up hope. They'd lost track of a boat carrying migrants heading to Spain. But on their way back to port, the radar detects something. There it is, a light shining in the distance. 4 Navy commandos prepared to board the wooden fishing vessel. Their mission, to bring all the passengers onto the Navy ship, women and children. As we sail back to port, anger turns to anguish and shame, each thinking of the $1,000 gone to waste.
This isn't how they hoped the journey would end. They're now going to have to return home empty-handed.
At Don the Wallow docks, Senegalese security forces take the migrants into custody. It is mission accomplished for Spanish and Senegalese forces, keeping Europe safe and free from Africans in search for a better life.
This is a region that is rapidly developing, but it's one also that is afflicted by conflicts, political upheavals. We try to balance these stories, the good, the bad, the ugly, and give the people who allow us into their lives dignity and humanity as we tell their stories.
Israel's attacks on Gaza continue. Hours after an earlier strike killed more than 100 Palestinians at the Jabalia refugee camp.
You killed our children. Where are our children? Where is our money? Where are our homes? We want to live. We want to live.
Why do they keep playing this thing?
Mr. Powell was identified as being responsible for the senseless killing of Nicholas Sambola, a husband and father of 2 young children, at his home in San Dimas this past Tuesday. The extraordinary work of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department resulted in the quick identification of the vehicle that was used in that follow-home robbery and killing. An alert to law enforcement of the vehicle resulted in its discovery by the Beverly Hills Police Department, where a vehicle stop resulted in the arrest of Mr. Powell and the recovery of the firearm on Wednesday evening. Over the course of our investigation of our murders, we were able to identify the vehicle we believe connected to our 3 homicides as being the same vehicle Mr. Powell used in the murder of Mr. Sambola. And then that it was being held in custody of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department as evidence of their murder. Our detectives worked closely with the sheriff's investigators and our forensic services overnight, and the result of their work has positively identified the handgun recovered from Mr. Powell's car as being the murder weapon of our 3 homicides. Additionally, our investigation has documented Mr. Powell's vehicle as being at the murder scene of all 3 homicides, and Mr. Powell's physical appearance is consistent with the imagery recovered to this point.
Fucked up, Mr. Powell. Beijing Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman. Did he just die? Did Pee Wee Herman just die? I think so. Yeah. Very good. Cancer. Yeah. Alright. Bro. He's a legend. I don't care if he got caught beating off in an adult movie theater. What bullshit is that? It was a sting operation. For dudes trying to beat off at a movie theater. Like, what the hell is that? It was meant for beating off at. It was in a regular theater. Beating off kind of theater. I don't know, man. It's something. But you can't do that and be Pee Wee Herman. They said they took away his Pee Wee Herman stripe. Also view on YouTube over that. What about that wiener dude? There was a wiener. Wiener. Wiener, wiener. Wiener's wiener. Yeah, Anthony Weiner, sexting scandal. But then he wasn't allowed to stay in. He still has something. He's somebody. Anthony Weiner. Couldn't help it. The babies. Show the people the babies. I'm only here for the babies. I'm creepy. I got a tally. Who has more babies? So far, I think the Muslims have more dead babies. But the Israelis will say, remember the Holocaust, though? So they're like, yeah, we're allowed to do what we want. What? Underage porn? Huma. Already Huma. I got a whole another meal in there, pretty much. I got 3/4 of a loaf of bread left, 4 fish sticks ready to go, vegetables ready to go, and a lot more rice. I make the full thing that it allows me to make. I can put 2 cups in. I want to make the 2 cups, man, because I can eat that. I can eat that rice for breakfast if I don't feel like cooking something. It's so good. It's it feels like oatmeal almost. It's because it's so hearty. Brown rice, short brown rice. I'm a believer. It's my favorite rice now. It takes an hour and a half to cook though, to cook it right. But you cook it for an hour and a half. It's like a little harder on the outside than it is on the inside. You gotta chew them though. You can chew them up. That's why I chew for so long. That's why I'm like over here chewing. I was chewing. My food was cold by the time I finished it. It took so many chews. I get all the little kernels. I don't want to poop them out whole. Waste. Yo, protocol time already. Hey! Guys, we made it! I'm about to get my second win. Respiration looks good though, but no. Weird. And the drone. I mean, this stream has been live for a long time, since December 1st, but I think it's been here longer than that though, but pretty much 24/7 since I got there. I wonder why they just all of a sudden decided to be here. Maybe that's some strict rule not to move it only that way. Thomas told him not to turn it. It was the Nasser Medical Complex. For a second I thought I knew who Nasser was. I don't know. Credit call's over, so I'm not even sleepy again. They might. Because if they don't move the camera, it gives the people the ability to avoid the camera. But if they move it around arbitrarily, then it doesn't. Sound warfare. Okay, try to get something to eat somehow.
You have to protect yourselves. There are no mechanisms for justice.
Despite Khan vowing to investigate violations on both sides of the conflict, Palestinians don't see him as independent, serving only, his critics say, to rubber stamp an illegal occupation. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank.
There's been an intense exchange of fire along the Israel-Lebanon border. The Lebanese armed group, Hezbollah, has launched several attacks on Israeli military positions since hostilities resumed on Friday following the end of the Gaza ceasefire. Israel has used white phosphorus shells and carried out raids targeting what it says are the sources of the attacks. Zena Hoda has more from Marjayoun in southern Lebanon.
Hostilities have resumed. I just move out of the way. You can see Israel is firing artillery shells, white phosphorus artillery shells. These are banned by international law when they are used in population centers. So this is very much an active front line. Hezbollah began to launch military operations against Israeli positions along the border just a few hours after the Gaza ceasefire collapsed on Friday. Hezbollah calls this a support front, and it says that it will remain active as long as the attacks against Israel continue in Gaza. Both sides know that escalating this conflict would cost each other dearly. They went to war in 2006. Here you can see more artillery shells, more white phosphorus artillery shells. Sometimes Israel uses this as a military tactic to burn the bushes in the fields or to try to target what it calls Hezbollah cells in the area. The French presidential envoy was in Beirut a few days ago speaking to Lebanese officials, telling them about the dangers of an escalation, saying that this conflict could spread beyond South Lebanon. We've heard from these officials, inform Lebanese officials, that Israel would like to see Lebanon implement UN Resolution 1701, which means that there can be no armed presence along the border, some 20 to 30 kilometers deep inside the country. So it is a very, very tense situation that could change at any turning point. But right now, both sides seem to be careful. I mean, we heard the Israeli government spokesman a few hours ago say that we are ready to reply to any threats or react to any threats. So it's still not clear how far these two warring sides are willing to go. But for the time being, it's a very much active front line along the border where tens of thousands of people have had to leave on both sides.
To other news now, and at the UN Climate Summit in Dubai, 50 oil companies representing nearly half of global production have pledged to reach near zero methane emissions by 2030. They also agreed to end routine burning of natural gas when drilling for oil. Environmental groups have called the move a smokescreen, saying it falls short of phasing out oil, gas and coal.
The oil and gas industry must align around our North Star of keeping 1.5 within reach. And that is exactly the rationale and the thinking behind the oil and gas decarbonization charter that we are announcing today.
The war in Ukraine has led to the destruction of many of the country's natural resources. Farmland has been hard hit, and reduced grain output has impacted the world's food supply. Prosecutors are now gathering evidence in the hope of trying Russia in international courts for what they describe as ecocide. Rob McBride has this from Kiev.
In farmland outside Kyiv, an inspection team carries out a regular check for signs of pollution. Seemingly healthy, the water and soil here is heavily contaminated by oil that has soaked into the ground.
Oil has to the ground.
And this is where the oil came from. A fuel depot that was destroyed in a Russian airstrike in March last year.
In July 2022, all the fish in the lake died, and we discovered oil pollution up to a kilometer away, which was seeping into the water system, so we are regularly taking samples.
Evidence from this and many other sites is being gathered by prosecutors in the hope the international community will one day recognize ecocide, the willful damage of the environment, as a crime.
Ukraine is trying to set the precedent that Russia should be punished for all international crimes committed in Ukraine, included the crimes against the environment.
The worst case, according to Ukrainian investigators, was the destruction in June of the Kakhovka Dam that flooded towns, villages and farmland in a toxic deluge. The collapse of the Kakhovka Dam was described by President Volodymyr Zelensky as an environmental bomb of mass destruction, one that might take years for the full scope of the damage to be realized. While Ukraine will be dealing with this war's environmental costs long after the fighting is over, the prosecution of ecocide could have future implications as the world faces a growing climate emergency.
And today everybody realizes that the environment as an object has a value for all international community and for future generation. That is also the reason why we are pioneering these efforts. Environment should no longer be the silent victim of war.
A rare but welcome possible consequence from this otherwise devastating conflict. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Okay, you're up to date. That's it for me, Neve Barker. Malin Saeed will be here at the top of the hour with more coverage of the war on Gaza. Don't forget our website, aljazeera.com. Much more on all of our top stories. Stay with us because Witness is next.
So many politicians want to be the Republican Party's candidate, but do any stand a chance against Donald Trump? If our planet...
He figures he's hungry. I have to remind him a lot. He remembers. Been broken all day? Might have been. Why does he leave every time? I might leave you too long. I gotta restart it. I don't even know if I should though. was being too loud. Minutes. There's another emoji thing for Twitch. Double emojis. You want triple? Oh, we can do it. Just wait a second. I'll find it. Here somewhere. I think now that's 3. Let's see. Okay, they fall, they float, and they bounce around. Right? What other was that? What are those? Then they come in. It's like a firework, dude. Only on Twitch, so sorry.